Higher Education Colleges, the University of the Philippines Systems, and the Development Academy of the Philippines. So I'd like to, I won't be able to greet everyone, but let me just highlight the persons who will be speaking, and then we will proceed with their presentation. So Chairman Popoy De Vera is online. This is a special accommodation because nagka-COVID siya sa lahat pa ng time na, I have to say it because magtataka lahat ng tao kung ba't wala ka dito, Popoy. So anyway, so we made that accommodation. And then President Tirso Ronquillo is in front of me. Happy birthday. Mamaya, kantahan ka ng lahat ng presidente. Our PASOK regional coordinators are also here. Saan kayo? All around, spread out, I assume. The University of the Philippines System, represented by its President, Gigil Jimenez, over there. Hi, Gigil. DAP President, Attorney Engelbert Caronan Jr. Hello, sir. Kamusta kayo? And the SUC Presidents, other officials, and staff. Dahil sa sobrang excited nyo, late tayo nag-umpisa kasi hindi tayo nagkasya sa kwarto. Sa sobrang excited nyo makapunta lahat dito. So on that note, pwede bang patayuin ko lahat ng president ng SUCs para kayo po ay ma-acknowledge? Please stand up. Kumusta kayo lahat? President Gigil, hindi natatayo dahil lagi na nandito yan. Nakailang punta na. Anyway, welcome. Welcome all of you. Nagulat yung staff ko, nagulat din ang secretariat. Hindi nila akalain na, paano nyo naman nakalimutan yun? Before COVID, ganyan naman mag-attend tong mga to, di ba? So, actually, that's on us. Kasi ako naman, I really expected that they'll be here. Ako hindi ako nagulat. Hindi nyo ginamit yung konting futures thinking. Talagang dadating yung mga yan. Budget season pa naman, dadating talaga yung mga yan. All right, so for the Commission on Higher Education, the total new appropriation is 29,678,007,000 pesos. For the state universities and colleges, including UP, it is a total new appropriation of 100,882,313,000 for the University of the Philippines alone. The total new appropriations is 21,291,523,000 pesos, and for the Development Academy of the Philippines, 556,353,000 pesos. Okay. I will save my comments for later. So we will proceed with the presentation. The order of presentation is CHED, and then the State University and Colleges, University of the Philippines, and then DAP. Questions will be asked after all the presentations. So as the other senators come in, Senator Gatchalian is actually here. He just had to attend to another meeting. As they come in, we will acknowledge their presence, but officers will be given the first, for the staff of the senators that are monitoring, officers first, and then in order of appearance. Okay, I think we can proceed. So, Chair Popoy, the floor is yours. Are you there?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me to join online. I got my positive test only last night, so
I hope you're feeling okay. Are you feeling okay naman?
pwede na.
Pwede na. Baka mabawasan yung tanong kung alam nila. Huwag ka mag-alala. Pagdating ng mga setan, lahat yun, i-announce ko ulit na ikaw recovering pa lang.
Yeah, we submitted, Madam Chair, a long budget PowerPoint detailing all the important matters on the budget. But in the interest of time, I have shortened the presentation so it can be finished in about 7 to 8 minutes. If there are questions later on other areas, I can show the other slides that are necessary to talk about budget utilization and the other. So can we share my screen now? Is my screen seen by everybody? So as far as our CHED budget proposal for fiscal year 2024, my outline of presentation is divided into 5 parts. First, a comparison of the 2023 GAA versus the 2024 NEP. Also, the 2023 NEP versus 2024 NEP to show variances in terms of allocation. The second one is some important data on higher education. The third one is our accomplishments for the past year. The fourth one are concerns regarding free higher ed, and the last one is our wish list. Next slide, please. So the comparison of our GAA 2023, the proposed NEP and the final NEP is as follows. Last year, we got 31.7 billion from the GAA. This year, we proposed 40.3 billion and got 30.9 billion in the NEP. So there is some difference between the 2023 GAA and the NEP of a little close to a billion pesos. There is no significant difference in terms of the PS and the others. The reduction was felt in the MOOE. We had a little bit of increase in capital outlay, and we were able to get additional funds from the Higher Education Development Fund. Next slide, please. So in terms of comparing the 2023 GAA and the 2024 NEP, we had a reduction in personnel services of about 16 million. We had a big reduction in MOOE of about 852 million, and an increase in capital outlay of 126 million pesos. The total is we had a reduction of about 742.5 million from last year's GAA. Next slide, please. If you compare the breakdown of the 2023 GAA and the 2024 NEP, the ones on the red are the ones that are highlighted where there is a difference. The universal access to quality tertiary education was reclassified so that it is now divided between what we pay for tertiary education subsidy, what we pay for reimbursement of local universities and colleges, but the amount is almost the same as far as UACT is concerned. We have a reduction in the seed fund for the development of medical schools in state universities and colleges. Last year, we had 250 million inserted in the BICAM. The good news is 150 has been put as a regular appropriation in the NEP already this year. But that is still short of the regular 250 million that we get through congressional action. The subsidy for tuition fees of medical students in Lux has been reduced from 167 million to 18.5. We welcome this reduction. We agree with it. We proposed it because this funding was for continuing scholars circa 2017. And we're not able to use the amount anymore because most of them are graduating actually this year. The financial assistance to postgraduate studies is the same. Medical scholarship and return service is the same. All the other ones highlighted down the table are realignments initiated by members of the Senate and the House, including funding for transnational higher education, the Philippines Qualification Framework, foreign scholarships for military and civilian officials, which was introduced by Senator Tolentino, the ROTC Games, which was introduced by Senator Tolentino. So all of this, as a matter of practice, if these are realignments from from Congress, DBM does not include it in the NEP of the following year. Next slide, please. In terms of 2023 GAA versus 2024 NEP, the biggest increase the decrease is that last year there was a realignment for the construction of a CHED building in Region 8. So that is no longer included in the NEP because that is now under construction. Next slide, please. And for comparison of 2023 GAA versus 2024 NEP in terms of locally funded project, as I mentioned, these are the ones that have no more allocation for this year because these were realignments done by Congress. Next slide. Okay, some fast facts on higher education. We have almost 2,000 public and private universities today, composed of about 1,700 private, 114 SUCs, and 136 SUCs. If you include the satellite campus of our state universities and colleges, we have about 2,400 physical structures of higher education institutions. The total enrollees from 2021 to 2022 increased from 4.1 million to 4.6 million as of this school year. Next slide, please. The good news about higher ed is that if you look at participation rates in higher education, including technical vocational education and TVET, we have significantly increased the participation rate compared to other countries in the ASEAN. This is from UNESCO data. Next slide. So what are our accomplishments in higher education? Last year, when we submitted to the President our accomplishments, we identified 6 areas of accomplishment. The first is improving access to and increasing participation rate in higher education through free higher ed. The second one is strengthening maritime education. The third is producing world-class nurses. The fourth is expanding access to medical education to produce world-class physicians who will practice in underserved communities. The fifth is having niche programs. And the last one is internationalization of Philippine higher education. Next slide, please. So what have we done? After 17 years, we were finally able to address the deficiencies in our maritime education so that the EU has decided to continue recognizing the certificate that we issued to our seafarers. So we saved close to 50,000 jobs in EU ships and continued the recognition of our 400,000 seafarers all over the world. The President has given directives on this matter. He has instructed DOT, ARCHED, and Marina to ensure that we continue improving and that we continue to have high standards for our maritime education. And also instructed DMW, CHED, TESDA, and Marina to collaborate with stakeholders in identifying strategies to ensure the availability of skilled workers to fulfill the requirements of the shipping industry. So our claim or our achievement is that we will continue producing world-class seafarers. Next slide, please. In nursing education, we have submitted to the President, and this was included in the written SONA report of the President and also mentioned in the SONA. We have submitted to the President long-term, medium-term, and short-term interventions to address the nursing shortage. And this includes lifting the ban on the moratorium on the opening of new nursing programs. There are more than 50 schools that have applied for nursing programs, and if all of them are approved, we will have an additional 2,000 graduates by academic year 2027. 2028. We have noticed that when the schools were applying, that they cannot open a lot of sections because there is a lack of qualified faculty who have master's degrees, because nurses of master's degrees are also in high demand in other countries, so they're also leaving the country. So we are going to implement an accelerated master's degree program that recognizes prior learning or prior experience of nurses so that we can shorten their master's program. We intend to launch this next school year. For the medium term, we have already started, and the short term we have already started putting together hospitals and schools. We signed agreements in Malacanang last week where the clinical care associates who are employed in hospitals, these are underboard nurses, will be given special review classes by selected top performing nursing schools so that hopefully we can convert a lot of these clinical care associates into nurses. So this was launched, or this was included in the zone of the president, and last Thursday, 19 Philippine HEIs and more than 50 hospitals signed agreements. So we intend to start the review classes in January. Next slide, please. We thank Senator Pia Cayetano for her championing this program. We would like to inform our good chair that we have increased the number of state universities and colleges with Doctor of Medicine programs. From 8 when I was appointed chair, we have 19 now. There are 11 SUCs under consideration, 5 have applications in the central office, and 6 have applications in our regions. We have given grants to the medical schools for upgrading the equipment that they need. There are now 2,233 medical scholars from 2017 to 2021, and close to 1,000 medical scholars last school year. Next slide, please. We have also started targeting niche programs in our internationalization program. We have a ladderized diploma program in aircraft maintenance engineering between the British Columbia Institute of Technology, which is the largest aviation school in Canada, with PhilSCA and WCC. We continue to have projects with the IBPAP, the IT industry, to produce world-class specialists. And we're now going into linking Philippine schools and foreign schools in areas like animation, which has been identified in the National Skills Framework as a niche program where there will be tremendous growth in the following year. This has been reported to the President, and the President has directed DOLE, DTI, and CHED to strengthen government-industry labor-academic partnership and to continue reskilling and upskilling training programs in order to rectify jobs and skills mismatches among the country's workforce. Next slide, please. And for world-class universities, we continue to increase the number of Philippine higher education institutions who are consciously benchmarking with the best universities in the world and subjecting themselves to ranking. From a low of about 15 HEIs previously, there are now 76 higher education institutions, 1 LUC, 33 private, and 42 SUCs that are ranked in the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking, the World University Ranking, and the QS. The linkages that we have also established and sustained between Philippine HEIs and world ranking universities has increased from 1,527 to 1,968. Next slide, please. For concerns about free higher ed, next slide. we had a problem regarding the students enrolled in private schools in areas where there are no SUKs and LUKs. Because in 2021, we ran out of money. The funding for free higher ed did not reach the PNSL. And so in the House Oversight Committee on Appropriations and Committee on Higher and Technical Education, the schools allege that there are unpaid claims for students that were expecting to be given tests. We explained the reasons for non-payment because there was no more funds in the budget of 2021-22. It was only enough to pay free higher education for looks and continuing tests. The committees of the House urged CHED to look for funds to settle the claims since names have been uploaded on the CHED portal. We therefore looked for funds from the Higher Education Development Fund or existing funds of the Commission. Next slide, please. We'd like to inform the committee that we have solved the problem of the claims of tests for private schools in no SUK, no LUK areas. A total of 191,000 names were uploaded in the portal for 2021-2022. We have validated the 191,000 names and found that 141,450 students are qualified to be given tests. We submitted a request for 3.8 billion for the Higher Education Development Fund, but we have not received a written approval from the DBM. While waiting for this approval, we identified funds from the GAA of 2023, especially because the UNIFAST board decided to reduce the tests so that we can cover all the claimants. So the test for the private schools with no SUK, no LUK has been reduced to 20,000 pesos per year. This was agreed upon by PASOK and by Cocopeya. And we decided to use the current 2023 budget to prioritize student applicants in 2021-2022. In the discussions of the budget of CHED in the House, the DBM said that we cannot use 2023 GAA to pay students enrolled in 2021-22. So currently, we are processing the NCA. Once we get the NCA, we will be able to pay the students in PNSL for academic year 2022-2023 and the first semester of 23-24 using 2023 GAA. We're still looking for money for the school year 21-22. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have allotted the amount of 4.2 billion pesos to pay qualified test grantees in PNSL for the second semester of 2022-2023, etc. Each beneficiary will get 30,000. We are now in the process of securing the NCA, and we expect to pay the test grantees in the last quarter of 2023 as soon as the money is given. Next slide, please. The other problem that we have tried to solve is the problem of the claim of SUKs for reimbursement. From 2018 to 2021, the budget for SUK reimbursement was given directly to CHED, and the SUK submitted their claims and CHED paid the same. There were no claims which were not paid by CHED from 2018 to 2021. In 2022, Congress decided to give reimbursements directly to the SUK's GAA. We were not involved in the computation, so we did, nor in the validation, so we really have no idea why there was a problem in terms of supposed reimbursement that was missing. Based on the data of SUK, some SUKs have deficiencies, while some have were given more than their enrollment. In the 2022 GAA, there was a special provision saying that the amount appropriated in UACTE shall also include the requirements to cover any deficiency in the appropriation of SUCs. This was if there were funds available. Several SUC submitted claims starting November 2022. Next slide, please. From the budget of UACTE in the 2022 GAA, there was an unobligated amount of 860 million because during the year, 19 local universities and colleges were delisted. So the 860 million is supposed to pay for the reimbursement of tuition and miscellaneous fees of these LOCs. We decided in the UNIFAST board to divide the amount 430 for the reimbursement of SUCs and 430 for new tests of PHEIs. Given that during 21 and 22, we also did not have new test grantees in all private schools in the Listahanan program. So COCOPE and PASOK submitted resolutions to the UNIFAST board attesting that the division is okay for them and that they will propose how the money will be used. So the PASOK submitted a list of schools that will get portions of the 430 million, and we have paid most of this already to the SUCs. That means that we have reduced the claims of the SUCs from about 3.2 billion to about 2.78 billion for 2022. I have met with the Senate Committee on Higher Education Chair, Chis Escudero, and DBM Secretary Amena Paglanganan, and also discussed with Congressman Marco of the House on the various options that we can pursue to address the claims of reimbursement. And I think we have a schedule in October 16 to discuss this with the universities. Thank you, Madam Chair. Our wish list is short. We have discussed this previously in the pre-plenary meeting. We hope that we could increase the seed fund for the development of medical schools in SUCs. Only 150 million was given in the GAA, and we have schools needed their next set of medical educational equipment already. Because nursing is important, we hope we could give funding for scholarship of nursing students, particularly those that we will require to have return service. We are hoping that capacity building or training for faculty members of maritime programs can also be provided so we can comply with our objective of ensuring that our maritime programs continue to have world-class standards. We are also hoping we could get some funding for the reskilling of nursing graduates, especially those from hospitals, both public and private, so that we can subsidize the cost for the review classes so we can produce more nurses. As the chair of the committee, Senator Cayetano had mentioned earlier, we might need to look again at the Scholar ng Bayan and give more subsidy for them. And finally, if we could get some capital outlay for the ICT infrastructure of CHED, given the fact that the number of scholars that we're handling has continued to increase and the data that we need to collect is also significant. Thank you, Madam Chair, for listening to the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair Popoy. Let me now acknowledge the senators who have arrived. Senator Hontiveros is here with us, Deputy Minority Floor Leader. Senator De La Rosa is also here, and our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda. So, dear colleagues, as I mentioned earlier, we'll finish all the presentations before the questions will be asked para lang matapos lahat, otherwise mabibitin ang mga presentation. But if there are short opening statements by anyone? No? Okay. They are willing to listen. Thank you. So, next to present is President Tirso Ronquillo from PASUC. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon to the Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Legarda, Senator Pia, the chairperson of the Subcommittee on Finance, as well as Senator Risa, and of course Senator Ronald De La Rosa. To all our colleagues in SUCs, JED family, good afternoon. Allow me to present the budget proposal of state universities and colleges. In the next slide. This budget proposal is for the sake of these 114 state universities and colleges in the country, with a total of around 400 or almost 500 satellite campuses. We have at the moment 1.85 million students and 71,000 permanent and temporary faculty and non-teaching staff, and supported by 51,000 job order and contract of service workers. And in our system, in the 114 state university, we are able to produce 350,000 graduates annually. In the next slide, okay, next slide. I will go direct to my presentation, Madam Chair. The total SUC budget for 2024 NEP is 100.88 billion, broken down by expense class 59.08%, or 59.59 billion of the total budget is allocated for personal services. 35.47%, or 35.78 billion is for MOE, and only 5.45%, or 5.5 billion is for capital outlay. In the next slide, we have the comparison of the regional distribution of the 2024 NEP. Of the total budget, UP system got the biggest share at 21%, followed by Region 3, consisting of 12 SUCs, and Region 6, consisting of 11 SUCs at 8%. And NCR, consisting of 7 SUCs, at 7% share, while Region 4A with 5 SUCs, and Region 8 with 10 SUCs, and MSU system all at 6%. It can be noted that for fiscal year 2024, the combined budget of SUCs in regions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and CAR is 34.16 billion, or 33.86% of the total SUCs budget. Meanwhile, the combined budget of SUCs in region 6, 7, 8 is 18.47 billion, or 18.31%. And as shown, NCR and UP got 7.17 billion, or 7.1%, and 21.29 billion, 21.11% respectively. In the next slide, allow us to...
Sorry, maybe later on.
Yes, po.
I think it's also important to see the population that is serviced, because when you say SUC, may maliit, may malaki.
Yes, po.
Iba-iba. So, more details on that later or to be submitted, ha?
Apo.
Thank you.
We have data, Madam Chair. Here, in the next slide, okay, the trend in our budget through the years from 2015 to 2023 has been constantly increasing, of course, to the support of our allies in the Senate, through the sincere efforts and support of our allies also in the House. However, for 2024, when compared to GAA, the budget of 100.88 billion represents a huge decrease of 6.156 billion over the SUC's budget for 2023, or 5.75%. Broken down, there's a slight increase in PS of 2.98 billion, or 5.28%, but a minimal decrease in MOE of 25.3 million. The huge decrease is on capital outlay of 9.117 billion, or 62.06%. 0.37%. In the next slide, this slide shows a regional comparison of GAA 2023 versus NEP 2024. It can be noted that 12 regions or 86 SUCs have registered consolidated increases total of 5.29 billion, but regions 5 and 2 systems or 30 SUCs have combined net decrease of 11.45 billion, ranging 0.42 to 26 or 27.63% respectively.
President Tirso, one more thing lang, and I always point this out in the other hearings that I chair. You need to also include the comparison of the NEP 2023 kasi yung NEP 2024 obviously does not have the congressional initiatives. The GAA 2023 has congressional initiatives, di ba? Tataas din naman yung NEP 2024 mo dahil nga ang mga advocates mo ay nandito na sa harap nyo. So para lang clear yung picture natin. Every year kasi yan naman talaga yung situation. So include the NEP 2023 because I doubt highly if there's a significant decrease pag NEP to NEP ang pinag-uusapan. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that is on my next or fourth slide after this. We have that comparison, Madam
In
Chair.
that case, congrats in advance kasi usually hindi pinapakita yon, parang naha-highlight yung decrease.
We have po. We have.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for pointing that out because really, in most agencies, they compare the NEP of 2024 to the GAA of the present year, which obviously will be lower. And so for those who are not familiar with the budgetary process outside because we're streamed live, they'll say, bakit binabaan ni Senator Cayetano, chair ng ganito, pero hindi naman because NEP to NEP dapat because it will increase, right? So also, maybe another point, Madam Chair, would be the construction of structures or building which, if completed, will of course not be carried in the NEP of the next year. So we have to indicate whether there's capital outlay for certain structures na baka natapos na, so the NEP of the next year will not carry it. So thank you for mentioning that. Yes. Thank you. It's sure to go up.
Okay.
Sige, thank you.
Thank you.
Ang maganda doon ganito, sasabihin mo something like sa capital 10 projects were completed, kaya po ready na kami for the funding of the next 10. Ganon. Para kasi kami, parang teka, pinondohan namin yan eh, di ba? Parang ang sama naman na bumaba, pero kasi na-complete na. And ready din kami to give more. Lahat kami dito. Okay?
And last, regarding this, perhaps we should mention if it's a multi-year structure, in the first year, hindi pa natapos, this is the second year, pero hindi pa po tapos, kaya may second or third year. But we indicate if it's completed, so necessarily, the NEP of the next year goes down because the structure was completed this year. Ganun po. Para ang itsura natin, at least optics, they understand, hindi bumaba yung budget, natapos lang yung structure. Ganun po. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May we ask the Secretariat to go to the, I think, 4 slides from now. Yeah, I think this is the slide that we are referring to. Madam Chair, we are really very thankful.
Tumaas.
We are very thankful. Yeah, it's in our presentation po. As shown in this slide, if NEP vis-a-vis NEP last year and this year is compared, the amount of 100.88 billion in 2024 is higher by 7.57 billion or 8.1% of NEP 2023. So we are thankful po that compared to last year's NEP, our NEP now is higher. So I think we have to give you data on what are those projects were completed on phase 1, and I think for phase 2, maybe we'll be looking for some amount or no amount at all because we have completed. We will give that po.
And what's critical there, I'll explain it now. There are congressional initiatives that have now been absorbed in the NEP because naintindihan ng DBM na yung initiatives namin are really long-term initiatives. Katulad nung Doktor para sa Bayan. Hindi yan one time. Tuloy-tuloy yun. Pag natapos yung pag natapos yung initiative ng pagpapatayo ng medical school sa school mo, Dr. Tirso, sa Batsu, iba namang university yung tutulungan, 'di ba? Kaya yung sinasabi namin sa DBM na narinig na nila tayo and ini-institutionalize na nila. That's the word. They institutionalize now those changes so that you will find it in the NEP. And that's our goal, that you don't need Congress to keep lobbying for you because you are handling your funding very well, that it becomes institutionalized in the NEP. Yun, that's the goal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I will not go back anymore to my previous slide. So, next slide na po, because that's summary. So, thank you for the increase of our NEP. So, in this slide, we have a presentation. Good afternoon po, Senator Win. We have a presentation on the budget utilization of SUCs. As per BESF table, that is on obligations versus appropriations, in 2021 and 2022, the rate of utilization is 86% and 83% respectively. But since these are continuing appropriations, the rates are actually higher. Based on our survey for obligation versus allotment, it is 88% as of July 2023. Meanwhile, the budget utilization for fiscal year 2023 budget is at 55%, that is obligation BUR, and 75% that is on disbursement BUR. In the next slide, this is merely, Madam Chair, the comparison of what our SUCs propose to the BM as endorsed by the Regional Development Council. So, PASOK is truly appreciative that Congress and Senate have stepped in with additional appropriations through the years. It is, we believe, a reflective of transformative and resilient approach of the legislative agenda of higher education. And as proposed, we have 331.3 billion pesos or million pesos. And what was given to us is merely 1/3 or 100.88 billion pesos. So there is a decrease of 69.55% based on our proposal to DBM as endorsed by our respective RDCs. In the next slide, this is on pre-higher education. I know this deficiency issues is recurring in many discussions, in many fora, but just to be reflective of what was discussed before. We are thankful for the continuing budgetary allocation for the pre-higher education since 2017. However, since 2022, when the budget for FHE was directly released to SUCs, 83 out of our 114 SUCs suffered a deficiency with a total amount of 3.3 billion pesos in FY 2022. This was, I think, explained by Chair Popoy in his previous presentation. And just to reiterate, there was, I think, a budget surplus in Unipas of around 800 million pesos, and almost half of that, we agree with Cocopeya that half of that will be for SUCs, meaning to say, we got around 400 million, how do I call it? Deficiency po, reimbursement of our deficiency. So meaning to say, out of 3.2, we were given around 400 million. So we still have 2.7, 2.8 billion deficiency. And I hope that this year we will be supported by Congress on how the deficiency for 2023 will be addressed. For fiscal year 2020, when we say deficiency, it is the difference between the amount allotted for FHE in the GAA vis-a-vis the FHE due to SUCs based on actual enrollment. It is worth noting that for fiscal year 2022 and 2023, the total allotment for FHE was exactly the same as 18.7 billion pesos, Madam Chair, despite the noted increase in enrollment for fiscal year 2023. That is one thing that we are wondering why. With the projected enrollment of 1.8 million for fiscal year 2024 and an allotment for FHE in the NEP of 21.7 billion pesos only, a deficiency of 4.2 billion pesos is likewise estimated. It is our earnest request that an additional amount of 4.2 billion more or less be appropriated for fiscal year 2024 to cover for FHE deficiency, Madam Chair. So we have here also the breakdown of deficiencies for our SUCs, and you might be surprised to see that some of our SUCs projected deficiency for 2024 have 607 million, one has 322 million, one has more than 200 million deficiency for fiscal year 2024. So it is our petition that Congress would augment the budget for pre-higher education just to cover this deficiency. On our wish list, Madam Chair, this is the summary of our wish list. And the next slide, we understand that there is a very limited fiscal space in fiscal year 2024, while support to key sectors are the priorities of the government, but it's also our humble belief that in the pursuit of delivering quality education as well specified in the Constitution of the Philippines, it is a priority. This wish list includes equipment provision and infrastructure developments, which must also be prioritized to better serve our stakeholders. To the sincere efforts of Congress in previous years is highly recognized by our SUCs, Madam Chair. Of course, through your representation, we were able to get an augmentation of our budget. So we will be submitting details of this wish list to your office. On the next slide, while we consider the need for additional capital outlays, we are equally mindful of the binding requirements and implementation of the reclassification of faculty positions through NBC 461 previously and the Joint Circular number 3 currently. And the estimated funding requirement is 2.8 billion for an estimated of 15,000 faculty members. So we appeal that this budget be assured in the next fiscal year 2024 before our capital outlay budget. We hope that this will be given more priority. In addition, our prayers for continued implementation and adequate funding for the revised org structure and staffing pattern for SUCs. And we are hopeful that the next tranche, second tranche or phase 2 of our ROS be finalized before the end of fiscal year 2023 and implemented in FY 2024. Madam Chair, we are thankful that the government was able to implement and the government was able to provide budget for the phase 1 of our ROS. We are now implementing the phase 1. When we say ROS, that is the required admin support for our SUCs. On top of the faculty plantilla, this is non-teaching plantilla, and we are now implementing it. We thank the Congress for the allocation of budget for phase 1. And we are now finalizing the guidelines with DBM, CHED, and PASOK for the phase 2 or second tranche. What we are now exploring or requesting is the budget for this phase 2. In closing, we are truly appreciative and thankful of the support of the Senate and the House on the request of budget for SUCs. So what is the most priority for all of us in SUCs? That is to give us the augmentation of budget for the pre-higher education, and then the budget for NBC and the ROS, and then the individual SUCs requests on their wish list for capital outlay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, President Tirso. And now let's go on to UP. I call on President Gigil Jimenez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a presentation? We submitted the
Before you proceed, let me just acknowledge the presence of Senator Gatchalian, our chairman of the Committee on Basic Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May I proceed, Madam Chair? First slide, please. Thank you. Yes, may I just start with the presentation of what consists of the University of the Philippine system for the appreciation of everyone. First of all, the University of the Philippines is composed of 9 constituent universities, 8 constituent universities, and 1 constituent college, UP Tacloban, which became autonomous only a few months ago. So we have UP Diliman, UP Los Baños, UP Manila, Visayas, UP Open University, UP Mindanao, UP Baguio, and UP Cebu. Of course, included also under the University of the Philippines system is our only national university hospital, which is the Philippine General Hospital, which is also the primary tertiary care referral center of the entire country. We have 26 campuses spread all over the Philippines, and this includes 10 extension campuses. Maybe I don't have to mention them all, but let me just point out that we have School of Health Sciences in Cotabato, in Leyte, in Aurora, and lately in Tarlac, and maybe one more in Caraga that is being planned. Over and above these things that not many people might be aware of. And this includes a Philippine General Hospital as well in New Clark City. We have 5 future campuses. One is in UP Dasmariñas, which is now being in the process. The other one is in Barangay Santa Elena in Tacloban. This is a new site for UP Tacloban, which was inundated during Typhoon Yolanda. Although we have recovered our buildings in UP Tacloban, we are building a new campus in a safe place, which can also serve as an evacuation center just in case a similar catastrophe could occur and can be used by the people there. We have a UP New Clark City in Capas, Tarlac. We have a UP as well that is being made but is already operating in Panabo, Davao del Sur, and one recently opened is the one in Pandan, Antique, courtesy of the assistance of Senator Loren, which I attended as well, its opening. Next slide, please. To gain a deeper appreciation of the
Madam
university.
Chair,
Yes.
just a quick follow-up to the good president. Meron din po kayong, in the previous slide,
Yes.
virtual university on ocean
Yes,
and
yes.
archipelagic. Did I
Yes,
see that?
it's mentioned. Yes, we have just established the UP Archipelagic and Oceans Virtual University, which is composed of many of our programs that has something to do with not just oceans, but trying to promote an archipelagic consciousness po sa buong bansa so that we can view it as part of our national identity. It is still under the technical working group stage, but it was approved by the Board of Regents on May. It will include everything related, like the College of Fisheries in Visayas, the Marine Science Institutes in Diliman, and it will also include even naval architecture in the future, or something which we lack. We will be happy to report on the progress of this to the Senate if it is preferred, but it is still under the technical working group. Well, so,
Salamat, Madam Chair, and to the good
Thank you,
president. Very
thank you.
interesting po in relation also to our current concerns, urgent and strategic, about the West Philippine Sea and the exclusive economic zone.
The
Salamat po.
The oceans diplomacy, the blue economy, the West Philippine Sea, the United Nations Convention of the Law Sea is a very central part of it, and as a matter of fact, one of the drivers of the creation of this particular digital virtual university.
Mag-enroll lahat ng staff natin dyan, ano?
It will be headed right now by your classmate, Madam Chair, Jay Batumbakal.
Okay,
And
okay.
National Academician Rodora Azanza. Thank you very much. So to gain a even deeper appreciation, please, next slide, of the cost implications of running a national university, which is very expensive. We have also under us about 30 national institutes and centers. And this includes primarily the Philippine General Hospital. Is it there? Yeah, first, I'd just like to mention the Philippine General Hospital because it's 30% of the UP budget, and it serves as much as 700,000 patients a year, overwhelmingly indigent. So this is something that it is under us and we have to manage as well. But let me just go on this. We have the Philippine Genome Center. This has been primarily instrumental in our ability to combat the pandemic during the last 3 years. It is based in Diliman. That's a UP Systems project. Under Diliman, you have the National Institute for Science and Mathematics, or NISMED, the National Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, National Institute of Physics, Natural Science Research Institute, National Institutes of Geological Sciences, Marine Science Institute, National Center for Transport Studies, and the National Hydraulic Center. We have even a larger list in Manila. This is about 16 institutes of health. It's going to be very difficult to read them now, but these are 16 institutes doing a lot of research, and including, of course, action research, which concerning public health. In PGH, you have a separate one called the National Poison Management and Control Center. In Los Baños, you have the National Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotech, the Dairy Training Research Institute, National Crop Institute, and the Institute of Plant Breeding. In Visayas, it's the Institute of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology. This is over and above our academic functions. We are serving this directly to the entire country. Next slide, please.
I
Yes,
just want to
please.
ask Chancellor Padilla, is the simulation lab now officially a center under UP Manila? Not yet. It's still going through the process.
Madam Chair, it's under the College of Medicine.
College of
Yes.
Medicine. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, May. Yes. This is, in a nutshell, in just one slide, our budget proposal. This is, but let me just start that NEP to NEP, 23 to 24, we have a reduced budget by about 564 million NEP to NEP, but it's not here. We can flash it, but it's not here. But I'm just stating that NEP to NEP, 23 to 24, UP's budget has gone down by half a billion, from 21.8 to 21.3 billion pesos. Now, we'll go here. Our total budget request is 40, and the NEP is 21. That is 47% less than what we are asking, or 19.5 billion. PGH is roughly, the budget for PGH alone is, we are asking for 7 billion, and we got 5.4 million. And the academic function of the university, including all the other units that we have mentioned, our budget proposal is 33, and we were granted a 15.8 under the National Expenditure Plan. This is the natural. You can see it in the graph, Your Honor. As you can see, much of the decrease is in the next slide, please. May I request for the next slide? Is that the next slide? Next slide, please. Okay. So this is a breakdown of the budget. The biggest decrease comes for the academic function, for the academic units, which includes all the others except PGH, is our MOOE. For PGH as well. And our capital outlay is just 52 million. This is way much less than the University of the Philippines need, not for new capital outlay, but just to finish the different phases of all the capital outlays that were granted to us by Congress. So our total is, we requested for yes, last year our GAA is 24.2, and under the NEP today, it's a total of 21 billion, 21.2 billion, or 3 billion. That is a 3 billion deduction from, if what we go by NEP to GAA, Madam Chair. Okay, may we request for, okay, much of the reduction from the university under the NEP would directly impact training and scholarship expenses, utilities, supplies and materials, other maintenance and operate, general service. In other words, our day-to-day operations of the existing university. We have around 65,000 students, including graduate students all over the country, and about 18,000 personnel, including 13 with plantilla items, spread out in over 30 venues throughout the country. Yeah, may we proceed with the next slide, please? Just to show how efficient we are in terms of utilizing our budget, we have a high obligation and utilization rates across, but this one we're just showing for 22 and 23. Our 2022 utilization is 88.5, and our disbursement is 85.65. But this is only as of December 31, 2022. The figures would be much higher by this time, Madam Chair. For this year, we have a obligation rate of 35 and a utilization rate, a disbursement rate of 87.33. But this is only as of June 31 this year. As of now, we should have obligated already around 80% of this. But we have consistently, it has been our experience that it's only on the, it's really usually in the latter half of the year that most of our either obligation and disbursement would normally rise very steeply. So we are very confident of a more than passing budget obligation and budget disbursement rate for this year, like any other year. May we request for the next slide, please? This was mentioned earlier. We have, this is the Time Higher Education rankings. We have gone down that during the last, this is figures for 2022, but we have a World University rankings, which we have kept at a 400 position. These are two very different systems. The first one, the Times, is basically based on our citation rate. The problem with citation rate is that UP counts as a system instead of individual. So the denominator is our huge number of faculty, so that compared to other smaller schools, we would tend to have a lower because of it is being divided by the total number of our professors and researchers. But we do have produced enough citation rate. But in the QS survey, it is really based on how the educational institution fulfills student potential through educational achievement, international mobility, and career development. So this is where UP continues to be very high in world rankings, Ron, in terms of our graduate satisfaction and their performance in the workplace, Your Honor. Madam Chair.
Mr. President, are you saying that if that was University of the Philippines, Diliman, you would be higher?
Yes,
You've
our
computed it?
denominator is a very big denominator, so that no matter how many
Kaya nga.
citations we have, it will really go down.
So later on, or just submit to me, if it's University of the Philippines, Diliman, University of the Philippines, Manila. Kasi Manila, you have so many scientists.
Yes, Your Honor, there was a time when the citations per UP Manila even top Harvard Medical School.
Okay. Sige, so we'd like to see that. No, maybe later, but now's not the time for the questions. Just wanted
Yes.
to bring it up because we
Yes.
see it, okay? Maybe you
We
can
will consider
explain
that.
further later.
Yeah. This will be all for our indicators. Your Honor, in terms of major achievements, we have submitted a very long list. I just like to mention quite a few, as I was advised. Just a few, Your Honor. We have really gone, we have really focused, basically, we are jumping off from our experience as the center, a primary referral center during the COVID pandemic, and we are now focusing on genomic biosurveillance to detect variants, concerns, and others circulating in the country through our newfound capacity in terms of genetic sequencing. So we are pushing through with that even after to come out with our genomic surveillance. We have as well strengthened our partnership with SUCs, other higher education institutions, hospitals, and R&D institutions to improve their capacity as well to do the DNA sequencing. And the vision is that many of our hospitals, if not all, will have that capacity, at least the minimum capacity for do that. Carmencita, Chancellor Padilla is here, and our nation's foremost neurosurgeon, the head of PGH is as well here, and the Vice President for Academic Affairs is also among our top eye doctors in the country. They can, if, Madam Chair, if you want to ask more questions about the technical aspect, they'll be very willing they'll be happy to share this. Let me also cite a few things. In the Philippine General Hospital, we have conducted the first in the entire history of the country. We have the robotic bariatric surgery for morbid obesity. We use robots now to operate very non-invasive. Well, it's always invasive, but hardly invasive anymore. For morbid obesity, the robotic pancreatic surgery, these are robotic arms, and the robotic tonsillectomy. Although these are very high-tech procedure done in PGH, we just like to point out that this is now available to even those who cannot afford to do that. This used to be only available to those with a lot of money. We can do this now for indigents, Your Honor. One thing of note, maybe just to be able to recognize the achievements of the Philippine General Hospital and the UP Manila School system, even the first site of the American Association of Neurosurgery International Traveling Fellowship Program, they are now sending their experts to learn neurosurgery, observe our neurosurgery practices and procedures in the Philippines through the Philippine General Hospital. This is a very major recognition of the gains that we have achieved in terms of promoting in terms of providing hitherto very expensive medical procedure and making them available to the ordinary Filipino. The director of PGH is here with us today. Your Honors, Madam Chair, we have a list of projects, capital outlay that was very long, but we understand that there will be a cut in budget, and we understand that there is a need to be equitable about this. We will make do with what we can get, but I would just like to stress, Your Honor, that Madam Chair, that we are submitting a list of capital outlay project in the amount of about 3 billion. These are not new capital outlay projects. We just want to continue what was started in the past under different paces, because we do not want to let them go to waste and just finish them. We are not asking for new capital outlay, actually, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Gigil, actually, that's my reminder for all the SUCs and President Tirso. No, we always ask for pasok's assistance in the review of your requests for additional budget. Yung mga naumpisahan na, tapusin na natin. Yun ang pinaka-importante talaga, no? Kasi sayang nga, as President Gigil said. Okay, sige, may excited na matapos ang project sa likod. Okay, one last speaker. But before I give the floor, I just recognize the presence of the Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. Would you like to say?
No, thank
a few
you, Madam
words?
Chair. Just wanted to thank you for recognizing our presence here because some of my kababayans from Bulacan would not probably believe that I made it here. Thank you, Madam
He
Chair.
came from Bulacan. He was messaging me earlier. Muntik na nga kita pa online bate kung hindi ka aabot, pero umabot ka naman. So, okay. So the last speaker, and then we'll open the floor to questions of our colleagues, is from the Development Academy of the Philippines, President Caronan. You have the floor, sir.
Madam Chair, the honorable members of the Senate, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present our proposed budget. Can we have our slides, please, first? Oh, iba yan. Iba yan dito. Okay, as you might have all know, the DAP is a government-owned and controlled corporation that does not receive any budget from the government for its PS and its MOOE. However, there are certain programs that the DAP is being mandated to perform, and this is the purpose for today's budget hearing. So as you can see from the slides, the mandated program of the DAP is composed of two general categories. First is the education and training program, and the second one is the research and technical assistance on public sector productivity programs. Under the education and training programs, it consists of, number one, the Public Management Development Program, or what we call the PMDP program. Number two is the support to projects and programs of the Productivity Development Center. Number three is the education, training, capacity building seminars. Number four is the support for the academic programs of the Graduate School of Public and Development Management. Number five pertains to the massive open online courses on data science and analytics. And number six, on the Capability Development Program on Environmental Governance for Management for Resiliency and Future Readiness of Local Policymakers. For research and technical assistance and public sector productivity programs, it consists of, number one, the Government Quality Management Program. Number two, Modernizing Government Regulation Program, or what we call the MGR program. Number three, the Center for Excellence on Public Sector Productivity Program. Number four, the harmonization of the National Government Performance Monitoring and Reporting System, Results-Based Performance Management System. Number five, Foresight and Anticipatory Governance Program. Number six, Smart and Creative Communities Program. Number seven, research programs of the Graduate School of the Public and Development Management and Research on Sustainable Development Goals and Futures Thinking. And number eight, the Center for Excellence for Data Science and Analytics Program. The education and training programs, termed locally funded programs, are the items funded by the government in support of our education and training programs, and they consist of, number one, the construction of new training building in Tagaytay. Number two, the improvement of DAP Conference Center training facilities. And number three, the construction of the DAP's Idea Generation Hub in Pasig City. Next slide, please. As you can see in the slide, it's a budget comparison between our budget from fiscal year 2023 versus the fiscal year 2024. For fiscal year 2023, the approved GAA is in the amount of 681,994 million. On the other hand, for 2024, the total proposed budget of DAP is 844,110. However, what was granted in NEP is only 556,353. We are therefore requesting for a reconsideration in the amount of 132,895. Next slide, please. As you can see on the graph on the right side, the amount of reconsideration, that is for 132,895, it represents only an increase of 1% from the previous 2023 GAA. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown for the request for reconsideration. On the item, Research and Technical Assistance on Public Sector Productivity Program, we are requesting that the amount of 2,352,000 for the graduate school program, 6 million for the research and on sustainable development goals, 23 million on foresight and anticipatory governance program, 24 million on smart and creative communities program, and 20,500,000 for the Center for Excellence in Data Science and Analytics program. Next slide, please. On education and training program, we are requesting for the following reconsideration. 2,340,000 for support on projects and programs of the Productivity Development Center, 14 million in support of the academic programs of the Graduate School of Public and Development Management, 20 million for the Adaptive Governance and Innovative for Local Executives Program, or the Agile Program, on its Phase 3, 10 million pesos for the massive open online courses on data science and analytics, and another 10 million pesos for the Capability Development Program on environmental governance and management. Next slide, please. The Academy's key accomplishments in education and training programs in 2023 include the following: 3,494 government managers or executive or legislative officers and staff trained and capacitated. The DAP exceeded the target of 345 training participants and students who availed of the training and education program of DAP. 66 technical assistance interventions adopted by agencies, exceeding the target of 36. This only shows that more government agencies are in need of technical assistance and would likely to adopt those interventions that are innovative and contributing to the enhancement of their services and overall productivity and governance. Our financial performance for 2023 shows that we have 100% obligation of funds and 78% disbursement of funds as of August 2023, and we assure the Senate that we practice sound financial stewardship of funds given to the Academy. We also accomplished the following: 151 beneficiaries of the program have been reached, exceeding the target of 10, considering that it's only the third quarter of 2023, and 78 beneficiary agencies of these agencies which have been assisted by the Academy on research and consultancy or technical assistance program. Next slide, please.
I think we can do away with this slide.
Okay. So the next slides, ma'am, is only refers to the commitments to be made by the DAP for fiscal year 2024. So for fiscal year 2020, can we move to the next slides, please? Next slide. Yes. So for fiscal year 2024, the Academy commits 720 government managers, executive, legislative officers capacitated, covering 90 program beneficiaries or agencies. And next slide, the last slide. We also commit to deliver 45 technical assistance interventions adopted by and 22 research studies completed and published and disseminated for and by the target program beneficiaries or agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I open the floor, no, I appreciate all the presentations. Pero ano po, Attorney Caronan, di nyo naman lang sinama yung Futures Thinking research programs na pinupondohan ko. I'm very proud of that, and all of the SUCs received Futures Thinking funding, correct? Tapos kayo, hindi nyo man lang sinama. Grabe naman.
But, I'm sorry, but nilamp up na lang namin dun sa training and education programs.
Okay.
But
Kasi
yes, ma'am.
meron kang details na kung ilang tao ang naka-receive. So parang nag-aantay rin ako na banggitin mo man lang yung... Kasi I also want to know. Diba?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway.
Okay.
Oh, thank you for this. I have a copy of the Sustainable Development Goals and Future Thinking Compendium Research. So I think all the, you know what we can do. I mean, I'm happy to give you all a copy, pero maganda rin naman online, no? Para sustainability nga, kung di nyo man babasahin, wag natin i-reproduce, di ba? I can also give you a copy of the titles of the articles, and then those who prefer to read it in paper form, then you can get a copy. De, mga 12 naman yung font. Anyway, thank you for this. Okay, so let us proceed with the questions of our colleagues. Thank you for your patience. May I just remind the resource persons, in all my hearings, it's understood, pero since some of you are just here for the first time, and it's not yet a regular practice in the Senate, and I hope all my colleagues will practice it in their respective hearings, you are allowed to take a mobility break, which means you can stand up and stretch your legs as I did. You can actually walk around. Siguraduhin nyo lang hindi kayo tatawagan ng resource person kasi malaki tong kwarto na to. Kung umabot kayo doon, tas walang mic doon, hanapin naman kayo nung ano. So, but like the resource persons here, as chair, I'm allowing you to stand up. You don't have to ask permission. It is your right to stand up. Except that if you will leave the room, and that is not a mobility break, that is a bathroom break, then just tell my staff so that the senators who might need you here know that you took 2 to 3 minutes or 5 minutes to go to the bathroom. But standing up, drinking water, eating, I don't have to tell you na please go ahead and eat, nandiyan yung pagkain. That's all your prerogative. At pag wala akong nakitang tumayo, mag-ooras ako dito 1 hour from now, lahat tayo tatayo. I wish dancer ako because I would lead it into a 2-minute mobility dance, but I'm not. I will look for a volunteer to do that, but you're welcome to stand up. So, on that note, our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda, has the floor, followed by Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We welcome all the state universities and colleges. We welcome the University of the Philippines system. We welcome the DAP and all of those present here today. Very basic. Milagro, mahina ang boses ko. Okay. Yes. Okay. The Republic Act that established the Higher Education Act was way back in 1994, long before all of us here became senator, including myself. It has a provision that established centers of excellence. May I know whether the provision that stipulated the establishment of centers of excellence then in the 1990s has been, did it change? Has it been updated or upgraded? And do all state universities, 114 of you, actually have centers of excellence, or of course, multiple centers of excellence. Because when we look back into the establishment of the Higher Education Act, then I see, at least in my alma mater in UP, there are institutes, there are research centers, etc. I was not able to see that with all the 113 state universities and colleges because we're not able to look at your operations and your budgets. So I would be happy to know whether all the 100, so I addressed this first to Dr. Ronquillo, who's friend of the head of PASUC, whether all the 113, or 140, including UP, of course, there is, meron na ba hong centers of excellence? And did we change the standards from the 1990s that should be changed? The innovation should be part of it. Dapat magbago lahat, hindi ba? Kindly enlighten the body. Thank you. Dr.
Thank you,
Ronquillo.
Madam Chair, for the question. As far as our records is concerned, we have a number of issues with Center of Excellence in some, not all, in some programs and Center of Development in other programs. But for the complete list, I would like to defer to CHED because they have the records of all issues. But I attest, Madam Chair, that a good number of our issues have Center of Excellence and Center of Development programs.
I would also like to know not just the name of the Center of Excellence or the discipline or the study, but what kind of standards of excellence would merit a Center of Excellence? Does the PASUC or the CHED have such? And from the 1990s, 2000, up to the past years, pre and post-pandemic, have we innovated, changed, improved, along with global standards as well? So, of the 114, how many have centers of excellence? In what fields are these? And anyone can call anything a center of excellence. Siguro naman po may standards. When was the last time the standards to merit a center of excellence been changed? Or is it only according to the university or the state college? Or does it have to go through the CHED? Yes, just
Madam
multiple
Chair,
questions.
I defer to CHED.
Okay, we recognize Attorney Cinderella. Okay, what a name, nice. Oh, Cinderella, Filipina. Okay, proceed, please.
Apo. Yes, Madam Chair. Based on our records, Madam Chair, we have 168 state universities and colleges with centers of excellence and centers of development, Madam Chair. As to the programs, as to the guidelines, Madam Chair, currently, Madam Chair, we are on. This is ongoing, the revision of the guidelines. Supposedly, Madam Chair, we were supposed to release it now this year, but we were not able to revise it. Some of the criteria that we have already indicated in our previous guidelines, Madam Chair, is instructional quality. Of course, we take a look at excellent human resources and facilities to attain academic objectives. We look at the research objectives, the extension and linkages of a program, and the institutional qualifications. So we take a look at the good academic program from a clear and achievable institutional vision for excellence and quality, and institutional policies, strategies, and principles, Madam Chair.
These guidelines or standards or criteria that you mentioned, was this stipulated a few years ago? Was it just updated? You said that you're currently reviewing it. When was the last time this was updated? And does the CHED do it, or does the specific university or state college review the guidelines to establish such a center of development and excellence? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Chairman
Madam
Popoy,
Chair.
yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Center for Excellence and Center for Development are actually evaluated by the technical panel of the different disciplines or different degree programs, because they are the experts who know what is evolving in the field, the faculty members who are good in certain universities, the researchers, etc. The review has been ongoing even before COVID started. We wanted to upgrade the criteria for centers of excellence, particularly to input internationalization and linkages of universities with universities in the region and in the world. Because when the Center of Excellence concept was put in CHED starting 1994, it was basically domestic oriented, meaning you're a center of excellence if you are the best among your peers in the country in terms of your faculty research, your projects, etc. But we now live in an internationalized world. So we have to upgrade the criteria for centers for excellence to now incorporate the linkages that they are developing with other universities in the region and the world. Now, after the Center of Excellence is now the Center of Development. And our expectation is that the centers of development will now become eventually centers of excellence as they improve. So that's the evolution that we have started to look into, especially now that 76 Philippine universities are now internationally ranked. So I am sure the programs that they have, which will merit centers of excellence, can now have an internationalization criteria. So it is evolving. It continues to evolve, Madam Chair.
It was mentioned, Chair De Vera, that there are 168 centers of excellence in 114 state universities and colleges, but you also mentioned that there are 70 plus, what was this? You mentioned 70 something. Is it centers of excellence? Part of the 160?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
centers of excellence are given to both public and private universities.
Yes.
It is not exclusive to SUC. So there are a lot of centers of excellence in our top private universities.
Yes.
What I said is that there are now 76 Philippine higher education institutions, both public and private, that are now international.
International. Okay, I'm glad you
Yeah,
mentioned
so-
about internationalization, which brings me to my next question. Among the, and I'm referring now to state universities and colleges, among those which have established centers of excellence, and I hope, and I'm glad that you are reviewing the guidelines and the criteria for establishing such a center of excellence, which have international linkages, to what extent do the universities in another country assist our faculty for perhaps exchange of scholarships? For example, is it the Earth Institute? Is it Earth Institute in Colombia, for example, long, long ago? Earth Institute in Colombia perhaps could have a, it's just an example, a linkage with UP Los Baños, for example, or an SUC that has competence in science, in the STEAM, in science, technology, etc. So, of the 70 plus international linkages of centers of excellence among SUCs, could you walk us through, just very briefly, what are these areas of specialization, and how are we upgrading, and what kind of exchange is happening, and an example of a university abroad that is helping a Philippine state university or college?
Madam Chair, can I be allowed to share one of the slides entitled World-Class Universities, because that will answer the concern or the question of Senator Ligarda. There is a slide entitled World-Class Universities. Okay, please just share the slide. Okay, can you see the slide now? Currently, under the Times Higher Education, WURI, and QS, there are 76 higher education institutions that are internationally ranked. 1 local university, 33 private, and 42 state universities. The linkages established between Philippine universities and world-ranked universities is about 1,968 now, of varying degrees. There are some that are really world-class. For example, we have partnered 10 Philippine universities with 10 universities in the UK to offer joint master's and PhD programs delivered jointly by the university. So for example, UP Los Baños and University of Reading, UP Los Baños and Liverpool, and also Miriam and Central Luzon and Ateneo have linkages. So these are already joint programs, joint graduate programs that are now being implemented, which means you can get a degree from the UK and UP Los Baños at the same time if you enroll in this program. And the universities in the UK are the top universities in the London area. So this is one mode. We have established linkages at the graduate level. We have also established linkages at the undergraduate level. Kamusum College, the biggest college in Western Canada, in the island of Victoria, is establishing a campus in Pampanga this coming school year, together with Miriam College. So this is a transnational model where a foreign university is going to establish a campus jointly with Miriam to offer their degree program physically in the Philippines. What they have now between the two HEIs is a program where the students are allowed to enroll either one. But starting next year, they will have one here already. There are many modes, Madam Chair. University of Nagoya in Japan has an extension campus in UP Los Baños offering a PhD by research, so that the faculty members who take up their graduate studies in University of Nagoya only go to Japan one or 2 months a year, and they can finish their degree while doing their research in the Philippines. So there are many modes of linkages that we have established and continue to establish between Philippine higher education institutions and global universities that are internationally ranked. We are targeting only internationally ranked universities in fostering linkage. And recently, we signed an agreement between Philippine State College of Aeronautics and WCC and British Columbia Institute of Technology to establish a joint program to produce aircraft maintenance and avionics graduates who will have certificates from both universities, so their marketability when they graduate goes very high, because our aviation schools in the Philippines can only repair small aircraft. They cannot do the commercial airlines. So our commercial airlines are serviced by third parties outside. But if this program succeeds, we will be producing aircraft maintenance graduates who can service both small and international planes, because they will get that training in the British Columbia Institute of Technology, which is the biggest aviation school in the whole of Canada. There are many more types that I could discuss further if Senator Legarda would permit. Thank you very much.
That's very interesting, and thank you for that comprehensive answer. I would like to know whether these undergraduate programs, Chair De Vera, and the postgraduate programs are accessible even to students who may not afford to pay it. In short, under our Quality Tertiary Education Act, of course, undergrad would be subsidized by government for free, but with this linkage with an internationally ranked higher education institution, I would imagine that the tuition would be more expensive. Ito ba ho ay sakop pa rin ng free tertiary education, or would the student, assuming the person is indigent, would not be able to afford it if there is an extra payment, or would this be covered by the act? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is where we may need your help, Senator Legarda, because the ones that they take here, for example, yung PhilSCA, when they're taking their aircraft maintenance course, while they are in the Philippines, for the portion in the Philippines, of course it is subsidized under free higher ed. But if they want to do 1 year in BCIT, that is not covered by free higher ed. So baka pwedeng tulungan sila na bigyan ng scholarships. Nagbibigay ang CHED pero hindi marami. So we've provided funding to PhilSCA for the initial batch of students and faculty that will get trained in BCIT. But over the long run, this may need the support from our legislators to increase the number of individuals who will benefit from these programs. Ganon din do sa graduate programs between Philippine universities and UK universities. We are providing scholarships, but we can only provide so much. And so if we want to dramatically increase the number of beneficiaries, we will need increased funding for this. But please be assured that the scholars we send, especially the ones with UK universities, are performing very well. I just came from the University of Reading and I talked to the advisors of the 4 PhD students coming from UP Los Baños, and they say that the 4 graduate students are doing very well by the standards of University of Reading, which is a top-notch UK university.
Thank you. Chair, how are we increasing the number of higher education institutions, whether government or private, to have linkages with internationally ranked universities, and in what areas of specialization? And second, could you kindly submit to the committee the budget needed to cover a scholarship for students who have enrolled in such linkages? Because we, of course, assumed that it would not be covered totally by the Free Quality Tertiary Education Act. Yeah, but what of the 113 HEIs, obviously not everyone has a center of excellence, and not everyone, of course, or each of it has a linkage with a university. Could we enhance and open our linkages more and even work with the Department of Foreign Affairs so that all our embassies and consulates have such a mindset to reach out with the universities? And this includes the University of the Philippines as well, so that in this globalized world where people don't really have to go to the UK, pwede naman pong online yung classes, we just open and make all resources abroad available to our learners in the Philippines. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first step for our higher education institutions is really to understand what internationalization is all about. That is the first big step that they have to do. What we have done in the previous years is do workshops to introduce our higher education institutions to international rankings and internationalization, for them to understand what is the criteria, what is being measured, what they need to do. And for those who are interested, we now encourage them to develop their internationalization plan approved by their board and subject themselves to any of the ranking institutions. And we are happy to announce or to tell the Senate that those who have subjected themselves, mataas nakakakuha naman sila ng QS stars ng ranking. Kailangan lang ma-identify nila talaga kung ano yung dapat nilang i-prepare na documents. And then once the ranking is available, they can now compare themselves with other universities to see where they should become stronger, where they will improve, so that every year they keep on applying for rankings until they go up. So that is the process that we do. We pay for the travel of our university presidents so they can benchmark with other universities abroad, meet their counterparts, get good ideas that they can implement. And when we have missions abroad, with the my counterpart ministry brings also their good universities. So university to university discussion can start, and they can start exploring where they can collaborate. I'll give an example, Senator Ligarda, of the university in your province. I just brought University of Antique in my last trip to China. And they signed an agreement with, I don't remember the exact university, but President Crespo, who is there, would know it. because the agreement that they signed will allow students in Chinese universities to do their internship and training in HRM in the tourist areas in Region 6. So they are hoping that the 1 year OJT or training of Chinese students can be done in the hotel uh, industry in Region 6. There is significant interest in Chinese colleges and universities to allow their students to experience training and studies abroad. In return, the students of University of Antique can also do their training in agriculture and other areas in Chinese universities and colleges, also in the places where we went. So they signed an agreement, and I think University of Antique will next host a delegation coming from the Chinese colleges to see and push it forward. So it can start with discussions and eventually graduate into a formal agreement, a memorandum of agreement that will now flesh out the details of how student exchanges can happen. That is the easier part. The more difficult part is to offer joint degree programs because that takes more negotiation in terms of the details of what the joint program will be, cost of tuition, etc. Medyo mas matagal yon. But it can start with exchange of faculty, exchange of students, and eventually graduate into full-fledged training programs.
Thank you for that. Get well soon, Chair De Vera. My time is up. I didn't realize 7 minutes is so fast. But we request from Ched the list of the universities with centers of excellence and an update on your upgrading of the standards and SUCs which have linkages with universities abroad for undergrad and for postgraduate. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have questions on the second round. Salamat.
Course, para lang lahat makatanong sa first round. And then I have a follow-up question to Senator Lauren. Just answer it later, Chair Popo, if somebody brings it up. If not, just have your team discuss it with my team. Kasi Senator Lauren asked something about the postgraduate programs. And I just want to point out that in the 2022 budget, the utilization was very low. So that means the take-up for postgraduate courses was very low. But that was still naman tail end of the pandemic. So I'm sure you have updates on that. But we gotta step it up because if back to school na yung undergrads, dapat yung postgraduates, I would think, back to normal programming din. And scholarship na nga to di ba? So parang nakakalungkot naman na wala masyadong interesado. Anyway, I have more questions along that line, but I always ask my questions at the end unless it's just to intervene on a topic already being taken up. So, the next to ask questions is Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, to be followed by Senator Hontiveros.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, sa ating Ched family, sa Paso, Director Tirso, Chair Popoy, get well soon. I will start asking questions on the same topic that our Senate President Pro Tempore raised about global competitiveness of Philippine HEIs, transnational higher education. Alam niyo po, I was looking at the CHED's definition on the inclusion in reputable, and I quote, international rankings. Wanted to find out what it's all about and the relationship between being part of these rankings and academic quality. Kasi kanina dinidiscuss po yung world rankings versus naririnig natin yung pagkuha ng mga stars. And if you recall, Madam Chair, we were discussing about this in our EDCOM hearings. Ano ba talaga yung difference niyan, no? And gusto nating maintindihan talaga because at the end of the day, we wanted to make sure that we are moving forward and at the same time, quality education ang nai-implement dito sa ating bayan. I'll start with that question, Madam, please.
Madam Chair,
Chair Popoy or anyone from the inside? Yes.
Madam Chair, we can ask Attorney Lily Milia, who handles our internationalization, to discuss the
Hi, Attorney
differences
Lily. Yes,
between
please
Hello.
proceed, ma'am. Hello, good
ranking
afternoon.
agencies.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator. What is the importance of reputation in a globalized world, considering that information is out there, and with all the number of institutions that are also uh, available, it is important. It is very important that a university is able to put forth its reputation across the best. We're not just talking now whether you're the best in the Philippines. We should actually be talking whether our institutions are the best, in fact, even in the ASEAN region. What does it redound to? It redounds to better employment opportunities also for our graduates, better opportunities in life and work for our graduates and for our learners. And I always say this, the reputation, especially for state universities, the reputation of an institution redounds to the reputation of the country. So, yes.
And that's why you encourage, no? Pumasok ho tayo dito. World rankings, meron ding yung star ranking. Can you differentiate the two, ma'am?
Well, in the world rankings, Madam Chair, there are several criteria, and
And where are we now in world rankings?
well, well, in the latest 2024 Times rankings, the Times Higher Education,
There are only 4, right?
only 4. Well, the
What
good
are the
news-
4 universities?
UP, Ateneo, De La
Ateneo,
Salle,
La Salle.
and for the first time, we have UST.
Ano
Yes.
po ulit?
UST for the first time.
University of Santo Tomas.
Yes. Yes.
Pakiulit-ulit ba hindi naririnig
The
ng
University
chairman
of Santo Tomas.
Thank you very
And
much.
they did better
The
than
alma
UP.
mater, the alma mater of the majority floor leader.
Well, you know, we're all very happy about it.
Yes, we're very
But
happy.
For UST community, but for the entire Philippine community, 4 lang yung nakapasok sa world ranking. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, it was, if you look historically, it was only UP and then UP and De La Salle. And
Sama
then-
mo na yung UST.
And then, yes, sir. Ngayon nga po,
No,
sumama
but
na po.
I want to
UST.
get to the point that I'm trying to raise here, right? That is the world ranking. And then in the latest sa THE, even the 4 world ranked universities, UP, La Salle, Ateneo, and UST, hindi na ho kasama. They all failed. And I was looking at the report. It is because of the new metrics, new methodology that they're actually implementing. Is that correct?
Yes. They're still part of the world rankings, Madam Chair.
Pero wala na po sila sa top 1,000.
Yes, they lead. It was a,
Don't you think it's unfortunate? Wala tayo sa top 1,000 universities, Madam Chair. Wala ho tayo.
Yes, it's very unfortunate considering also that other universities in the region has more universities like
And this
Vietnam.
concerns me, ma'am. This concerns me because whether we like it or not, at the end of the day, we have to comply with the world standards. Despite the fact that, again, the metrics, the way it was conducted, pinalitan po, hindi ho ba? Or
Yes,
pinweak,
sir.
whatever you want to
Yes,
call
sir.
it. So, are we on the right track para sundan po itong ganitong bahagi ng ating pagtutulak sa reforma ng ating edukasyon?
Madam Chair, the new items that were added are related more to research quality, like research strength, research excellence, research influence. I think these are very important metric because we are not just looking now in terms of publications or number of citations, but rather the impact of this research.
The
also.
impact of that
Yes.
research. Madam Chair,
And-
let me put on record for the past 3 years, this representation had been putting at least 1 million each for the SUCs. But unfortunately, bilang na bilang ko rin yung nagre-report sa akin kung ano yung nangyari dun sa binigay natin. No? But si Madam Chair would attest to this, that every year I'm putting at least 1 million something for research, for MOOEs, etc. But I'm going back to my point, no? Ranking versus star. Tinitingnan ko yung star system at napakadami na, ang dami nila. Yung mga universities, even SUCs, ang dami nilang stars. So, nag-research po ako, tinignan ko po itong QS versus THE. Pag paumanhin ninyo kung hindi ko masyadong kabisado itong dalawang grupo na ito, but I was told that they used to be together, naghiwalay yung QS tsaka yung THE. Tinignan ko yung QS, no? And pinagmamalaki ng mga universities natin yung stars. Madam Chair, tingnan niyo po ito. Nakalagay dito, how to get a 5-star rating. In faculty, for instance, if you have 5% na international, you get a star. If the student body, at least 5% should be international, you get a star. Ano ba naman to, no? Hindi ko maintindihan eh. Employability. They also need to demonstrate a strong graduate employment rate with 90% of graduates employed, Madam Chair, within 24 months of graduation. 24 months, 2 years. I know this is being used globally, but if this is the metric or the how to get a 5-star rating, parang questionin ko ho. So my next question is, ilang bansa ba ang nagpa-participate dito? At ito ba yung talagang gagamitin natin na star ranking o itong world ranking na binabanggit po kanina? Kasi if this will be the basis, baka ho hindi natin masukat ng husto kung talagang nag-i-improve ang ating mga universities, even state colleges. Ma'am.
Thank you po. The QS star ratings is an assessment that is done by the institution. They are not measured vis-a-vis other institutions. Unlike the rankings wherein you get a cumulative score, and then on the total body, you get your standing in the ranking.
And you pay for it, right?
For the QS stars, yes.
How much do you need to pay to get QS stars?
The assessment is 2.5 million to 3 million.
2.5 to 3 million per QS. So kung wala kayong pambayad ng pang-QS, hindi kayo magkaka-star. Tumatango lahat, Madam Chair, tumatango lahat, just for the record. At ngayon, pagka binigyan mo sila ng ganon, may star ka na.
Madam Chair, if I may continue. Yes. Why is it important?
Before you continue, no, just to be clear, I'm not aware that there are any SUCs aside from, I guess, UP who included it in their budget. Kasi I'm sure, kung gusto nyo lahat na makasama doon, magre-request kayo ng budget. Tama? Oh, so yun lang. But that's what you're also driving at, right? Na you need 2.5 million to be...
Yes, Madam Chair,
set
and at the
aside
same
that
time,
amount.
we wanted to find out what kind of metrics are we using in order to get quality higher education programs. Because if what we are looking at is how to get 5-star from QS, I have nothing against QS. Yung THE, tinignan ko ho, parang mas, I don't know kung mas reputable po ito, but looking at the methodology, mukhang okay naman. So I wanted to find out the difference, Madam Chair, and at the same time, to ensure that we have a working mechanism to
Or a local ranking system
Yes.
for that matter.
Yeah.
yes,
Madam
maybe
Chair.
local will also do, because it appears
Madam
that it's
Chair.
automatic when you pay for you to get a start. That's it. Easy. Nagtatanguhan po lahat ng nasa likod nung walang pambayad.
If I may
Sila
explain,
makakuha.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Only the University of Santo Tomas, it's the only QS 5 stars in the country.
So,
Yes.
nagbabayad lang yung USD rin.
Hindi po yan sa bayad, Senator, but rather it shows the capacity of the university based on international metric on how it performs also across other institutions.
But the good thing about USD, and pagtatanggol ko lang yung alma mater ko, ma'am, hindi lang po sila dito sa QS.
Yes.
Dahil sila nagwo-world rank sila, sa ranking mismo.
Yes.
So, hindi lang sila sa QS stars.
Yeah.
Babanggitin ko lang po ulit yun. Baka si Senator ba to, Alaskahin pa ako eh. So babanggitin ko lang po yun. Hindi lang po QS ang basehan ng ranking, world ranking ng University of Santo Tomas. Now let me go forward, Madam Chair. No? I know This is just no more. I will move forward unless you wanted to.
Yes, yes. Obviously, this will not come out of your time, but
Can I explain, Madam Chair, further, or is
did
that
he want
already
an
okay?
explanation? No, he doesn't want. Sorry. Next time, next time. You can talk to the staff naman, no? No, but I think this is very important what Senator Joel pointed out. Kasi Chair Popoy, no, and the Ched family, no? Global competitiveness of Philippine HEIs. In the Philippine Development Plan, the higher education target relates to global competitiveness. It is a goal, no? Clearly, we don't have any argument on that. And then CHED actually reported that 52 universities were included in the 2022 rankings. 2022 rankings. 52. There's a Philippine Star report of 30 schools that were included in the Global University Ranking. These schools were listed as part of QS Asia ranking. I won't name the schools. Some of them are very reputable. Some of them, I think, can do a lot of work pa so that masabing top 30 kayo, something like that. So I guess Chairman Popoy, when we encourage the universities, I think that's the point of Senator Joel, when we encourage them to be of global standards, we have to also assist them in how to prove that they are of global standard. And if the proof of global standard is in a ranking that, number one, you pay, and there's nothing wrong per se to have to pay, no, because may processing fees naman yan. But if in order to get points, stars, whatever it is, these are basic essentials to run a university. Parang yun yung, when we look at it, nakakaloko sa tao na nag-comply ka dyan, therefore marami ka ng star, but that is basic. That is basic. That doesn't make you excellent. That doesn't prove academic excellence. That doesn't show that pangbato na tayo sa mundo. So let's be clear about that, Chairman Popoy. Do I express your concern
Yes, Madam
correctly?
Chair. And perhaps if I can also say, Madam Chair, that's why we wanted to find out what kind of indicators are being used or being looked upon by the Commission on Higher Education. I was looking at, Chairman Popoy, itong implementation of Transnational Higher Education Act, Republic Act number 11448. Wala hong budget for this 2024 sa NEP. Is this correct? Wala talaga, Ma'am Lily? So, Madam Chair, ito rin, wala hong budget.
To be clear, it's a congressional initiative. So like we always point out, until DBM embraces it, it remains to be a congressional initiative. And I'm all for it. I love internationalization, but the parameters, the basis, di ba? Kasi ang paglalaban mo dun is, meron kang structure. Well, lahat naman tayo may structure unless ikaw virtual. Di ba? Ano pa yung mga binasa mo, di ba? Yung employable ang iyong graduates in 24 months. My God, kung mag-aantay pa sila ng 24 months bago sila ma-employ, medyo, we obviously have a problem there. So anyway, I'm emphasizing your point. The floor is still yours, Senator Joel.
Can I move forward, Madam Chair? Yes, isa sa mga dahilan, Madam Chair, kaya ho ako lumuwas mula sa Bulacan, mula sa Giginto at sa Santa Maria, yung pong doktor para sa bayan natin, Madam Chair, if you recall, last year, we add additional 250 million for the seed fund, and then we add another 250 million for the scholars. Tinitingnan ko po itong presentation ng academic year 2021-2022, out of 900 slots for scholars, ang actual number of scholars funded is 425. Now, out of the 250 million allotted budget, only 117 million have been obligated, so 47%. And then, 35% or 89 million have been disbursed. So gusto ko lang pong humingi ng update, no? Una, ano yung reasons why the actual number of scholars funded by the Doktor para sa Bayan Scholarship itong 2021-22 is only 50% ng target slots. Hindi ko ho alam, Madam Chair, konti lang ba yung aplikante? Ang dami ho sa ating sumusulat at nagpapahingi ng endorsement para maging scholar. How about for academic year 2022 to 2023? 78% lang po yung target ng scholars funded. And I can go on and on, no? Kasi tinitignan ko din po yung implementation. For implementation next year, ganun din po yung budget. Pareho, pero ang target, Madam Chair, doble. So kung ganun, parang natatakot lang ako, Madam Chair, na baka mamaya babagsak o ibababa yung per capita cost ng ating mga scholars for 2023 to 2024. So, we wanted to find out sa CHED natin kung ano po yung updates dito, kung meron man. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Chairman Popoy, please.
Go ahead.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why the intake is lower than our target is most of the new schools that have been authorized to open are opening with only one section, usually a section of less than 50 students. In fact, yung latest, yung Palawan State University na inapprove, ang incoming freshman nila, I think, is only 30. They're starting out small because the facilities are not yet big and the number of faculty is not yet sufficient. So yung pool coming from state universities and colleges coming from the new ones is actually small. Now, we signed agreements.
Yes,
with
Chairman
several-
Popoy, can I cut you there? But that's for new schools of medicine that we open, di po ba? Hindi ba pwede magamit yun dun sa iba or even to private schools?
Yeah, we signed agreements already, Madam Chair, with several private schools so that their students can become scholars. We're subsidizing a maximum of 100,000 pesos per semester so that if their tuition, for example, is 120, sila na ang magbigay ng scholarship for the 20,000. Pero mababa din ang intake sa private schools kasi they are reluctant because of the return service requirement that the law provides that they must serve in underserved areas after they graduate. So the number of applicants coming from private schools is not also significantly large. Those are two important factors, Madam Chair, on why the intake is not up to what we are targeting.
Yes, Chairman Popoy, we are getting your point. And if it's true, then it means they really wanted to leave the country. So we have to do something else. We can tweak it or, but Chairman Popoy, if I recall it right, just this year, I have been getting a lot of requests, etc., to endorse them, etc. Sabi ko, basta pag nag-apply na kayo, hindi kayo natanggap, tsaka kayo bumalik sa akin, no? Kasi basic naman yung requirements ng CHED dyan. And then there are, of course, private schools. I'm sure baka we can do something about it. Looking at the 2023-2024, Chairman Popoy, the budget, you've doubled your targets, pero ito pong budget allocation is the same as the budget last year. So I wanted to find out, and as I mentioned earlier, I am concerned baka mamaya bumaba o ilesen yung per capita cost ng ating mga scholars, kaya nadoble, pero hindi nadoble yung target, pero hindi nadoble yung pondo dahil the same amount pa rin po. How's this? Paano po ito, Chairman Popoy?
Hindi naman po. The same rates will apply, pero masasagad natin yung allocation kasi last year sumobra by 99 million dun sa MSRS and sumobra ng 77 million dun sa continuing appropriation. We target to be more aggressive in getting scholars so we can maximize the amount that is available.
Thank you, and I'm now very concerned about the targets for our scholars, no? And parang it appears now na low applicants yung nakukuha natin. May we know, Chairman Popoy, how long it takes to process the evaluation and the validation of new scholarship applications? Paano ho ba yung proseso nito? By when will a prospective, kunyari po, gustong mag-aral dito at mag-avail nitong Doktor para sa Bayan na scholarship program with return service? Ano po yung mga kailangan niyang gawin? Saan siya pupunta? Tinitignan ko ho kasi, no? Dito po sa report po ninyo, you already have an obligated amount of 225 million obligated na po 2023 to 2024. Pero you are still processing this scholarship application kasi yung sa target, ano yun nandun na. If you get my point, Chairman.
Yeah, there are two things that slow down the process, Madam Chair. The first one is that they apply to their school. They don't apply to CHED because they have to sign contracts for return service. So it's the school that processes and applies to CHED. So medyo hindi po sabay-sabay yung pag-process ng mga eskwelahan. That is what slows it down. The second reason is we still work on an academic year basis for our Doktor para sa Bayan. We're starting to shift to a fiscal year basis so that the utilization of the GAA at the end of the year is technically only about 50% because we only process the first semester of the new school year in the obligation for 2023, for example. We will pay only for this coming school year 23-24, and the other payables will be next year. Kaya mababa po yung utilization by the end of the year because we have not shifted to cash-based budgeting as far as Doktor para sa Bayan is concerned.
Okay, now I understand. So yun, magke-carry out po yun, no? Kaya na-doble yung targets natin, Chairman Popo, is that correct?
Yes.
Tapos,
Madam
yung
Chair.
binabanggit nyo nga po, yung transition, academic year versus the fiscal year. So, we're in good hands. Okay pa rin po. Meron pa rin po tayong scholars. Siguro na lang, Chair Popoy, tingnan natin yung, low turnout ng applicants. Tingnan natin mabuti how we can help on this. And I know I don't have enough time here. Mamaya sa second round na lang ako. Siguro yung last point that I would like to raise, Madam Chair, is what is under Section 12 of Republic Act 11509. Meron pa po tayo kasi na 3 regions na wala pa rin na School of Medicine na pampublikong paaralan. In fact, Madam Chair, I was looking at my own region, Region 3. Hinuli ko talaga yan. Palagang baka sabihin kasi bias tayo. So, Region 3, wala pa rin ho. CAR, wala pa rin. Caraga, wala pa rin. But in Section 12 of the measure, nakalagay po dito, at least maka-establish tayo ng 1 SUC medical school in each region within 5 years from the passage of the law. So gusto ko lang po i-remind, 3 po yung regions na wala pa rin hanggang ngayon. And at the same time, if you look at Caraga, Madam Chair, yung Caraga region, wala pong hindi lang pampubliko. Kahit private school na nag-o-offer ng School of Medicine program, wala po sila. Kaya kailangan ng tulong nito at yung mga estudyante po na interesado na maging doktor, they were being forced to go to another region to become a doctor and pursue their dream. So yun lamang po, Madam Chair, and I'll take the second round later. Thank you, Chairman Popoy. Thank you, Ched family.
Madam Chair.
Chair Popoy, please.
Baka siguro mas masipag yung ibang school kaysa yung mga school sa 3 region na yan. Merong application ng Don Honorio Ventura sa Region 3 at saka if I'm not mistaken, I think
Bulacan State University, yes.
is also applying. Pero late na po sila nag-apply. Mas masipag yung mga nauna. Pagkapasa ng batas, they already applied, they subjected themselves. So paunahan ho kasi yan kung sino yung nakapila, yun ang unang pinoprocess ng technical panel Ang kapapasa lang po ay Isabela State University. Sa aking pagkakaalam, nakapila ang Don Mariano Marcos, malapit na yata
Yes,
ma-approve.
and Benguet University.
Yeah. Pero ang yung iba ho kasi nahihirapan sa kanilang base hospital. Nahihirapan sila sa base hospital nila. Pero baka hindi naman problema sa Region 3 yan dahil yung Jose Lingad ay napakalaking ospital. Kayang-kaya
Yes,
niya
madami po.
mag-support sa College of Medicine. Baka ho medyo mas babagal lang mag-process ng application yung mga eskwelahan. But we assist them, we assure you, Senator Villanueva, we assist them fully. I gave instructions to the Dean of the College of Medicine of UP Manila and the President of West Visayas State University to fully help all the SUCs that are applying para mapabilis yung kanilang application kasi nahihirapan ho unang-una yung pag-recruit ng faculty. Kaya kung makakausap nila ang UP at West Visayas, sa dami ng graduate niya sa buong Pilipinas, may mga graduate na taga dun sa region, pwedeng i-recruit na faculty, yung pagpili ng dean, nahihirapan din sila. At saka siyempre yung curriculum, kung magpapatulong sila dito sa top SUCs natin, mapapabilis po yung proseso. But we will support and
Okay na,
push
Chair
for them,
Popoy.
Mr. Chair.
Let's move on.
Thank you,
Okay
thank
na.
you, Chair Popoy. Tsaka wag din tayong pasa ng pasa, ha. Baka mamaya parang yung satellite na ang dami-dami. Masira naman yung quality, ha. Yun lang ang caution ko. Salamat po, salamat.
Again, just a quick intervention, no? In line with this funding that we supported, this output of Sustainable Development Goals and Futures Thinking Research. The first paper featured here is Leadership and Higher Education in the Philippines by Alex Brillantes and Doreen Reyes Zules. So leadership. So when you were asking Majority Floor Leader, a lot of it is also leadership. Sabi mo nga, Chair Popo, iba mabilis kumilos. Hindi lang mapabilisan because kahit mabilis ka, tapos yung application mo kulang-kulang, there's a lot of coordination. You need to, like you said also, yung availability ng partner hospital nila, kung wala si hospital. So that requires that the SUC president would be coordinating with the health sector, would be coordinating with the LGUs, would be inspiring the high school students to take up allied health profession and eventually go to med school. So leadership is very important and it's here. So anyway, I encourage all of you to read this. So
Madam
let's-
Chair, may I just make one short comment? Madam
yes,
Chair?
Gigil, please.
I just wanted to disabuse everyone that the University of the Philippines is paying for these rankings. We don't pay, pero kahit anong gagawin namin, nire-rank pa nila kasi nire-research nila kami, no? So nagsisubmit na lang kami ng mga papers, no? Second, kasi kung nagbabayad kami, I'm sure mataas aming ranking than what you're showing. But anyway, we do not also equate global competitiveness with these ranking institutions kasi it's a marketing gimmick. But I understand that it improves
Pakiulit,
reputation.
marketing.
Marketing,
Gimmick yung
hindi na lang,
parang
babaguhin
gimmick
ko
yung
na lang po
narinig
ang
ko po.
mechanism. No?
Ploy.
Okay, rather than, no. But the problem is the university cannot always comply with their metrics because we have a different mission. Hindi sila pwede mag-dictate ng metrics natin. For example, very important public health. That's why our citations for our public health is higher than that many of the top universities in the world. But nauubos yan kasi ini-equalize nila sa dami. Kasi sa dami nating, we have over 400 programs. Lahat ng mga outstanding namin, madadrag talaga kasi it will, ang denominator eh. Number two, Madam Chair, we are number 7 in Asia sa archaeology and top 100 in the world. Pero malilibing ulit yan, no? Because sa laki, we have one of the best archaeological problems in the world, Madam Chair. So I'm just citing this. We want to focus on many things that are important to our people, but they're not important to those metric bin counters. So the University of the Philippines, as your university, as the University of the People, cannot possibly adjust its metrics just to have a higher rank. Yeah.
I actually, thank you, supporter yan, nasa Board of Regents.
Thank you, Regent.
Tatampo yan sa akin pagka inaano kayo mga loyal UP supporters. Oy, nasa Board of Regents ako, ate. Ako nga, oo. Anyway, I wasn't gonna comment on it now, but since you brought it up, President Gigil, I agree with you 100%. No, let's disabuse any thought that kaya may ranking naman ang UP. And those who are there, dahil nagbayad. Hindi naman yon. But the pressure for universities to pay and to participate is there because I came across this article a year ago and I asked my staff to dig it up, and I'm sure you've read it. Yale and Harvard Law School withdraw from the U.S. News ranking. So that's a big. I remember reading that when I was applying for college, no? Kung saan yung best school na puntahan in the U.S. Well, I ended up in UP. Hopefully that was a good decision. Citing flaws in the way the ratings are determined, the school said they will stop participating, breaking away from the ranking industry because it's an industry. It's a for-profit business, no? So, kung hindi pa ginawa ito siguro ng ka-level ng Yale and Harvard, tuloy-tuloy. And you can read the article. It's in the New York Times. So, I understand what you're saying. And I think what Senator Joel, when he brought this up, I think the takeaway we have now is for us to self-regulate also, no? Like, on the one hand, I want to say to UP, kayo with the SUCs, formulate your own. And then, of course, alam ko naman yung mga SUCs, gusto din magyabang, no? Kasi meron talaga kayong tatalungin na maraming private universities. So, by all means, go ahead and work with SHED to come up with your matrix. And you may be great in one and not so great in the other. Ganun talaga yun, di ba? I'm from UP, but I know not every college is the best. Some are better than others. So, ganun talaga yun. Okay, anyway, I've said my piece. Ha? Ano? Yung college na pinanggalingan mo, which is also where my daughter graduated, it's the best. It is. College of Mass Communication. It is in the country.
Where are we not the best?
I am sure meron. Tanungin mo na lang, write it in a slip of paper and pass your paper. Meron naman siguro, I'm sure. Let's be humble naman. Ang yabang naman ng UP kung sabihin natin lahat the best.
Konting kape pa dito, kape. Maraming kape ba para may kabahan?
Pero baka nga naman wala. I'm just being humble.
Kahit ipapanotarize namin yan, Senator. Yung pinapapirma mo, ipanotaryo din namin po.
Anyway, thank you so much for that. I hope our colleagues who finished asking questions will stay because they all contributed to a very lively discussion. And now I give the floor to our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Hontiveros, followed by the first comer, Senator De La Rosa. Andiyan ka pa. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's return to the funds that were utilized by CHED for fiscal year 2022. The COA audit report on CHED flagged a number of deficiencies with respect to the implementation of higher education subsidies, which I'm certain you are aware of, Chair De Vera. Pagaling po kayo kaagad, Chair. My questions are for you, sir. Chair De Vera, online pa po kayo.
Yes, Madam Chair, can I be allowed to share the slides relative to the COA audit observations? We have a
I'll just
series
post
of
my,
slides on that.
yes, Chair,
Yeah.
I'll just post my questions first para po mapili nyo yung mga slide na pinakatumpak dun sa punto ko.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So una po tungkol sa obligation and disbursements. The universal access to quality tertiary education had the lowest obligation and disbursement rates in 2022, even compared with 2020 and 2021. Only 57.4% of the funds were obligated and only 47.7% disbursed. Pwede po bang ipaliwanag ng Chair kung bakit nag-struggle yung commission para i-obligate at i-disburse itong well-needed funds para siguruhin yung access ng mga estudyante sa tertiary education?
Madam Chair, may I ask our Executive Director, Ryan Esteves, he might have the exact figures with him to answer the question on the slow disbursement.
Yes, Madam Chair. Attorney Esteves.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear Senators, for our fiscal year 2022 disbursement, Madam Chair, our disbursement for the free higher education vis-a-vis our budget is 97.75, Madam Chair.
So, attorney, bakit po may ganitong figure ako specifically para sa UACTE na 47.7% lamang disbursed? COA audit report po ito.
COA audit report. Madam Chair, as per our record for the fiscal year 2022, our test budget utilization is at 74.94%, Madam Chair.
I apologize, Madam Chair. Attorney, I need to correct this. My percentages, my figures are from the CPBRD. So, anong period po covered yung sinasabi niyong 90% plus? At anong period covered yung sa CPBRD na 47.7% lamang na disbursed?
I am informed, Madam Chair, that the figures that was read by the good senator was from the December 31, 2022 figures, Madam Chair. The one that I said previously was from the current budget utilization, Madam Chair.
Ano, Attorney, I am asking about the figures for year 2022. So, yung akin po na galing sa CPBRD, 47.7% lamang disbursement. Ano po yung figure sa inyo? Para sa UACTE, Attorney.
Same lang din, sir. Bali, ito kasi up to date siya since continuing si 2020.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Chair De Vera.
Yeah, I think, Madam Chair, the difference is the cut-off date is December 2022. But the utilization of the 2022 GAA extends until 2023. What usually happens is the reimbursement of the tuition and miscellaneous fees of local universities and colleges for the first semester of 2022-2023. They apply for reimbursement. Since they open their classes in August or September, they end up submitting the reimbursements towards October, November already. So this cannot be paid by December 31, so we obligate the amounts by December and we end up paying them in the first quarter. Ganon din po yung sa test kasi i-clear ho
Madam
yung mga
Chair,
test payments.
Chair De Vera, mamaya na po tayo dumako sa test. Tapusin po lang po natin itong sa UACTE. Okay, I understand po yung sinasabi nyo, yung utilization spills over into 2023. Pero para ikumpara lang natin yung madalas sabihin dito sa budget hearings, apples to apples, yung kasing disbursement rate ko for UACTE as of end 2022 ay 47.7% lamang. Ano po yung figure nyo for disbursement of that same item as of end of 2022?
Maaring tama ho yung 47 kasi hindi pa namin
Okay.
sila nabayaran by December.
Okay
Kasi
po.
pinoprocess pa lang yung kanilang reimbursement request.
Okay po. So kung more or less 47% lamang yung disbursement as of end 2022, bakit? Bakit nahirapan yung CHED i-obligate at i-disburse kahit by end of 2022, samantalang this is really highly needed by the students and would give them an assurance end of the year na in the coming year, mayu-utilize na nga po nila ito. Ano po ba yung problema? Ano po ba yung difficulty?
Kasi po yung semester starts around August or September. Doon pa lang po i-apply ng mga schools yung kanilang estudyante at doon lang po magre-request ng reimbursement ng tuition and miscellaneous fees, yung LOCs. Yung iba po, late mag-apply, yung iba hindi kompleto ang dokumento. So usually, napoprocess lahat yan towards December, kaya hindi na po mabayaran, ino-obligate yan na babayaran sila January or February na ng susunod na taon, Madam Chair. Kasi po yung semester starts later. Dati po June, ngayon ho August or September po nagbubukas.
Pero mga ilang porsyento po kaya ng halimbawa mga looks nag-a-apply on time by the start of the semester in September? Mga 47% din lang ba o higit na mas marami doon? Kasi I understand stakeholder din yung mga schools, but yung kumbaga primus inter pares na stakeholder, may oversight sa buong system ay yung CHED.
Alam po ni Ryan Esteves kung ilan yung nag-a-apply on time, tsaka ilan yung huling mag-apply. Meron po silang listahan sa Unifast nung masipag, tsaka yung hindi masyadong masipag na mga looks.
Sige, Chair De Vera, instead of going back to Attorney Esteves, ikumpara ko lang kasi yung comparison is very glaring. Kung end of 2022, yung disbursement ng UACTE was at 47.7%, ang baba niya kumpara sa disbursement end of 2021, which was 65.9%, and even lower than disbursement as of end of 2020, 79.7%. Kumbaga, if the same constraints applied na yung ibang schools on time, yung iba late, kung tutuusin, mas mahigpit pa halimbawa ang pandemic conditions nung 2020 at 2021 kesa sa 2022. So, what accounts for the dropping and the lowest disbursement as of end of 2022? Actually, it's a very direct question.
Yes, yes.
I regret it's taking 3 or 4 evolutions of the question. Ano po bang problema,
Madam Chair,
sir?
I accept the observation. Can we ask Attorney Esteves, who is the one directly implementing, to answer kung ano yung difficulties specific to 2022, Madam Chair?
Salamat, Madam Chair. Attorney Esteves, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, dear Senators. Yung difficulties po, Madam Chair, is because of number one, late nga po yung pag-start ng semester. Pangalawa po, usually nangihingi po ng extension ng ating mga looks to submit their billings. Kasi yung adding and dropping of subjects po ay crucial din po sa actual na pagbibill po ng kanilang mga schools, Madam Chair.
Ilang porsyento po ng mga looks naghihingi ng extension?
If I am bilis. Akin na yan. A moment, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we set the deadline on
Umabot tayo ng October ay November po yun, sir. Kasi November 15 yung last request sa DBM po ng pera.
yung unang update po. September 30. Madam Chair, our request for the submission of billings is at September 30. But we have received request of extension until
Ito nung may nakasubmit ng September 30.
ang nakasubmit lang po, Madam Chair, noong September 30 ay tinototal po namin, Madam Chair. 38 schools po, Madam Chair.
Which is what percentage po of all who should submit?
38 out of around 37%, Madam Chair, kasi 96 po yung ating LUCs.
Around 37%.
Opo, Madam Chair.
So sasabihin pa natin na yung 47% is even better, an even better performance based on the numbers who submitted, at least that year. Pero paano nga po i-account for yung pag-drop sa percentage of disbursement from 79.7% in 2020 to 65.9% in 2021 to only 47.7% in 2022?
Madam Chair, if I may, the earliest that the school submitted their billing is at September 16, 2021. Pero meron pa pong pinakalas na nag-submit at September 7, 2022, almost a year after, which is a new SUC, South Cotabato State College po, Madam Chair.
Actually, attorney, that doesn't answer my question about the falling performance on disbursement. Kung pwedeng isubmit na lang po, in the interest of time, isubmit na lang in writing to the committee through our chair. Kasi misteryo po talaga kung bakit ang baba ng disbursement, even lower than the previous 2 years.
We will oblige po, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Going on, Chair De Vera, to delays, yung nabanggit nyo na rin pong test kanina po. So the COA, this one I'm sure is the COA report. The COA report states that there are 3.4 billion pesos worth of delays from the tertiary education subsidy program for 2022. In 2021, 1 billion pesos of test grants were delayed. This is a serious and recurring pattern for CHED. I recall that the chair mentioned delays in disbursements due to the pandemic during last year's Senate budget hearing. So ano po yung dahilan ng chair ngayon na yung delays ay umaabot na sa halos 3.4 billion pesos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We accept the observation. We thank the Senator for bringing it to my attention. I'd like to ask Attorney Esteves also to answer. Madam Chair, ang alam ko lang yung general reasons, but the specific reasons, Attorney Esteves would know better, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Madam Chair. So, attorney, ano po yung dahilan na higit sa trumiple na sa nakaraang taon at yung delays umaabot na sa halos 3.4 billion pesos?
Madam Chair, the core findings, ang kulang po dito, Madam Chair, is yung mga resibo po na hindi po nila na-submit.
Sino pong hindi nakapag-submit?
Various po ito, Madam Chair. We will submit the list of schools, Madam Chair.
Aso schools po yung tinutukoy nyo
Opo. Kasi
na
po
cause
yung,
of delay.
kasi po, Madam Chair, yung pag-release po natin ng TES is through the school po, Madam Chair.
Pero meron po bang mga chedro na sila mismo ang dahilan ng delays? Halimbawa, late request mula sa DBM para sa mga pondo.
Meron din po, Madam Chair, pailan-ilan pong mga regional office na medyo nalilate din po ang request ng request for NCA. And some of the, isa rin po sa mga reason, Madam Chair, is also in our guidelines, kailangan po maliquidate muna yung previous release bago po mag-submit po ng billing for the subsequent releases, Madam Chair.
Ilan sa regional offices ang na-delay sa pag-request sa DBM para sa pondo?
Madam, as of this time po, wala po akong number of regional offices po.
Pero attorney, kasasabi nyo lang na may mangilan-ngilan na nahuli din. So mga ilan po yun?
Ilan. Madam Chair, kung paglilinaw lang po, ito po ba yung nire-refer nyo pong unsubmitted or delayed FHC billing forms in 2018 to 2021 na 3.4 billion po, Madam Chair?
That's the figure, pero just for the year cited in the year 2022. Kaya lang, attorney, sandali po, kasi 1 minuto na lang natitira sa akin and I haven't even gotten to my 3 most important questions for the first round. Kung pwede isubmit nyo na lang, attorney, kung ilan yung mga sinasabi nyong CHEDRO na delayed sa pag-request ng pondo sa DBM at kung ano yung plano ng CHED na gawin tungkol sa mga CHEDRO na dinidelay. In effect, dinidelay yung pondong matatanggap ng mga estudyante in a timely manner. If I could, Madam Chair, just go through my most important 3 questions in this first round. Unang-una na po, tungkol sa lack of action ng CHED. Way back in 2018.
Senator Risa,
Yes, Madam Chair.
I want you to have your time because you're the only minority representative here. May I suggest that to manage it, you give them a quick summary of the 3 questions. And then since there are only 2 left here, I'm sure they won't really mind, what's another minute. But i-summarize mo para malabas mo na lahat and then it's on them to answer.
Salamat, Madam Chair. The Chair actually read my mind. I was going to make of record in one go my 3 most important questions for this round. So una na po yung lack of action ng CHED. Way back in 2018, the year Chair De Vera was appointed as the head of CHED, the Commission on Audit already flagged CHED's issues related to unliquidated disbursements, issues that have been raised since 2019 concerning the tests, still persisted in 2022. Recommendations provided by COA in 2021 were not fully implemented, which touched on various issues, including recommendations on devising a control mechanism for liquidation reports, enforcing HEIs to submit liquidation reports, expediting benefits to HEIs or grantees, and more. And these recommendations could have been useful for CHED had they fully implemented them. So yung unang tanong ko kay Chair De Vera, ano pong paliwanag dun sa lack of action ng CHED ngayon na yung subsidies para sa higher education ay umaabot sa approximately 20.7 billion pesos in deficiencies batay sa 2020 COA report. Yung pangalawang huling tanong ko sana ngayon ay sa adequate funding. According to a news article, CHED Region 1 Director claimed that there was no fund approved by Congress for first and second year students in the test program for the years 2021, 2022, and 2023. One school in particular had to request 300 students to pay their tuition and other fees due to the absence of funding for them. And students complained that they could not afford even the discounted balance provided by their school. So ang tanong ko dito, pwede po bang i-confirm ni Chair De Vera na walang funding para sa tests sa first and second year students sa mga taong mula 2021 hanggang 2023? At huli po, last September, it was made public that 2 CHED commissioners are facing complaints regarding alleged misuse of public funds. Pwede po bang i-confirm ng Chair kung yung mga reklamong ito ay natanggap na ng CHED? So those are my 3 most important questions for this first round, Madam Chair, and I'd appreciate any responses or initial responses, broad strokes even from the Chair.
Madam Chair, I'll answer the last 2 because it is easier to answer. The first one is whether there is no test for 2021 and 2022. There was
For
test
first and
for
second year
21
students, sir.
Yes, there is test for 21 and 22 pero hindi na po umabot doon sa students sa private schools na walang SUK tsaka LUK. Naubos na po yung test doon sa request for reimbursement ng local universities and colleges and SUKs and the continuing scholars. So naubos na po yung pondo. Kaya nagkaroon po ng problema doon sa PNSL. In the House Oversight Committee, we discussed this and they instructed CHED to look for sources of funding. Ang unang posisyon ng CHED yan ay since wala na pong pondo, wala na kaming ibibigay. But because the House requested CHED to look for funding, nakakuha na ho kami ng funding at na-process na yung 191,000 names submitted by the private schools in the CHED portal. 141 of them are qualified. we are processing we have submitted the list to DBM so that we can get the NCA. And if the NCA is released in the last quarter of this year, we will be able to pay them before the end of the year. Kaya lang nga po, mas maliit yung ibibigay naming test doon sa mga private schools with no suknulok kasi yun lang po yung perang nakita namin from the 2023 GAA. So as far as we're concerned, we have responded to that batch yung 21-22. So nakakuha na ho kami ng pondo. Kung i-release yung NCA sa amin, mababayaran na namin sila before the end of the year. Yun po yung sa unang kasagutan.
Chair,
Yung
before you go
pangalawang-
on to the next question, ito po ay pati para sa first and second year students, tama po ba?
Yun lang pong nasubmit sa amin na listahan doon sa portal kasi po yun ang reklamo ng mga private schools na hindi daw namin sinara yung portal, nakabukas, so ang expectation nila makakakuha yung mga estudyante. So they submitted names. So our commitment is to look for money for the names that are submitted, and we have found money already to pay them. Part of it from the 2023 GAA of CHED, part of it from HEDF.
Pero Chair, ang tinanong ko po ulit ay pati po yung first and second year students ay na-cover dito sa test.
Isang cohort ho, yung mga freshman ng 21-22, mababayaran sila ng total ng 50,000, 20,000 for 21-22, 20,000 for 22-23, and 10,000 for the first semester of 2023-2024.
So meron po para sa first year pero wala pa para sa second year.
Yun po ang problema kasi wala din po kaming pangalan dahil hindi po binuksan yung portal ng 2022 kasi wala na pong budget. So ang pre-notice namin, yung nasubmit ng mga pangalan, yun po ang commitment namin sa Kongreso kasi naghanap po kami ng pondo. Wala rin pong pondo kasi doon sa 2022 para sa mga bagong test. Hindi lang ho sa private school, pati ho sa listahanan, wala din pong nabuksan na slots kasi kulang na po yung budget na ibigay sa CHED.
Chair, sabi niyo nga po kanina, walang funding para sa bagong test, pero nakatanggap po yung opisina ko ng file mula sa DBM. Nagpapakita na yung CHED submission para sa fiscal year 2022, may kasama pong 6 billion pesos para sa unvalidated at saka unvalidated continuing and new test grantees. So saan po ginamit yung pondong ito? At saka yes sir, please.
Yung pong pondo ng UACTE for 2022, noon hong binayaran yung reimbursement ng mga local universities and colleges, yung one semester ng state universities and colleges, at saka yung continuing, naubos na po yung pondo dun sa tatlong category na yon.
Pero
Kasi
Chair,
noong 2020,
Chair, pinag-usapan po natin test, pero kababanggit nyo ng UACTE. Hindi ba dapat separate discrete funds ito, hindi
hindi
kino-commingle?
po. Iisa pong budget line yan sa 2022 GAA. Ang ginagawa po dyan ay nagbibigay ng total amount tapos dinidesisyonan ng Unifast Board paano hahatiin yung amount depende do sa batas. Nakalagay po sa batas, obligasyon naming bayaran yung reimbursement ng public universities, saka po yung papasok kami dun sa test. So, nung 2022 kasi, binabayaran pa namin yung one semester ng state universities and colleges bago malipat yung kanilang reimbursement ng tuition and miscellaneous fees, diretso sa kanila.
Chair, sabi nyo kanina, may test para sa first year nung taong 2021 and 2022, wala pa for second year. What about for first year and
Hindi
second
po.
year sa 2023?
Wala po lahat sa 2021-22 at 22-23. Ngayong 23 po, meron kaming bubuksan na bagong test. Kasi yun pong pondo ay merong pondong available.
Sige,
Pero
Chair.
dalawang school year po wala.
Sige, Chair. I-follow up ko na lang po bago ng plenary. Pero yung sabi nyo, sasagutin nyo rin yung pangalawang tanong o yung huling tanong ko.
Yung pangalawang tanong ay marami pong reklamong natanggap ang aking opisina. Pinadala na rin po yung same reklamo sa aking pagkakaalam sa Ombudsman, sa Office of the President. Pinadala ko po, transmit ko po lahat ng reklamo sa Office of the Executive Secretary dahil ang disciplining authority po sa mga commissioner ay ang presidente because they are presidential appointees. I have no disciplining power over them, so by practice, basta may reklamo ho sa lahat ng presidential appointees sa CHED, pati mga regional director, pinapadala po namin yung reklamo sa Office of the Executive Secretary for action. Yun po ang aking ginawa.
Pero I can hardly believe, Chair, na kung commissioners nyo, colleagues nyo, na absolutely walang action na pwedeng i-take yung commission para i-address yung claims. Could you at least tell the committee anong mga programa o allocation itong mga reklamo ay nagki-claim na misuse or minisuse?
Ang mga reklamo pong nang lumabas ay merong reklamo na yung ibang commissioner daw namin ay kung mag-hold ng mga board meeting ay masyadong marami, masyadong madaming taong kasama, kaya masyadong magastos para sa state universities and colleges. Meron din hong reklamo na yung kanilang mga galaw, pag-ikot nila sa mga universities ay sagot lahat ng state university. Yun po yung mga reklamong natanggap namin. I am not in a position, Madam Chair, to discipline them because they are presidential appointees. So the only thing I can do is to send the complaints to the Executive Secretary.
Well, salamat, Madam Chair, sa first round at kay Chair De Vera. Medyo unsatisfactory talaga yung, I can't imagine na sa lahat ng mga commissions ng ating gobyerno, hanggang ganun na lang yung moral suasion o fraternal correction among colleagues in a commission, lalo na from the chair, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair, nagpapasalamat ako at sinabi ni Senator Hontiveros ito in public kasi ang gagawin ko po based on your position, I will issue a memorandum next week defining the do's and don'ts that the chairman designate of the different state universities and colleges should do. Now that you brought it out publicly, what I can do is issue a stern memorandum reminding them on how they should conduct themselves as chair designate of the different SOC boards, Madam Chair. That I promise to do by Monday.
Salamat, Chair. These claims were actually and complaints were actually made public last month. Pero salamat for any further action you will take on them. Yes, and these were against CHED commissioners, Chair, not against officials of any of the HEIs. Salamat, Chair. Salamat, Madam Chair, for this first round.
Hold on. I want to make a comment on that, Senator Riza. Are you done with your questions? Because I do have something on this, but I'm still checking something.
It's all right, Madam Chair. I can wait for my second round after
Okay,
the
your
colleagues.
second round, okay.
Opo, salamat, Madam Chair.
In the interest of time, I will acknowledge, I will let Senator Ronald go ahead, and I'll get back to this issue now. I have something to say, but I just want to check something. Senator Bato de la Rosa, you have the floor, and thank you for your patience.
7 minutes, Madam Chair.
Oo, pero dagdagan ko ng,
Dagdagan mo konti.
ng 10%. Sa tagal ng inantay mo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman Popoy, are you willing to yield for some questions?
Of course,
Yes, sir.
Senator Dr. Bato de la Rosa.
Sir, klaruhin ko lang, yung just a follow-up doon sa the same issue with the one cited earlier by Senator Riza. Kasi sabi mo kayo na sa briefing mo na gusto nyong bayaran yung unpaid claims ng test using kasi nga sabi mo, ubos na yung budget sa 21, 22, naubos na doon sa mga public schools, sa public issues. Yung mga private, hindi sila, nawala nang naiwan na pera talaga para sa kanila. Pero marami kasi pupunta sa opisina namin na talaga nagpapatulong kung paano daw sila mabayaran dahil it really hampered their current operations. Naubusan sila ng kapital, naubusan sila ng pera dahil nga unpaid yung kanilang mga tests. So, kung mayroong opinion yung DBM na you cannot use the 2023 budget to defray doon sa inyong utang sa 21-22. So I assume na in the succeeding years, the same opinion will hold true. Hindi pa rin yan talaga mapupunduhan dahil previous years na utang. Paano ba? Paano ba natin ito mabayaran? Or can we just simply say na pwede na lang kalimutan talaga yun dahil wala tayong pag-asa na makaklaim sila doon dahil walang pundo, walang pera ang gobyerno pambayad. Para direkta ko na silang sabihan pag pupunta sa opisina ko na pabalik-balik na wala na daw talaga, walang pambayad ang gobyerno. Paano ba, sir?
Madam Chair,
go ahead, sir.
mababayaran po natin sila, Madam Chair. Yung enrollees ng school year 21-22, ang sabi po ng DBM, we cannot pay it using the 2023 GAA kasi 21-22 yon. Pero yung 22-23, kasi umaabot ng 23 yung semester, we can pay using the 2023 GAA at saka yung first semester 23-24, pwedeng chargeable sa 2023 GAA. So kukunin po natin yung 30,000 for the 141,000 students using the 2023 GAA. Mababayaran po yan. So ang problema na lang natin, yung naka-enroll ng academic year 21-22. Humingi po tayo ng pondo using the Higher Education Development Fund to pay it at sinabihan na po tayo ng DBM na approve na po yung paggamit ng HEDF. So ang pagbabayad po natin doon sa academic year 21-22 ay HEDF, yung academic year 22-23 at saka first semester ng 23-24, yung 2023 GAA ng CHED. So mababayaran po yung 141 students. Once the NCA is released, we're hoping it can be released this last quarter so we can pay them. Nasubmit na po namin sa DBM yung listahan ng mga schools at saka yung mga number of students.
Thank you, Chairman Popoy. I just want to make it on record para masabi ko doon sa mga tao na bumabalik-balik sa opisina na may malaki pang pag-asa na mababayaran kayo. So as you have said, very clear na babayaran nyo. So wala na akong problema, sir. Okay na, bayaran nyo pala. Okay na ako, Madam Chair. Yun lang ang problema ko. Thank you, Chairman Popoy. Salamat. Ibigay ko na lang yung remaining ng portion na aking 7 minutes kay Senator Win Gatsalan, saka kay Senrisa. Hati sila. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, salamat sir at saka get well soon sa COVID mo. Kayang-kaya mo yan.
Thank you,
sir.
po. Thank you po.
Salamat, sir.
Thank you, Senator Ronald, for being so brief and generous with your extra time. Senator Risa is smiling ear to ear because of your generosity. And Senator Sherwin will now take the floor. Go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Senator Bato for giving me his 3.5 minutes out of my 7 minutes, or on top of my 7 minutes. Let me just continue where Senator Risa left off, Chairman Popoy. I was listening earlier to the discussion, and I understand that the budget allocated for, let's say, TES is obviously it's defined. No? For example, in 2022, it's 25 billion. Tama po ba? Ha- ha-
This,
How much
yeah,
is
it's all,
how much is the allocation for TES in 2022?
I'll have to look at the data. I think Attorney Estevez or Attorney Cindy would have the data with them right now.
How much is it, Attorney Cindy? She here? I think she went to the ladies' room. I think it's 26 billion in my notes. No? So 2022 TES, it's 26 billion. And the 26 billion is supposed to be allocated to a certain number of students, an X amount of students. But I heard earlier that nagkaroon ng kulang, there's excess. How much is that excess?
Yung
To
naubos na
answer,
po
are you
yung-
answering, Chairman? Kasi, anyway,
Attorney
Ryan.
Ryan is raising his hand. So,
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
Apo. Yung 2022 budget po, Madam Chair, is 26,054,201,000. Ang breakdown po niyan is for free higher education for looks, yan po ay 6,495,000,000. At yung TES po ay 19,359,201,000. At yung admin cost po namin sa office ay yung 200 million, Madam. Mr.
But
Chair,
Attorney
Madam.
Ryan, I heard earlier. So ito 26 billion for TES divided to looks and divided to TES. And there obviously this is allocated towards a certain number of students. But I heard earlier there was an excess. Sumobra. How much is the excess in amounts?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, ang excess po ng nakuha po namin ay 860,032,358.35.
This is for the school year 2022,
Opo, Madam Chair.
2023.
Opo.
Correct? So paano nagkaroon ng excess? Because we already know, we have 26 billion. The 26 billion is geared towards an X amount of students. And then how did we have excess? And how many students itong 800 before you answer?
Madam Chair, let me just situate po yung yung budget po. Yung free higher education po ay reimbursement of tuition and other school fees ng mga local universities and colleges. Ang sa TES lang po talaga, Madam Chair, is 19.3 billion.
Correct.
So, apo, yung 860 po ay nanggaling po doon sa mga delisted na LUCs kasi in 2022, meron pong 19 LUCs na na-delist po because of non-compliance with SHED requirements.
Okay, and then yung delisted LUCs naging listed. Ganun ba nangyari?
Meron pong, I think, anim po ang nakabalik na, Madam Chair, na mga LUC sa 2023.
Kaya niya nakain yung 19 billion. Is that correct? I'm
Um,
trying to understand paano nagkulang eh. Paano nagkulang ng pondo?
Yung 19.3 billion po, Madam Chair, yan po ay for continuing grantees po natin.
How many grantees
We have a total number of
for that 19 billion?
2022. We have 277,461
Grantees.
TS grantees po.
Okay.
And 159,064 tulong-dunong program grantees, Madam Chair.
How many? Sorry?
159,064.
Okay. And then, paano nagkulang na yung 177? O paano sumobra sa 177? So there are now more than 277 grantees? Tama? Sa TES?
Ito po, yes po, ito po yung ating current first semester continuing grantees po, yung 277. Yung pong kulang na sinasabi, yun po, hindi po kami nakapag-open ng new grantees, Madam Chair.
Okay. So hindi siya sumobra sa 277 yung grantees?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then earlier, I also heard that the portal was not closed, kaya dumami yung applicants?
Opo, in 2021 po, 2021-2022 academic year, yan po ay na-open kasi po nag-validate din po tayo ng continuing grantees, Madam Chair, Mr.
Okay.
Senator.
Okay, just submit to us a computation of that academic year 2021, 2022, 2022 to 2023.
We will submit.
Just submit to us the budget, how many grantees, and then ano yung nangyari doon sa allocation ng pondo.
Yes po,
So
Mr.
that will be guided accordingly. So thank you, Attorney Ryan. Madam Chair, I'll jump to another topic, no, and I know that this will be quite complicated to answer. Nevertheless, I want to put this on record. I saw in the presentation of Dr. Tirso that for free higher education, there will be deficits in 2022 about 3.2 billion, about in 2023 about 4.2 billion. No? Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Tirso. And then in 2024, 4.1 billion. And I would assume this is attributed to the increase in student size. No? Because I can also see in your presentation, in 2022, 1.6 million students. In 2023, 1.7 million students. In 2024, 1.8 million students. No? So, in other words, because of the increase in number of students, the allocation for free higher education should also increase. However, it's not increasing, no? Or the increase is not commensurate. No? I think it's increasing but not commensurate. No? So now there's deficit. The problem with deficit is it will eat into the cash flows of our SUCs. No? Meaning that you cannot invest in laboratories, in classrooms, in other facilities. So in other words, we cannot deliver the quality education that we are aiming to deliver. Because obviously, in the delivery of quality education, you also need facilities. No? You also need laboratories, you also need other facilities. But since it's deficit, some probably all or most SUCs will eat into their MOE, their capital outlay, maybe baka personal services, no? But I hope not because pagtuturo yan. So my point here, and I want to put this on record, is the good news is we are seeing increase in participation rates. No? Earlier, Ched also presented that in 2017, our participation rate in college is 26% in university. But in ngayon, most recent participation rate is 40%. No? So almost 40% of college age students are going into college. And that propelled us to number 2 in ASEAN. So we're reaching what we aim to reach, meaning more students or more college-age students are going into college. Just to compare, Singapore has 91% participation rate. The Philippines is 51, higher than Thailand and Malaysia. So we're actually expanding the participation rate. The problem is quality or delivery of quality education because we're now eating into the cash flows of our state universities and colleges. So I know this is a very difficult question, but I think we should really work hard to look for that 4.1 billion deficit for 2024 in order not to eat into the cash flows of our state universities and colleges. All of them want to deliver the best high-quality education, but if we will deprive them in investing into laboratories and other facilities, masasacrifice dito quality naman. Dumadami nga yung estudyante natin, but yung quality naman nababawasan. No? So that's why I want to put this on record, and personally, I will really work hard to find that 4.1 billion pesos to fill in the gap next year, no? Because that will be I think kaya nga universal access to quality education, no? No, it's not only access, but we're also addressing quality. But the deficit will eat into quality. It will slowly erode quality. No? I'm sure the SUCs are trying their best, but I know that, you know, hiring teachers or hiring professors is not enough. The other equation is we have the right facilities. No? And that's the problem that I'm seeing. So rest assured, we'll work with with Chair Pia and Senator Risa in really working hard to fulfill that deficit of 4.1 billion pesos. No? That's an observation that I saw. And any comments, Dr. Tirso?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Win, for your observation. Tama po kayo. The program of receipts and expenditure that our board approved captures really the equivalent tuition fee that we will be getting from our students based on our protection. Now, if we will not be paid accordingly because that is already programmed, we cannot be able to put more laboratory equipment in our labs, as you mentioned. In our rough estimate, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, that 3.2 billion deficiency, if that will be spread to all SUCs, on the average, that will deprive our students access to 10 computer laboratories per SUCs, if that will be factored in. Now, this coming 2023, it is even more grave. It will even deny access to at least, on top of these 10 laboratories per SUCs, for electronic subscription, if the focus is on Smart Campus. Now, of course, admittedly, all our SUCs are at different levels of development. Some of them might be needing classrooms. Some of them might be needing additional lab equipment. Some of them may be needing library equipment or library resources. So you are correct, but what bothers us, Madam Chair, in some of the discussion, we are hearing that the deficiency will be sourced out from our internally generated income. But this income are no longer income. They're already allocated. So if that will be used to finance the deficiency of our tuition fee, we can no longer add capital investment. It is simply personal services and MOE. So I thank the good senator and of course all our allies in the Senate if we can find ways really to cover this deficiency. So the computed in 2024 is even more than the deficiency in 2022 and 2023. Thank you, Senator Win.
I'll give you an example, Dr. Tirso, and I am sure you agree with me on this one. Based on the presentation of CHED, the top three most enrolled courses is Business Administration, number 1, Education Science, number 2, Engineering Technology, number 3. And I'm very happy that Engineering Technology is top 3. No, I am a firm believer of engineering, of STEM, no? Engineering and Science and Technology. However, we all know engineering and technology demands, that's a heavy investment, high capital and high investment course. Just to give you an example, when we put up our civil engineering course in Valenzuela, we had to spend 30 million pesos just on the lab. No? Or else CHED will not accredit us. No? So my point of the matter there is we cannot deprive our SUCs with capital outlays, because they need that to build laboratories. And we will work together with the chair and also Sen. Risa on fulfilling that gap. On the second item, and this is for CHED, and maybe Attorney Ryan can help answer this. I saw in the TES there's a there's a distribution of grantees for TES, di ba? Number one is listahanan. There's a prioritization. No? Number one is listahanan. Number two is low income. And then we go to the, you call it PNSL, no? Places with no SUCs and LUCs. No? In 2018, the share of the PNSL in 2018 is 25%. But in 2022 first semester, the share of the PNSL is 69%. So lumiit yung bilang ng listahanan at lumiit yung bilang ng 4Ps. But the law is very clear on prioritization. We should prioritize listahanan because obviously they're the poorest of the poor, and 4Ps, they're also part of the poorest of the poor. But over the years, the share of the poorest of the poor vis-a-vis places with no SUCs and LUCs have gone down. So my question to Attorney Ryan, how come we are now seeing a reverse and the share of PNSL is getting bigger? The PNSL, I understand, is not necessarily in listahanan and 4Ps, meaning they can be affluent families, provided that they are in a locality wherein there's no SUCs and LUCs. So in effect, we're displacing the poorest of the poor. And most gravely is where we're not following the prioritization as provided in the law. So how come this change is happening over the years?
Mr. Chair, if I may, Madam Chair, if I may respond to this. Section 7 of Republic Act 10931 states that this is in relation to PNSL po, Mr. Senator, provided further that such prioritization shall not apply to Filipino students in cities and municipalities with no existing LUCs or SUC campus. So ang nangyari po, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, lahat po ng mga estudyante na qualified under the PNSL ay nakakakuha pa from 2018 to 2019. So parang automatic po na nangyayari ng mga estudyante ng PNSL, sila po ay nagiging TES grantee po.
Yeah, pero in that same provision, it's very clear here that prioritization should be given to students in the following order. Number one, students who are part of households included in Listahanan 2. And then number two, students not part in Listahanan rank according to estimated per capita household income. So in other words, the intention here is mauna muna yung listahanan. Pag wala ka sa listahanan, susunod na yung mga mahihirap based on their household income. And then number three, kung ano yung matitira doon na sa mga wala sa dalawa at wala ring SUC and LUC. But the intention is very clear. Unahin na muna natin yung marginalized. I think that's basic. Unahin na muna natin yung mga mahirap. But in the latest breakdown of the TES, 69% hindi na mahihirap. 31% na lang is part of listahanan.
Totoo po yan, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senator. So ang ginawa po ng UNIFAS Board to balance the equation in 2023 is yung new po na test, since limited po yung budget natin, i-divide po into two. So since we are looking at around 300,000 slots to be opened in 2023 first semester, ang decision po ng UNIFAS Board ay hatiin po siya between listahanan, around 150,000, and around 150,000 also for PNSL students. So ito po yung naging solusyon po, Madam Chair.
Sandali So iniba nyo yung priorities. Kasi if my understanding is that the priority is listahanan and then yung mahihirap. Ang sinasabi mo ngayon, Sa dami na nga apply and limited ang pondo nyo, you divided it now, listahanan, and then yung no suks, no looks. Correct?
Yan po yung napag-agrihan po, Madam Chair, ng Unifast Board.
But then
Opo.
that is not consistent with the priorities. Do you understand?
I will bring that po to the Unifast Board, Madam Chair.
Can we get the comment of Chairman? Chair Popoy, kasi Chair Popoy, in our briefing, and I think I've even heard you say it in public, that the reason na you're also asking for more funding is precisely because you're very proud of this, may terminology kang ginamit, yung unang graduate sa buong pamilya nila, first time nila, first in family. Oh, I hear it, everybody's echoing it. Of course, nakakatuwa, first in the family to graduate. And then now, tatanggalin natin yon because sadly naman talaga walang SUCs and looks in some areas, but that is not the priority that the principle that we have agreed upon.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair, I agree with Senator Gatchalian's position. I think this issue did not come out previously because the budget for free higher ed increased on a year-by-year basis starting 2018. Starting 2021, nagpantay na siya. So doon na makikita na pumunti talaga yung slots para sa listahanan. But there is a gray area in the way the law is written, and the private schools are claiming that if you read the text of the law, the PNSL is exempted from the prioritization, the way the law is written. If a special provision can be put in the GAA of 2024 to categorically state this, we will fully support that special provision, Madam Chair. Now, on the second one, we are proud to note that a phenomenon of what we call first generation students is happening in many of our state universities and colleges. We have preliminary data from our state universities and colleges on the percent of entering freshmen who are the first in the family to go to college. We can submit this preliminary data to the committee, but the data is really very overwhelming. For example, Jose Rizal Memorial State University, as high as 73% are first generation students. So we can submit this.
But these are accepted already.
Yes.
Paano pa kaya yung hindi accepted?
Mas mataas po yun.
Yun
Kasi
na nga
ang
eh.
madaming
Yun na nga eh. And that's what we always say is the great equalizer, di ba? That opportunity to go to school. To be clear, I think at least my colleagues here, Senator Gatchalian and I have had these discussions many times. We really consider the private sector as our partner in education. Kayo din naman, no, Chair Popoy, di ba? Lest we be misinterpreted. Well, hindi sa ayaw natin tumulong sa nasa private, marami din silang natutulungan. But we're just being consistent with our understanding of what the intention of that law was, and that is the poorest of the poor. So,
Madam Chair, kasi isa lang po ako sa Unifast Board. The Unifast Board includes representatives from different government agencies, including private schools. So that is the position that I have taken. But I do support that listahanan lang ang dapat i-prioritize hanggang may pera. And as I said, if there's a special provision put in the GAA, we would welcome it so it is categorical.
okay.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. So, I'm okay with that. We can proceed if the gentleman has the floor is Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you for that support, Madam Chair. It's not even a question of interpretation. It's very clear in the law, and the intention is very clear. No? To prioritize listahanan, and then low income, and then those PNSL. No? I mean, that's the intention. That's why you have a prioritization. But if you divide the funds, that's not prioritization. No? That's you're making it equal for both categories, which is not the intention of the law. No? again, and I am with the chairperson that we're not marginalizing private schools or marginalizing any schools. We just want to stay faithful to the intention of the law, no? Which is to address the poorest of the poor first, and then if we have excess funds, then we go into the other categories, especially the PNSL. No? So that's the intention of the law. No? And I thank the good chairperson for providing a solution, and later on, when we finalize the bill, we can include that solution. And my last question before the second round, and I would like to ask this from CHED. Attorney Ryan can mention this or can answer this, or other CHED officials. I also saw in the statistics that the attrition rate, meaning the number of students dropping out, is increasing. No? In 2019 is 20%. Then in 2021 it's 37%. Then in 2022 it's 40%. No? So in other words, 40% of those who went into college dropped out. I just want to ask DepEd, or CHED, parati ko kasi kausap DepEd eh. No? CHED, what is the reason for this creeping increase in attrition rate? Is it because of COVID, the lingering effects of COVID to their economic well-being? Is it a function of quality? I just want to be enlightened, no? And hopefully we can address this through budget or through other means. But we have to slowly stop the creeping increase of this attrition rate, because it's not good. No? On top of that, we're spending, government is spending money to improve access and deliver quality education, but the attrition is climbing still. No? So we need to understand what is the reason for this. Anyone from CHED?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we have updated data about this. We have data for 23-24 already, and it has started to go down.
So that's good to hear. So in 20,
Yeah.
what school year is that?
For 23-24, the projected attrition rate has gone down to 35.15 already. So it's starting to go down in the post-COVID period.
Chair Popoy, but what is your analysis on this graph that is being flashed on the slide? How come there is a jump, no? Almost double from 2021 to 2022?
There are two possible reasons, Madam Chair. One is really the effect of COVID, especially in private schools. Talagang madami pong tumigil mag-aral nung panahon ng COVID because the families couldn't pay for the tuition. The other one is maybe we have provided access, but the subsidy we are giving to students may not be enough for them to continue studying, because the test that we are giving actually covers only a small population of the qualified beneficiaries. Ang nag-a-apply ho ng test ay halos doble ng nabibigyan. So the test is a function of how much funds are made available. And it is possible that there are many who are not test grantees who also need assistance and are not getting it. The cost of living has really gone up, especially in many areas, and it is possible that we may have to review how the needs of students in our universities.
Thank you for those insights, Chair Popoy. It's good to hear that the attrition rate is slowly going down. We'll just request from CHED most recent number. This is a number that we got based on our research, but just submit to us the most recent data and also your analysis on that matter. So with that,
Yes, we will, Madam Chair.
thank you, Madam Chair. I'll terminate my first round, Mr. Chair, to give way to the others to propound their question. Thank you, Mayor, very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Gatchalian, Chairman for Committee on Basic Education, and my colleague in the EDCOM too. So we'll do our second round, and Senator Lauren is here. She'll be the first, and followed by Senator Joel. But I notice no one is availing of my mobility break. Therefore, I will impose it on all of you. Let's stand up for a minute as Senator Lauren puts together her notes. You can start, she can propound her questions. Oh yeah, she wants, in fact kanina nag-o-offer siya, maglalakad daw siya habang nagtatanong sa inyo. Eh wala pa kaming mic na, ano ba tawag doon, wireless mic. So, and although the mobility break is just to move around, I'm sure some people have to go to the restroom, so kindly go ahead and, wag na tayo mag-break. Your questions will be for Chairman Popoy. Chair Popoy, okay. So everybody else who needs to, and you know what, kung sabay-sabay din kayo magbabanyo, hindi na kayo magkakasya sa mga banyo namin. Kaya kanino pa ko pa sinasabi sa inyo na feel free to step out and use the toilet. Anyway, so move around, turn around, and we should have done this every hour, but at least do it now. But it's not a talking break. Hindi ko kayo pwede magsalita. Dahil magsasalita si Senator Lauren, magtatanong, tuloy po tayo, magtatanong pa rin siya. Feel free to stand up and move around, and she doesn't mind asking her questions na nakatayo po kayo.
This is not for Chair Popoy, it's for all state universities and colleges, including UP. It's okay that you're standing, and so am I. It's for the utilization of the land and the structures given to you for land use and for your comprehensive land use plans. Some state universities and colleges have forests, they have lakes, they are within protected areas under our INIPAS. Would you have a list of the 114 that have been declared within protected zones, within the protected areas? And if not nationally legislated, there could be local legislation in locally declared ordinances of the LGU. And how are we utilizing the resources, even the natural infrastructure, let me just call it as that, and are the infrastructure that you build, the capital outlays that you always request Congress to give you, are these attuned to your landscape, the natural ecosystem? And for many years, we have included as a special provision in the SUC provision in the GAA, a database of biodiversity, flora and fauna in your respective SUCs. I wonder if that is even followed or read or recognized and implemented. So that's my basic question. Which SUCs are within protected areas under the INIPAS, which are within municipal local ordinances in local ecosystems as declared, and are the capital outlay and the implementation of such budget provisions attuned to the natural landscape. So it's the wise and efficient utilization of funds that are attuned to your natural landscape. Yes. Perhaps Dr. Ronquillo, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
and UP.
And what I'll add to that is maybe we can do an inventory, of all these type of resources available per SUC. Madali lang yun.
Yes po.
Maybe Senator Lauren, we can ask you to also submit your requested parameters, like whether it's a body of water, what kind of landscape, what kind of, di ba?
Can I have the provision from the 2015? Actually, Madam Chair, this has been a special provision I put in the GAA from 2015. Kaya nga sabi ko, baka hindi napapansin, baka yung remember, the GAA is a law. Baka yung provision na ito ay kala suggestion lang, hindi naman mandated. When I was chair, I mandated it. of all SUC. So may I ask the LBRMO if you have still a file and whether this was carried uh, in the NEP by the DBM after the first few years of my insertion. So it's not monetary insertion, it's really a declaration of measuring your natural capital and having a database of your lakes, your rivers, your wetlands, yes, your forests, and that's really the wealth of the state university and college. Yes, life underwater, subsoils, wetlands, mangroves, mountains, kapatagan, at lahat.
President
I
Ronquillo
wonder,
will
nasa
reply.
inyo?
Madam Chair, happily, our SUCs are doing a number of research on that, flora and fauna research. We will submit po to your office the compendium or summary of the research programs that our SUCs are doing on flora and fauna.
Alam nyo, ang ganda nun. Wag na sa akin kasi hard copy pa po yun. Ba't hindi nyo ilagay? Bawat SUC, ilagay po ninyo ang inyong likas yaman. Put your biodiversity there. Even, let's say, the kinds of Philippine native, indigenous, and endemic species. For example, like I went to PUP this morning. It's our 119th anniversary. I was a keynote speaker this morning. They have a small book. That's okay. It's hard copy, just like the SDG book. I want to have a copy of that. Anyway, they have the Luntian book, Munting Luntian, where they documented trees pa lang to, the mother trees of Philippine species. Trees pa lang yan. What, because it's in Santa Mesa in Manila. What more, the wealth of the university, what more, let's say, the wealth of, let's say, Sulu State College, the wealth of the State University in Romblon, in Ojongan, right? Ang dami-dami. I mean, I can name all the SUCs. Yung amin din na 5 campus sa Sibalom, main campus ng University of Antique, kasi may natural park sa Sibalom. So, ibig ko pong sabihin, pag ang thinking po ng State University, not just the president, but everyone is, we are within a protected area. Assuming you are, ito ang ating likas yaman ay mas papaalagaan, pangangalagaan po natin. And if you can kindly include that in your website or in your Facebook page, and it could be a good publication of your natural ecosystem wealth. And if you have IP areas, let's say in Caraga or in Cordillera, like the IFSU, I've worked closely with the Cordillera SUCs, then you can even measure and document your intangible heritage, which will include your rituals and practices, etc. I was talking to the Kalinga State University outside earlier, and the Nueva Vizcaya University, yun po. So, do we have the list or the name of the provision? Yeah, alam yan. Nung mga dating in charge. Oo. So, yun lang po ang tanong ko, Madam Chair, sa aking second round. Gusto ko malaman po kung sinusunod po yung provision na yun, or did you just hear it now? That means, siguro, yung aking linagay noon, baka hindi napamahagi yung impormasyon. Oo. Sana, with the permission of Madam Chair, this can be a special provision in the CHED and the SUC, including UP budget. It's not monetary, I repeat, it's just really mainstreaming the recognition and appreciation of our natural ecosystems within our SUCs. Doctor,
Sure.
meron na po kayong mga sa Batangas State.
At Batangas State, surely we have research on marine biodiversity that includes flora and fauna also. And we are very sure in our SUCs, all of them almost have this. I think we have to submit to our office a compendium of this according to what you have requested. We will submit po, Madam Chair.
Kasi Madam Chair, ito po'y konektado sa ating kakapasa lang na paano ko lang batas na ngayon ng batas na yung cultural mapping law. Kung ang mga SUC po ang siyang mangunguna sa mga lugar nila, ninyo, ng cultural mapping, ang ganda-ganda. Kasi yung LGUs, we have to build capacity. Of course, we'll help them. But if the cultural mapping of the SUCs can be done That would be beautiful. And if you started the biodiversity mapping since the special provision was included in 2015, then you've started already your cultural mapping. That's half the work done because biodiversity is part of cultural mapping. Then you just proceed with the others. If you have IP areas, it will be the intangible heritage. Yes. So that's my humble suggestion, and I hope I have the support of our first Mindanaoan and only IP president of UP. Yes, perhaps we could do that in Caraga, in Butuan, where you're from, Attorney Angelo, Attorney Gigil. Yes, in the UP system, could we have UP leading it or starting it in case this provision was not done? But I'm sure, as you said, it's been done. But to expand it to include culture mapping, that can be mainstreamed in the budget of SUCs.
You have our
Thank you.
support, Madam Chair.
Yes. Maybe you should briefly tell us about your Manobo culture and how the cultures of our indigenous people can help improve, enhance higher education, because this is something that makes us different from Harvard and Yale and other universities. Yes, while they have high rankings, but our wealth really is in the intangible. We have over 100 indigenous cultural communities, and that can enhance our higher
Yes.
education content or substantives even in the curriculum.
Before
Yes.
President Gigil replies, no, I'm really excited about reading the outputs of the state universities on the research you've done on futures thinking, because I'm just looking at the output of DAP, and this just 13 research papers, no? And two actually are directly related already to what you're saying. And then I'll read it now. Just a title. One paper is entitled Responsiveness of Masters in Public Administration Programs in the Philippines to the Competency Needs of Public Sector Professionals in Addressing Contemporary Challenges. It goes on to say, well, anyway, let me just acknowledge the authors here, Ador Torneo and Hias Clamor Torneo, addressing SDG 4, Quality of Education, SDG 16 on Peace, Justice, and Strong Institution, SDG 3 on Good Health and Well-Being. The study assessed 63 Masters in Public Administration and Masters in Public Management program curricula along with key informant interviews, blah, blah, blah. The author found through thematic analysis that program structures varied substantially around course and requirement classifications. The MPA, MPM programs generally address many of the traditionally expected competencies for public sector service professionals. But many curricula are not up to date with global development in public ad and the needs of the Philippine civil service. So that's what I wanted to point out, because as we now are educating a new generation, kailangan din naman na yung preparation nila for public service life or any other is up to date. And I'll tie that paper into another paper, which is deepening the discourse on the SDGs, strengthening the integration of SDGs in the tertiary education by Herisadel Flores and Lester Balmatero, Angelo Rafael Nacionales, and Charlie Rias. Clearly targets SDG 4, but particularly SDG 4.7 on acquiring knowledge and skills needed to promote SDGs through education, sustainable lifestyle, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and nonviolence, so on and so forth. And then there was another paper, I can't find it anymore here because I was just scribbling notes, which specifically took into consideration the culture of society. So there's so much that we can take away from these research papers. I'm sure the SUCs will show us what they've come up with. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, di ba? So your question to our president is on point, very specific na what can we learn and how is it integrated into the curriculum and tertiary education. Anyway, I give you the
Yes,
floor.
we have gone beyond that, Madam Chair. As a matter of fact, just about a year ago, it's one of the latest achievement of the university, which we have submitted in our report, the thick report, is that we have just opened the PhD in Indigenous Studies at UP Baguio. We are aware that UP Baguio grew out of the Cordillera Studies program, and it developed into a full university, but not as full as the other university because of the limitation in space. But right now, we just opened it, and the Cordillera Studies program actually is already a center of regional and global excellence in indigenous studies. We just created to formalize the university's trust to really include local indigenous knowledge systems in our education. It's a work in progress, Your Honor, because we sometimes we call it translational knowledge, and it is also tightly connected to our effort at identity building, because national identity is actually composed of many identities. There is no longer pure national identities these days, and we feel that identity building, which includes our archipelagic university, is a very important concern of the university to develop a strong source of national solidarity, given our fragmented history as a people. And indigenous knowledge, we feel, would be an enduring source of strength for our nation, given the divisive tendencies that we are occurring at. But on the other hand, as far as your earlier query on protected areas, and especially noting the whatever diversity, like flora and fauna, even like Diliman, for example, is a home for migratory bird species, and we are now very keen not to overdevelop it because it is the largest contiguous green space of the metropolitan area. It is actually the lungs of Metro Manila. So we are not going to further develop it beyond its carrying capacity. But let me just point that as far as those treasures you were mentioning earlier, Madam Chair, it is actually included in our land use and development plan that are LUDIP. We declare many areas as protected, but there are areas that are really protected areas, like the UP Los Baños, for example, co-manages Mount Makiling. It's a reserve, so we have to really protect it. But we are also conducting studies there, scientific studies as well, on sustainability and biodiversity as well.
Thank you for that information. There's so much more to ask, but I would not like to use the time of the others. So I just wanted to ensure that we will craft, if they can't find what we put into 015, a special provision which I will submit to the body for all SUCs for their biodiversity mapping and their cultural mapping, to include it as part of the work. I don't think this would entail an extra budget. It should be part of the work that we do. Yeah, we cannot treasure what we do not measure. Diba? So we must know what we have, and we will know and discover that we are actually a very, very wealthy nation. And we start with our state universities and colleges. And with regards, let's say, to indigenous peoples and their knowledge systems, it is cross-cutting. It will go to agriculture and to health practices and to rituals and many more. So this can be part of the indigenous people studies, which you said, President, in UP, which is being offered in the Cordillera. It can be
UP Baguio.
It can be offered in Panay, in UP Visayas. It can be offered on the snow UP in Caraga.
Yes, but
in-
we
in
are
Davao.
offering this course to many of our SUCs, as well as international enrollees, also, Your Honor, because it's an international program.
Our IP studies is an international program.
It is, Your Honor.
It has
Madam
collaborative
Chair.
linkages with international SUC, international
Yes,
colleges.
it is an international program. We have international professors and students, simply because we leverage the regional reputation. It's a regional center of excellence. The Culinary Studies program has a regional reputation in cultural and indigenous studies, Madam Chair. So we are leveraging it. That's why we created an entire indigenous studies. It's a PhD in indigenous studies. And we hope to be able to expand the number of PhDs all over the SUCs so we can spread from there. That is the idea. And then not only that, Madam Chair, even say in scientific methods of rice farming, we are studying traditional culture. So reverse, where our scientists are going to the traditional to find the science in it and discover how they have been able to sustain systems of rice production, systems of preserving seeds, and the intent is to study the science in traditional indigenous practices because these indigenous practices have lasted 1,000 years, and there are 3.5 billion rice-eating people in the world, and 3 billion are in Asia, including the Philippines. So we can even do the reverse. Within our scientists are going to our indigenous knowledge to learn how the sciences have lasted. There is a science to it for it to last 1,000 years, and it can enrich us as a country.
Thank you, President Jimenez.
Thank you, Senator Lauren. Senator Joel is next. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I just raise some questions? A while ago, I was upstairs and listening attentively to Chair Popoy tungkol doon sa tulong-dunong program, Madam Chair. And if I'm not mistaken, kanina, while I was listening, it was mentioned na parang walang budget itong tulong-dunong program for this year, 2024. I wanted to find out kung ano yung nangyari dito kasi po we have been receiving a lot of complaints and information with regard to this program. If you would recall, this representation has been very supportive of the tulong-dunong program. In fact, kasama ho tayo dun sa mga senators na naglagay ng gumawa ng paraan upang mapalago itong programa na ito, mabigyan ng pondo, etc. Meron lang pong ilang mga grantees na lumapit sa atin since 2021 pa po sila, no? May grant na sila and yung iba pinag-submit ng school ng mga dokumento, yung iba naman pinag-o-open po sila ng bank account sa DBP. Pero ni isa po sa kanila, wala po kaming nakakausap hanggang ngayon, no, na nakakuha na ng cheque o nakatanggap ng deposit sa kanilang bank account. And now, narinig ko kanina na parang walang pondo. Gusto kong malaman, una, gaano ho ba kahaba yung delay na kailangan pa nilang maranasan? Pangalawa, yung once a student is accepted to the tulong-dunong program, tuloy-tuloy po ba yung ibibigay ng assistance sa kanila hanggang makagraduate po yung bata? O because right now that there will be no funding for 2024, mawawalan na po ng support, no, yung mga batang naka-enroll po dyan sa programa na yan. Gusto lang ho natin malaman and maklarify, Chairman Popoy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, once you're a tulong-dunong beneficiary, you automatically get tulong-dunong until you graduate. That is by virtue of a special provision in the GAA. You are classified as continuing tulong-dunong under test.
Thank you
So
very
lahat
much,
po
Chairman Popoy. No? So that's clear, diretso po yan. But considering that there's no budget for 2024, diretso pa rin po yan.
Opo,
Okay,
opo, may
thank you.
budget po yan sa UACTE.
Okay.
Ang wala
Yes.
po, yung bago.
Yung bago. Okay, thank you,
Yung
thank
bago
you.
po.
Sige.
Kasi since realignment po ng Kongreso yung tulong-dunong, ang policy ng BBM, pag realignment ng Congress, automatically they don't include that in the NEP of the succeeding year. So wala po sa NEP yung tulong-dunong kasi last year or the previous year, realignment po yan ng
Okay.
Kongreso.
Yes, that's clear.
Yung-
Thank you. Yung doon na lang po sa mahabang paghihintay at delay dito sa program na ito, may we know the reasons why?
Can we ask Attorney Esteves, yung Unifast po nagpo-process niyan, pakisabi na lang ho kung saan para
Yeah.
ma-actionan agad ng
Sige. Thank you
Unifast
kasi
kung saan
if
yung
I
mga
will
estudyante.
give you a copy of the letters I've sent to Ched, medyo madami na rin po, no? As I was saying, 2021 pa po ito and until now, wala pa ho ni isa doon sa mga grantees ang nakakuha ng cheque. I wonder why, attorney? Can you tell us? Baka may magawa ho kami doon sa nangyayaring matagal na delay. Matagal na, delay pa. Mahalaga, importante. Kaso baka sabihin ni attorney, depende sa conforme yan.
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, continuous po yung pagbabayad natin ng tulong-dunong hanggang ngayon pong 22-23, continuous po yung ating pagbabayad. In fact, yung pong mga na-identify ng ating mga legislators, we can submit po a copy of the paid and unpaid po, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator.
Yes, attorney, siguro mamaya na lang kasi ito, ang dami nito. All regions, 2,629, tapos kalahati po, wala, 2021, ganun din po. Sa Bulacan alone, I'll give a copy to you after this hearing. But again, I hope hindi lang ako yung nakakaranas nung ganitong mga situations, no? Because I'm sure si Senator Angara told me about it, and he's also asking this particular issue. Anyway, let me go forward, Madam Chair. Doon po sa favorite topic ko itong manpower complement, Madam Chair. Yung CHED po, titignan ko yung unfilled positions nila doon sa filled positions. In 2022, ang unfilled positions ay 166. A year after, Madam Chair, 165 na. So, na-fill upan yung isa. Hindi ko alam kung matutuwa tayong lahat doon. But I'm sharing this to all of you because I'm not picking on CHED, no? I've been telling these agencies, departments, 9 out of 10 positions in government, unfilled po lagi yan. 9 out of 10. Unfortunate, dun po sa contract of service, 630,000 ang ating COS at job orders. Samantalang we are pushing for ending endo. Diba? Ang hirap sabihin nung private sector, gusto nyo ending endo, pero ang number one violator, gobyerno. Dito ho sa CHED, ang, correct me if I'm wrong, ang JOs and contract of service ay nasa kulang-kulang 800 job orders and contract of service. So, wag ho kayong mag-alala, tinatanong ko ho ito sa lahat ng departamento at ahensya ng pamahalaan, ano po yung ginagawa po natin dito.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Chairman.
Yeah, ako din po ay ilang beses ko nang pinagalitan ng nasa AFMS namin at kung bakit hindi mapilapan. Ang dahilan hong sinasabi ay marami hong hindi qualified na nag-a-apply. Ang sinasabi din na dahilan ay yung mga position na kailangan talaga ng chair ay more technical rather than administrative sa aming ginagawa. Kaya't hindi mapilapan. I will not apologize for it, Madam Chair. It is a problem that I have been very angry about in the commission, and the solution has not really come up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Chairman, dahil hindi pala ako nag-iisa dito. Tinitignan ko lang din po itong job orders na almost 800. Perhaps if someone can, because at the end of the day, we wanted to seek for solutions. Dito sa job orders na to, ano ba yung nature of their function? Kasi ang dami nito, itong almost 800 job orders.
Madam Chair,
Ang field
that-
positions, authorized position is 526 nitong huli. And I'm sure yung temporary personnel cannot be assigned to sensitive operational tasks and financial transactions as they cannot be held accountable, no? I hope hindi yan nandun sa mga, I'm just concerned about it. For example, yung signatories who are plantilla holders become bottlenecks in processing, yung pag-release ng allowance sa students, etc. So yun gusto ko lang pong i-raise yun, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may be allowed to answer.
Please, Chairman.
Yung paglobo po ng contract of service at saka yung mga hindi permanent, dahil lumobo po yung trabaho ng CHED sa pag-facilitate ng free higher education, madami ho talagang scholars, madaming mga schools. So ang naging sagot ay bigyan ng additional contractual positions yung ating mga regions para mag-process ng mga papel. Dahil din po may mga mandato ang Congress na very technical. Like for example, may mandato na siguruhin naming may LUDIP ang mga schools. Mayroong mandato din na tutukan namin yung Certificate of Program Compliance. Marami pong technical na requirements. Kaya yung marami hong kine-create na contractual positions are actually technical positions. Medyo mataas para makakuha tayo ng medyo mas magaling-galing
Yes.
at saka
Yes,
mas
Chairman.
senior.
Again, we wanted to solve this problem, this issue. Ito ho bang 165 na unfilled position, sila po ba pwede itong 700, 800 something na nasa job order or contract of service, pwede ba sila yung maka-fill up nitong 165 dito? We just wanted to find out kasi kung hindi at wala din yung technical requirements dito sa unfilled positions, then we need to come up of a new item, di ba, Chairman?
Yung iba po pwede, kaya lang yung iba hindi mag-qualify kasi hindi sila nakapasa sa civil service or bagong graduate sila, kulang sila ng number of years ng experience.
Or baka
po
yung
ang
hinahanap,
dahilan.
Madam Chair, baka yung hinahanap, hindi naman, ang taas-taas nung requirement, tapos hindi naman maganda yung sweldo, di ba? Minsan ganun po eh.
Ganyan po ang problema do sa ibang item. Yung iba din po, we lose a lot of our good stuff to other
Yeah,
government
and that's why,
agencies.
Chair Popoy, we wanted to evaluate, and if I can get a something out of this, some inputs you can give in para po matulungan itong mga ahensya. Kasi yan po has been my advocacy for quite some time, and I may say again, I sound like a broken record, pero sa bagay, pag tinitingnan ko yung lugar na ito, makaka-relate sila yung millennials, hindi na ako makarelate. So, gusto ko lang hong matulungan, no? And I will leave that issue now, but please help me help the agency, the department, no? And we have been raising this particular problem for quite some time. Let me go to another issue close to my heart, Madam Chair. Itong Philippine Qualifications Framework, di ko alam, Madam Chair, sinong author nito tsaka sponsor eh. Napakahalaga po nito, and then CHED is the head of the pathways and equivalencies and quality assurance. As tinignan ko yung budget, wala ho sa budget ng CHED yung PQF. Tinignan ko din po yung budget ng DepEd, wala din po. Tinignan ko po yung TESDA, wala din po. Talagang napaka-importante nitong Philippine Qualifications Framework. But anyway, syempre, just like last year, tayo rin po yung nag-push nito para magkaroon ng budget, and we will do it again. It's just that I wanted to put on record, Madam Chair, the importance of Philippine Qualifications Framework, and ito lagi nating dinidiscuss, Madam Chair, dito sa EDCOM 2. So I hope na yung NCC, National Coordinating Council ng PQF, the past 6-7 years, Madam Chair, parang 9 na beses lang silang nag-meet. 6-7 years, no? And credit to Vice President Sara kasi in time na umupo po siya, nakatatlo ng meeting. So hopefully, dumami yung meeting nila para hopefully din, next year, meron na silang budget kasi ngayon ho, lahat ng education department, TESDA, CHED, DepEd, wala po. Sabihin ko lang po yun, no, para makawala na po ako yung sa susunod na gusto kong sabihin. Yung status naman, Chairman Popoy, nitong implementation ng Philippine Credit Transfer System, I wanted to find out, Chair Popoy, is CHED also coordinating with the DepEd, PRC, and other agencies governing itong regulated professions to allow a seamless transition between levels of qualifications na alam mo to, Madam Chair, na pinag-uusapan natin ngayon dito sa Education Commission 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doon sa tatlong areas na meron ng agreement ng credit transfer, which is HRM, dentistry, and agriculture and biosystems engineering, we have completed the workshops already with the universities. Kasama po ang PRC doon sa usapan, TESDA at CHED, para himukin yung mga universities na maging bahagi ng credit transfer system. Para yung mga estudyante na may NC na, ay pwedeng mag-enroll doon sa regular courses ng mga participating schools at makredit yung kanilang NC kung sila papasok doon sa undergraduate program. At yung mga estudyante naman dito sa mga schools na to, pwedeng kumuha ng NC habang sila ay estudyante. Tapos na po ang aming Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao workshop at meron na pong nag-indicate ng mga eskwelahan na gusto nilang sumama dito. Ang problema po, Madam Chair, dito sa credit transfer ay medyo mabagal dun sa ibang degree program. Ako po'y nababagalan. Bakit 3 lang hanggang ngayon?
Yan din po yung tanong ko, Mr. Chair, kasi 3 lang. We wanted to find out, ilan ba yung universe?
Hindi ko... Ang mahirap po kasi pag pinagsama mo sa isang meeting yung mga experts sa certification ng TESDA at saka experts sa higher ed, matagal po silang magkasundo. Yun hong outcomes-based education versus skills certification, parang mahirap pong magkasundo ang marami. Ako'y nagagalit na rin at napakabagal. Ang tina-target namin na merong potential na susunod ay yung industrial technology, yung IT, at saka potentially po yung nursing kasi may utos na po si Pangulo dito sa nursing program. Yan po yung 3 tina-target namin na isusunod. But I am just as frustrated as you, Senator, because I really find it too slow. Nothing is very slow po, pero hindi po ako lang ang nagdedesisyon dyan. Madami hong mga eksperto at saka kasama po ang discussion with
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sana po ma-represent niyo po tayong lahat dito na di-discuss natin ngayon. And for the record, parang yung sinasabi yung sobrang bagal, sa sobrang bagal niya, in-overtake na siya ng pagong. Kaya ho, importante talaga ho ito kasi itong PCTS ay this refers to a seamless progression, transition between levels of qualifications through various pathways. It is not limited to pathways between technical vocational education and higher education. So sana po, kung ano man po yung matutulong namin, baka po pwedeng magkaroon din tayo ng target kasi yung 3 parang hindi ko alam kung a-acceptin natin na hanggang ngayon, ganun pa rin po, no? 3 pa rin ho. But I believe na napakahalaga po nitong Philippine Credit Transfer System. I'll move forward, Madam Chair, dito sa reconstitution ng technical...
Before you move on, can I just make an interjection? We're told, no, dito sa, on the same topic, no, on the Philippine Credit Transfer System, that additional disciplines at some point in our life will include early childhood education and health-related programs. Chairman Popoy and both CHED and TESDA, well, TESDA's not here, so I'm just addressing CHED. You know, when we look at, when we use futures thinking tools, I think early childhood education should really be prioritized. Like, I don't know what reasons, like, there are pilots in the following disciplines: agriculture and biosystems engineering, amazing, thank you. Dentistry, great. Hotel and restaurant management, tatlo. Tapos, kailan pa tong additional disciplines natin? Both early childhood and health related. I don't know why it cannot be prioritized, and with the feedback we get that minsan lang mag-meeting, that already is so painful to accept as a reason, no? No matter how technical this is, kung mas madalas yung meeting, mas madalas siguro mangyayari. And hold that thought about madalas mag-meeting kasi ite-take up ko mamaya in connection with Senator Risa's concern earlier is tungkol naman sa sobrang dalas mag-meeting. Gusto ko yun, pero too much meetings is also unproductive. Pero yung hindi nagmi-meeting para hindi ma-take up, napakasakit naman. And like I said, no, at the end of the day, you have to prioritize. Kaya I want to say, but kaya ito yung mga nauna. There's nothing wrong with those programs, pero from my experience in life, sabihin, malakas may leadership yung mga interesado dyan, malakas mag-lobby, kasi ba't sila nauna? Ano nangyari doon sa iba? So there, that's where we are. And the floor
Madam
is back
Chair,
to
and
you.
Madam Chair, quick answer, Madam Chair.
I'd like to also point out, Madam Chair, considering that we have strengthened yung ladderized education program since 2014 pa po yan eh. 2014, pero tatlo pa rin. Tatlo pa rin, Madam Chair. Medyo masakit po eh. Masakit po na I wish wala na lang ako dito sa education sector para matanggap ko to. Pero we're in the education sector. I was once chair of Committee on Higher Technical Education. Now we're both commissioners of Education Commission. So it's frustrating.
Madam Chair.
Yes, quick response.
Yeah, quick response. The reason why the three went ahead, kasi ito po yung mga programang madami ng NC ang TESDA. So kung marami ng NC, madaling evaluate yung NC kung anong equivalent niya na units do sa regular programs. Doon sa mga area na pupunti yung NC, ang problema is on both sides. Problema sa part ng TESDA, what skills are measurable. Problema din doon sa part ng CHED kung anong equivalent niya na units doon sa regular programs. That's why the three went ahead kasi madami pong NC dyan. But as I've said, I share your frustration. Ako po ay galit na at napakabagal masyado ang nangyayari dito.
You know, Madam Chair, I will not defend TESDA kahit na si TESDA man ako. Imagine, Madam Chair, there are 16,000 programs ng TESDA. There are 320 plus training regulations. Tanungin nyo, ilan dun yung relevant? Now, in the latest budget hearing of TESDA, it came out that 80% of TESDA graduates, sinasabi nila, nakakatrabaho. 80% of them na may trabaho, sinasabi may trabaho, earning below minimum wage. So what kind of jobs are we producing here? So again, Madam Chair, I hope we do something about it. I will leave it at that, and that's the reason why we are here. Nag-overtime tayo. I would go to another point, Madam Chair, before I leave today's budget deliberation. Sa CHED, Chairman po, itong reconstitution ng technical panels and committees, tinitignan ko din po itong sa under RA 7722, dun sa Section 12, technical panels are constituted to assist the Commission in setting standards and in program and institution monitoring and evaluation. Napakahalaga po nito. Sa TESDA, ito yung tripartite, ito yung mga industry partnerships, etc. No? Kung titingnan po natin itong data na isinabit po sa atin, Madam Chair, it shows that only 15 out of 98, ang universe is 98, 15 lang po yung technical panels that have been reconstituted. So, many other technical panels being on a holdover capacity for the past 5 years, Madam Chair. So, tinatanong din ako ng mga nandun eh. Sabi na, 5 taon na kami, ano ba, magsasara na ba kami? Ano bang mangyayari? Ano pa bang, are we still in existence in the next few years? So, with 83 technical panels remaining to be reconstituted, pwede ba nating malaman, Madam Chair, ano yung target naman ng CHED dito for this year? And what's the reason behind the slow pace, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Please, please,
the
Chair.
yeah, the reconstitution of technical panels was brought about by a new CMO that we issued requiring equal representation between government, academia, and industry in the technical panels. Ang problema po dati sa technical panels, ang marami ay galing lang sa academe, walang representative ang industry o walang representative ang government. And there have been criticisms of the curriculum of these degree programs do not produce the graduates that are needed by industry. So yung inuna naming mga technical panel ay yung mga technical panel in key areas. Inuna po natin ang agriculture, ang fisheries, yun pong mga areas na talagang kailangan nating baguhin yung pananaw kung anong klaseng graduate ang mapoproduce natin. For example, yung technical panel on fisheries, ang chairman po ng technical panel ay galing ng industry. Yun hong company na naglalata ng tuna sa Mindanao. Para yung industry, sasabihin nila kung anong skills at competencies talaga ang kailangan ng graduate and work the curriculum around that. So, yung unang wave po ay yung pinaka-importante, technical panel on medicine, pinalitan natin dahil sa doktor para sa bayan. Yun pong mga iba, okay pa naman yung existing technical panels dahil yung kanilang mga sektor o yung kanilang mga discipline ay hindi po masyadong problematic. Nagkakaroon ho kami ng problema na mag-reconstitute ng iba kasi minsan wala pong galing ng industry na nagiging membro kahit na kami nagpadala ng imbitasyon, wala po. Kaya bungi-bungi po yung ibang bagong technical panel kaya hindi pa po namin kino-constitute. But I promise that we will fast-track some of them, but please be assured that the panels that have not been reconstituted is really because the problems in that sector are not as noticeable or not as high as the others that we have reconstituted. Inuna ho natin ang medicine, ang nursing, pinalitan na natin kasi ang mga yan masyadong malaki ang pagbabago dun sa discipline kaya kailangan natin talaga ng bagong pagtingin kung anong curriculum, anong bababago dun sa kanilang field of expertise.
Thank you, Chairman. Siguro yung suggestion ko kung wala nang babaguhin doon, kung okay na sila, parang siguro i-clear na lang natin sila, no? Okay na kayo?
Yes,
So you're good.
we will do that.
Siguro yun ang maganda. Tapos at the same time, Chairman, Madam Chair, if I may, mag-request na lang ako, Madam Chair, ng targets for this year and the target of the department, to the CHED, CHED's expectation to complete this process, Madam Chair, for submission na lang po. One last issue, Madam Chair, that I'd like to raise. Itong HEDF, itong Higher Education Development Fund, under Section 10 of RA 7722, explicit po dito yung Higher Education Development Fund ay magagamit exclusively for the strengthening of higher education in the entire country. Dito po sa binigay sa atin na report, na data, it was clarified that HDF was meant for both public and private HEIs. Tinignan ko po yung data, 96%, please correct me if I'm wrong, 96% ng programa ay nasa public and only 4% ang nasa private. Considering po that 86%, 86.7% of HEIs in the country are private. So ito ho, sinound off lang po ako ng ilang mga kasamahan natin, bakit daw po ganito? And we wanted to find out yung 96% ho kasi yung ginagamit for public and only 4% for private. Siguro ma-clarify lang, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yun po ang plano namin itong papadating na taon, simulan nagbigyan yung private schools. Meron ho kasing practical problem pagdating sa private schools. 1,700 po kasi yung private schools. Kung sino yung uunahin at kung bakit, pag nagkonsulta po kami sa COCOPEA at saka yung member organizations, mahirap pong magkasundo kung saan pupunta yung pondo. May practical problem ho. So ang assistance na binibigay namin sa private schools ngayon ay meron ho tayong project to train the leaders in higher education with Asian Institute of Management. Tapos na po natin i-train ang mga presidente ng SOCs, tapos na yung presidente ng mga LOCs. Starting this quarter, we have a big project with the Asian Institute of Management to train 240 representatives of private schools as agreed with COCOPEA. Yan pong assistance na binibigay namin. Yung capacity building para sa kanilang mga leaders. But we are going into that slowly, Mr. Chair. Inuna po natin yung SOCs kasi ang assistance so usually na binibigay sa SOCs para makapag-comply sila sa Certificate of Program Compliance. Halimbawa, kulang ho ng equipment sa engineering, binibigyan namin sila ng grant. Yung iba naman, hindi ma-convert from college to university dahil may kulang na library holdings, binibigyan po natin. Yung mga magme-medicine tsaka magne-nursing, binibigyan natin ng mga grants. But I commit that starting 2024, doon ho sa sinabit namin ng HEDF, kasama na po yung private schools doon sa aming ibibigay na HRM equipment consistent with the requirements of the Tourism Act that majority of the projects using the travel tax should go to tourism-related projects.
Anyway, Madam Chair, perhaps to expedite the process, again, I will put on record that 86%, 86.7% of HEIs are private. Dito sa Higher Education Development Fund, 96% ho ang nasa public, 4% ang nasa private. So siguro, Madam Chair, para makita din natin at hindi rin magpuntahan sa mga opisina natin itong mga private schools, hingan na lang natin yung CHED, ano yung guidelines nila. Hingan na lang natin ano ba yung mga eligibility requirements nila para kung hindi talaga pasok doon, at least wala silang karapatang mangulit sa atin dito, Madam Chair. So, yun lang po, Madam Chair, and thank you for your patience. Thank you, Chair Popoy, sa mga kasamahan natin sa CHED. Again, we are here to help in any way we can. We care for our higher education institutions, and we wanted to find out how else we could help in legislation and in the budget deliberation process. May mga nakausap no po ako na ilang mga schools and mga kaibigan natin na nakipag-usap na po sa atin paano natin sila matutulungan. But again, if you want if you need help from senators, from legislators, tulungan niyo din po kami, provide us what we need from you. Salamat po at magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Thank you.
Madam Chair, in behalf of the Commission, let me commit that we will start supporting private schools this coming 2024. That is a commitment that I make before the committee.
Thank you. Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Chairman Popoy. Thank you.
Senator Riza, you have the floor.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Chair De Vera, isang follow-up na lang dun sa paksa nung corruption allegations kanina. Diyan, sa topic na yan ng corruption, ano pong institutional safeguards ang iniimplementa ng CHED para siguruhin na yung mga pondong in-entrust sa inyo ay hindi mami-misuse?
Yun pong mga binibigay naming grants sa mga state universities and colleges follows the strict procurement laws as done by their respective BACs and Board of Regents. Pagka meron pong mga instance na hindi na nagagastos yung pera on time, pinasosoli po namin sa National Treasury. Itong mga ito, kung meron silang mga request for extension na hindi naman realistic, dinideny po ng commission yan. Pwede po kaming mag-submit sa komite lahat ng mga appeals, ng mga nakakuha ng grants ng CHED na dininayo in-approve namin. So ang procurement po ay nandoon sa mga state universities at sinisiguro po namin na yung procurement ay magagawin according to the procurement laws as exercised by their BAC and their boards. Madam Chair.
Chair, ang tinatanong ko po yung mga safeguards, hindi kaugnay ng mga SUCs, NILUCs, o ibang HEIs, yung internal safeguards po. Dahil nga sa sinite kong mga reklamo na ipinadala sa commission nyo and which were made public last month. Ano pong safeguards laban sa internal po na corruption?
So just to be
Madam
clear, no,
Chair.
because
Yes,
I'm
Madam
interested
Chair.
in this topic, you were referring to where you left off earlier.
Yes,
So
Madam
these
Chair.
are corruptions that could be happening inside an SUC and potentially committed by officers, which could also include a CHED commissioner?
Actually, specifically, Madam Chair, CHED commissioners.
Okay, o yun ang tanong. Para
Yeah,
clear, kasi ang lawak ng corruption
sorry.
Kaya sabi ko parang yung sagot nyo, parang hindi yun yung kailangan niyang marinig na sagot at gusto ko rin marinig.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I misunderstood the question. Nandiyan po sa ating hearing ngayon, yung dalawang commissioner na nirereklamo. Baka mas maganda diretsuhin nyo na hong tanungin sila.
Actually, Mr. Chair, hindi ko nga po binanggit yung dalawang commissioner. Ang tinatanong ko po ay sa inyo nakadirect bilang chair ng komisyon. Sa level pa rin ng institusyon ng tanong ko, ano pong mga internal safeguards ang isinasagawa ng CHED para maiwasan yung mga korupsyon na inaakusa sa mga complaint po na iyon?
Ang internal safeguards po namin ay meron kaming mga resolution at saka meron kaming memorandum sa komisyon kung ano mga dapat na gawin at hindi gawin ng mga chair designate ng mga SUC boards. So ang aming requirement ay dapat sumunod doon ang mga chair designate ng mga commissioner. Ang isa pa po ay kung merong mga reklamong 888, pinapasagot po namin sa kanila para maisumite doon sa nagpadala ng complaint sa Malacanang. At ikatlo, yung sinabi ko, pinadala po namin ang mga reklamo sa Executive Secretary dahil sila po ang appointing authority.
Salamat, Chair at Madam Chair. Of course, yung pagpapadala or pag-forward ng mga reklamo sa Office of the ES, corrective action na lamang po iyon. Mas na-appreciate ko po yung sinabi nyo kanina na maglalabas kayo ng memo ngayon kung paano maiwasan, mapigilan at may babala na kung anong sanctions, if ever, dun sa korupsyon na susubukan pa. At muli, Chair, hindi ko po talaga tinatanong dito yung korupsyon ng mga HEIs o mga SUCs, mga LUCs, yung korupsyon mismo na nirereklamo sa loob ng CHED. So, salamat po sa sagot ninyo so far, Chair, Madam Chair. Dako po ako sa...
Madam Chair,
Yes, Madam Chair.
kung maidagdag ko lang, ilalagay ko po sa memorandum na pag hindi sila sumunod, tatanggalin ko po silang chair designate dahil sila po ay dinesignate ng chair bilang chairman ng SUC dahil sa RA 8292 po, ang legal na chair ng lahat ng SUCs ay yung chairman ng CHED. Hinati-hati lang ho namin dahil para mahati yung trabaho dahil mahirap po kung yung CHED chairman ang upo sa lahat ng lagpasisandaang SUC. So ilalagay po natin doon na pag hindi sila sumunod, tatanggalin po natin ang chairmanship sa kanila.
Salamat po para doon, Chair. Yes, Madam Chair.
Sige. Senator Risa, can I just have some follow-up questions on that? Chairman Popoy, I'm very thankful to Senator Risa for being very specific dun sa question niya kung ano yung nagagawa ng CHED, ano yung gagawin ng CHED, because that is what prompted you to give that reply. Because earlier, before, in her first round of questions, sabi niyo, wala kang magagawa. Bibigay niyo lang sa presidente. And now, this is the answer that I wanted to hear. Kasi, sabi ko, for sure, there's something more that you can do. At itong pagtanggal niyo as chairman-designate, kaya niyong gawin. And I'm happy to hear that after you conduct the proper investigation. Of course, there's a process that I'm sure you have to go through. Pero yung reports na narinig ko, which is yun naman din siguro yung narinig ni Senator Risa, and I've sat as a board of regents in many SUCs, and I'm shocked by these allegations. I'm like really laglag sa upuan ko shocked. Kasi I remember when I was chairman of the Committee on Education, I was very specific with my representatives na lahat nung honorary na matatanggap, kailangan i-report sa akin kasi ayokong may tinatanggap sila na hindi ko alam na labas dun sa alam kong pwede lang tanggapin. So kasama yan sa mga tanong ko, ano ba yung guideline sa pagtanggap ng honoraria? Kung 4 board meetings lang ang 4 regular quarterly meetings, right? Quarterly meetings, and then the guidelines allow for 2 more meetings, right? So at most 6. But the special meeting, so 6 at most. But I heard na every month nagmi-meeting. I don't care naman kung magko-collapse na yung SUC na yon, kailangan talaga mag-meeting every month, okay. But it seems to be the norm with those SUCs under that commissioner. So how can that be? And then having meetings in extravagant venues, asking the SUCs to carry the cost. And I heard na nakowa o malapit ng makowa or nakowa na nga ang maraming SUCs dahil dito. This is really, really shocking. And for all these SUCs to have to, kung isa lang yan, I might say, Mr. President, kulang yata sa leadership na ano. Pero if many or all of these SUCs under a particular commissioner have similar experiences, how could we sit and let this happen? I mean, I'm putting this on record because I can to a certain extent understand yung pressure kasi kung ikaw yung commissioner and the commissioner is the chairman of the meeting, tama, di ba? The president, tama ba? The commissioner is the chair of the board. So, medyo yung mga members mo, yung respeto mo nandoon. Pwede naman talaga umangal, but you know naman how it is, Philippine culture, konting, syempre, deference, dahil commissioner yan. I'm really shocked that this is happening. I was not aware of this. I do not chair the committee. So, ngayon ko lang na ano, and then when I asked my staff nga na nakabalita na rin sila, medyo may mga extravagant gifts pa involved. I want to put on record that the reason I bring this up is because we cannot tolerate this. I know many SUC presidents to be very humble, very, very obedient to their calling and to the requirements of the law. So to have a commissioner impose this on our SUC presidents and setting a standard that is not only bad, but it is unacceptable, I have to speak up about it because we don't tolerate that. Hindi yan yung pamamalakad na gusto natin. And ako mismo, I don't have personal knowledge, so I cannot speak on this, but I have read the reports just now, and I'm really like shocked. And I can't believe that the CHED can let time pass and allow our poor SUCs to have to deal with this, especially kung nakuha na sila.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I may, before you say something, Chairman, if I may, Madam Chair, you know, I'm really shocked upon learning all of this just now. This is mind blowing, Madam Chair, and what concerns me the most is the fact that our chairman himself made mention that they are here. They're both here. If it is not true, I have been to so many allegations before, no? Manufactured, etc. Kulang na lang ako pumatay kay Jose Rizal, kay Lapu-Lapu. And it comes with the territory when you become a public official. It's okay. It's okay. Ang point ko lang, Madam Chair, is that if I'd be given a chance to say something, defend my integrity, defend the institution I represent, which is far, far bigger than yourself, you do it. You do it. I mean, kesa yung ganito ho, na parang, wow, nabasa ko ito, wow. It's unbelievable. And yung mga SUCs, kung totoo ito, sabihin nyo sa akin mamaya dito para may magawa din po tayo. And we cannot and we should not tolerate itong mga naririnig natin. But again, Madam Chair, para po sa akin, important to look at this objectively and ensure that everyone would be given due process, would be given time to respond, would be given time to explain. And I share the sentiments of Senator Risa and our chair, Madam Chair, Senator Pia. Kasi importanteng iparating natin sa taong bayan na pinandidirihan natin itong mga ganitong uri ng gawain at walang puwang ito sa mga pwesto sa gobyerno. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Sige, I'll give the floor now to Senator Riza. I have always taken the position that as chairman, I am not the judge, jury, and executioner. So I will not go further on this issue. But I join my colleagues in expressing my dismay that we have to even take this up here. But we do have to take it up because it involves the use of the very limited funds that the SUCs have. And we're not even going into the details now, but I'm told that they're even forced to use the income that they generate. So, yun, medyo malalim po talaga. Anyway.
Just with the indulgence of my dear colleague, but we're giving time, Madam Chair, if someone wants to...
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah,
to say
because
their piece.
Senator
yes.
Risa still has the floor, and
Yeah,
then I still
thank
have a
you.
bunch of questions.
Thank you.
so,
I hope
yeah.
that we give them the opportunity also if anyone wants to say something about it or
Yeah,
thank you, Madam Chair.
okay. So, Senator Risa, you have the floor. Ay, sige. Commissioner Darilag, you want to say something?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. I just want to put this on record na hindi po ako guilty doon sa accusation. My 24
Ano ho ba yung accusation? Do you
yun
wanna...
pong binanggit nyo kanina.
Alin, lahat nung sinabi ko? Sa inyo ba yun?
Hindi po sa akin.
Ay, kaya nga eh. So,
Yeah, kaya, hindi.
wala naman ako sinabing sa inyo.
Gusto ko
Kaya
lang-
liwanagin nyo because
Yeah.
you might get quoted that you're
Yes.
referring to something I said. And
Yeah.
So, what are you referring to? You're not so you're saying na yung mga sinabi kong situation, hindi kayo ang tinutukoy
No.
noon. Okay.
Yeah, in fact, my 24 SUC presidents can attest to my practice of holding board meetings and also my integrity as a commissioner. I want to put this on record. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and this is for you, Dr. Darilag. I want you to answer this. Itong binabanggit na ho talaga kayo dito sa isang report na your wife went to Canada representing CHED. Is this true? On official business?
Madam Chair, that's not true.
Okay.
Meron po akong ebidensya that would show na ako pong bumili ng ticket. At yung pagpunta niya po sa Canada ay personal trip niya.
Okay, I hope you also appreciate the questions being raised here to also clear your your name.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, and we appreciate it, Dr. Darilag.
Dr. Mark Libre.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I just like to put this into record, Madam Chair, that all of the letter appears to be part of the organized attack on the integrity of yours truly. Second, Madam Chair, regarding with all of the conduct of the board meetings, those are actually with official travel. And in fact, that's actually the request of the respective SUCS presidents.
Of monthly meetings.
There are actually requests, Madam Chair, because of the procurement matters,
So
but not
monthly.
all of the SUCS, Madam Chair. I just like to put that in
But
the
most have
record.
monthly meetings under your watch now.
Those SUCS, Madam Chair, being requested by the presidents.
Have monthly. Sige, bigyan nyo kami ng listahan how many
We
meetings.
we can
how
give
many
you that.
meetings you've had under
Yes,
the
yes,
SUCs
Madam
that-
Chair.
How many SUCs do you handle?
24, Madam Chair.
And how many of them have had monthly meetings?
I will furnish you the copy of
More or
that.
less. Kalahati, 5, 3,
More or less, Madam Chair, half of that, Madam Chair.
monthly. Never heard of that, ha? Nag-share ka din, di ba?
Yeah, I just like also to put this.
Monthly?
Yeah,
A
I just
little
like
bit
also
odd,
to
no?
put
If it's
this.
monthly meeting.
Iba na siguro, baka hindi busy yung mga SUC president, magpapa-monthly
Yeah.
board meeting. Lahat yun, papatawag nyo ha, yung student representative,
Alam ko quarterly,
yung
Madam
faculty representative, yung DOST, ano ba yan? Depende.
We'll furnish you the copy, Madam
And then,
Chair.
nagmi-meeting ho ba kayo sa mga hotel? Well,
No, Madam Chair.
in fairness sa hotel, marami nagmi-meeting sa hotel because when the SUCs gather in an area na malayo sa lugar nila, minsan the common meeting room is common places of meeting are hotel. So I don't wanna judge just because hotel, no? Pero may ano kasi na resort,
Yeah, Madam Chair.
yung magastos na hotel, may allegations po na ganun.
I just like to put this into record also, Madam Chair, that all of the board meetings are actually conducted in SUCS conference rooms. We can furnish you the copy of that, Madam Chair.
So yung
None in the hotels, Madam
yung
Chair.
monthly na sinasabi nyo,
It's actually in respective SUCS.
so wala kayong gatherings in other areas?
None, Madam
Like
Chair.
hotels and-
None, Madam Chair. We can furnish
Wala.
you the copy of that.
So never ka nagpatawag ng meeting na kailangan nila pumunta sa mga resort?
Resort, none, Madam Chair. We
So-
have records for
So
that,
hindi
Madam
kayo
Chair.
kasama doon kung nagpunta sila sa resort? That's what you're saying?
Madam Chair, all of the board meetings are actually in the respective SUCS conference rooms.
I know, but other meetings, that's what I'm saying. Other
None, Madam
meetings.
Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, one last. Kasi nandito naman din yung mag-check para lang maklear kung ano yung mga sinasabi nila, kung tama, hindi ba? Kasi, for example, yung
Yes.
dun sa international travel ni Dr. Darilag, alam naman ng
Hindi,
Chechen, I
ganito
think
na lang.
sila...
Ganito na lang, how many, you have 24 SUCs. The
Yes.
24 SUCs, I think most of you have the contact number of my staff. Just send them your thoughts on this matter. Did you have meetings outside of the board? Were you asked to give gifts? Were you coerced to have those monthly meetings, or you want to have monthly meetings?
Madam Chair. Lastly, Madam Chair, it's good that the 24 SUCs under charge, the SUCS presidents are here. You can actually personally talk with them, Madam Chair, regarding all of these allegations.
Sinabi ko na nga yun, di ba?
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Sinabi ko na nga,
Mas-
i-text yung staff ko. Gusto mo, kausapin ko pa.
Thank you, Madam
I
Chair.
have to give the floor to Senator Risa. Okay, thank you. Senator Risa, you have the floor.
Salamat, Madam Chair. I-make of record ko lamang po na when I brought up this issue, I did not even name the commissioners na pinadalahan ng reklamo. Not in the first round of questioning, not in the second round of questioning. None of us did until Chair De Vera mentioned that they were here. And then the chair opened the floor para makapagsalita sino man, and the two commissioners chose to speak up. I hope lahat ng sinabi ng dalawang commissioner sa hapong ito ay totoo. Dahil it is of record that complaints have been received at the office of the President. So out of respect for the Senate committee, I hope na mga totoo ang mga sinabi ninyo. In any case, the ongoing processes will establish kung ano ang totoo at ano ang hindi totoo. So, Madam Chair, Chair De Vera, I'll move on to the topic of unliquidated and insufficient documents. So similarly to last year, the issue of unliquidated and insufficient documents to support disbursements continues to be an issue. 16.9 billion pesos worth of unliquidated releases of test grants were disbursed, and 116.2 million pesos disbursements were unsubstantiated by sufficient documentation. There were also unliquidated transfers worth 54 million pesos and 5.4 million pesos disbursements with incomplete documentation. And these unsubstantiated disbursements were not concentrated in one office, but extend across different CHEDROs nationwide. So, Chair De Vera, ano pong pinaplanong gawin ng CHED internally para mapigilan ang mga disbursements na unliquidated o kaya may hindi sapat na dokumento?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yung ibang naka-mention sa COA report ay nakasagot na po kami sa COA officially. May I ask our Executive Director Cindy Haro to enumerate what we have submitted to COA as a response on these various items. Kasi December po yan, nakapag-submit na kami since December, at nung July po, binigyan na kami ng COA ng unqualified opinion for 2022. Ibig sabihin, nasagot na namin substantially yung mga issue na ni-raise sa utilization ng 2022 GAA. So, may I ask Attorney Cindy to enumerate what we have submitted to COA and what dates we submitted it?
Salamat, Chair. Attorney Cindy.
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney
If I may
Cinderella.
proceed, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. And kung totoo yung kung sinabi kasi ni Chair na nakatanggap na kayo ng unqualified
Opinion from COA.
opinion, so moving forward, anong pinaplanong gawin ng commission internally para mapigilan na mangyari itong muli na unliquidated or insufficiently documented disbursements?
Apo, Madam Chair, as to the, yung minention niyo po, na unliquidated test grants, in the December 31, 2022 po, report of COA, totoo po, nakalagay po the 16 billion. And it required talaga po the regional offices, NCR, CAR, and other regional offices as well, Madam Chair, to demand the HEIs the submission of their liquidation reports. Some of the higher education institutions have already complied with their liquidation reports, Madam Chair, and that is why we were able to already release the next tranche, Madam Chair. There are some pa po na hindi pa po nakakapag-liquidate, pero minimal naman na po yon, Madam Chair, kasi we have partially implemented it. As to question niyo po, so moving forward, what will we do? One of the areas po talaga na tinitingnan namin is yung sanction against higher education institutions which have not complied with the liquidation documents. When we asked when we asked the same question, Madam Chair, as to higher education institutions, we invited them for to some sort of a meeting, Madam Chair. Various reasons, like nagpalit daw po sila ng kanilang accounting officer. But on the part of the commission, it's their responsibility. So they have to sort that out, Madam Chair. So we agree with you that, of course, our higher education institutions should be responsible enough talaga po to liquidate. So, yung one of the areas po talaga din ay of course yung sa delay din po sa mga estudyante, kasi kung hindi po nakakapag-liquidate yung mga estudyante ay yung mga HEIs, hindi rin po nila makukuha yung next na budget po nila, Madam Chair. So in case of higher education institutions which have not yet liquidated and there is now delay in the release of the test po to students, we will direct our regional offices po to release the same po para hindi naman po ma-prejudice po yung mga estudyante, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Attorney Cindy. Actually, sa lahat ng CHED officials so far na nakausap ko this day, sa inyo ako nakakaramdam ng energy na pinaka-forthright sumagot. But I also sense itong tendency na sa mga tanong namin tungkol sa CHED, i-shift yung accountability sa mga HEIs, sa mga SUC, sa mga LUCs. Gusto ko pong mag-focus sa plano nyong gawin internally sa CHED. Kasi parang may missing link eh. Kung unsubstantiated yung disbursement request or kung kulang ang dokumento, simpleng dapat hindi i-disburse ng CHED. Kumbaga, kayo yung last line of defense. So, kung wala naman, di wala. Pero meron po bang planong gawin ng CHED internally, no, para mapigilan yung ganitong irregular klase ng mga disbursements?
Yes, Madam Chair. Opo, we are committed po talaga in making sure that kasi parang ano naman po yun, tagang basic na kapag hindi nakapag-liquidate, dapat hindi po mag-ano po talaga, hindi na makakakuha ng next tranche po, Madam Chair. So opo, yes, Madam Chair. So we are committed in implementing that mechanism, Madam Chair. As to our regional offices which have been somehow there are delays in making sure also that their higher education institutions are complying with this liquidation. We will monitor po talaga strictly our regional offices which have delays po.
Okay, salamat po, Attorney Cindy. The committee will hold CHED to that through you. At pag nagawa nyo yan, it's one of the few concrete steps na makaka-satisfy sa amin since we've been interpellating CHED about these questions since at least last year.
Madam Chair,
Ngayon,
Madam Chair.
yes, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Chair.
Ayaw po naming mawala yung unqualified opinion namin. First time na nakuha sa history ng CHED. Kaya sisiguruhin po namin na identify na po namin yung mga region na may problema. Kaya yung po ang tututukan namin sa susunod na mga buwan kung paano siguruhin na ma-maintain namin yung unqualified opinion. Yun po ang pangako namin sa Senado.
Well, salamat, Chair. Well, it's shocking that it's the first time na makatanggap ng unqualified opinion, pero na-appreciate ko yung mabuting impluensya ng COA sa CHED. Yun naman yung hinahanap namin dito sa Kongreso na talagang ganun ka-useful, helpful, instructive yung mga COA reports sa ating lahat na nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno. And maigi kung magiging incentive po yun para sa CHED na para hindi na po mawala at kundi maulit yung mga unqualified opinion ng COA moving forward. So salamat para doon, Chair. Dahil ako ngayon, Madam Chair, sa student loan program. The Commission on Audit flagged that the collectibility of approximately 124.5 million pesos worth of student loans are unlikely because of low collection performances, insufficient monitoring of the implementation of the loan programs, and muli, non-submission of requirements pero by participating HEIs. Since this remains government's money, ano pong plano ng CHED para siguruhin yung collectability ng student loans na pinoprovide sa mga estudyante?
Madam Chair, yan po yata yung Study Now, Pay Later program noon na naging Study Now, Study Now, Pay Never. Yan po ay dinatnang ko noong 2018 nung ako'y naging chair at ang unang ginawa ko po ay tinigil ko yung programa kasi nga ang collection level is less than 10%. Ang pwede lang ho namin gawin ay magpadala ng demand letter. Ang problema ho doon sa pagkadisenyo kasi ng Study Now, Pay Later, hindi na po matrack yung mga estudyante pagka-graduate nila kaya hindi masingil. Ang nangyayari po ay pinadadalan yung Bureau of Immigration para sila hindi makaalis ng bansa. May depekto ho kasi yung disenyo ng programa. Yung pagka-graduate nila, inaasahan natin makakakuha kagad ng trabaho at magbabayad, pero napuputol po yung ating dokumento pagka-graduate nila. Ang marami po ay hindi natin talaga matrace. Lumipat na ng bahay, hindi natin alam kung employed. Kaya nga po, yan ay accumulated from the 1990s pa yan. Kami po ay the most we can do, and this is what we told COA, is to continue sending demand letters, pero hindi po namin talaga sila masingil. At ang ginawa po namin ay tinigil na muna namin para hindi madagdagan yung hindi nakokolekta ng pamahalaan.
Salamat, Chair. Yung ibang interpretasyon sa nangyari dito sa Study Now, Pay Later program ay that CHED failed to ensure repayments, which deprived students or future students from benefiting from the SNPL program. Tapos may mga obserbasyon na CHED has other loan programs that suffer from issues of monitoring by CHEDROS on the implementation and compliance of the HEI. So I guess moving forward, magandang hindi totally sumuko ang CHED sa mga student loan programs, pero mas pag-igihan nga po yung pagmo-monitor para meron talagang pag-ikot ng pera through giving the loans pero collecting them para may mga susunod na henerasyon ng mga estudyante na makapakinabang sa ganung mga programa. So,
Madam Chair,
yes, Chair.
Tanggap po namin yan kasi hindi po government financial institution ang CHED. Yung aming mga staff ay wala talagang kakayahan sa pagpapautang. I think the best design is we tandem with a bank. And it is the bank that grants the loans. We are still in negotiations with Land Bank and Development Bank of the Philippines to see what is a better modality to make it available to students. Pero kung yung regional offices po sa amin ang gagawa niyan, babalik lang ho yung dating problema. Tanggap po namin na bago po itong pag-upo ko sa CHED, talaga pong hindi ma-monitor, daming hindi na-kolekta doon sa disenyo ho ng programa. So we have to redesign the program, but it should be with the banks who will be the ones to administer it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Although maigi pinag-iisipan yung mag-redesign, so ibig sabihin hindi nga kayo, hindi nyo lang ida-drop the ball dyan. Pero, yun, at kasasabi ko lang sana wag kayong sumuko dyan. Going into partnership with the banks, kahit pa government banks, kaya lang, it raises the prospect of bank interest rates, no? So, baka pwede pang i-exhaust ng CHED yung possibility ng in-house parang descendant ng Study Now, Pay Later program na mas magbibigay ng credit. Hindi naman pagnenegosyohan yan ng mga estudyante o ng kanilang mga pamilya. So, hindi talaga dapat patawan ng interest rates tulad sa mga commercial loans. Ito po ay pag-invest ng gobyerno natin sa social capital ng mga estudyante. Actually nga, dapat nga tayo ang gumagastos sa kanila, ano po. So,
Madam Chair,
yes, Mr.
Madam
Chair.
Chair.
I mean, Chair.
Ang isang sistema which seems to work better ay yung ginagawa ng ilang universities natin tulad ng UP. Hindi po study now, pay later. Uutang ka pero kailangan bayaran mo bago ka graduate. Hindi ka bibigyan ng graduate credits o diploma pag hindi mo mabayaran. So merong final gate na hindi mabubuksan kung hindi ka magbabayad. I think that is a more practical and an easier loan program to facilitate. Pero yung study now, pay later po, talagang mahirap yung disenyo. So ang pinag-aaralan namin is student loans while you're a student that you have to pay before you graduate. Yun po ang baka it will work better. Ang UP po, nandyan si President Gigil, mataas ho ang repayment rate ng loan program ng UP, baka yun ang pwedeng modelo na kunin natin.
Salamat, Chair. Maigi kung meron kayong best practices model, hindi sa mga bangko, pero sa SUK and sa Premier SUK dito sa ating bansa. Dako po ako, Madam Chair, sa Ghost Scholars. Last year, I brought up that my office received complaints about ghost scholars who benefited from CHED's higher education subsidies. inimbestigahan na po ba ng CHED internally kung meron talagang mga ghost scholars?
Can I ask Attorney Haro, kasi nag-create ho kami dyan ng task force na pag-aaralan yung mga complaints. Attorney Haro ay isang membro ng task force. Baka pwede niyang sagutin yan, Madam Chair.
Nalito ako kanina, Attorney Cindy, ngayon
Attorney
Attorney
Cindy
Haro.
Haro po.
Okay,
Attorney Cindy
hinahanap ko po. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, if I may proceed po. Yes po, Madam Chair, in the ad hoc committee po that CHED created, in coordination with the Office of of the Senate and Office of the Congress, Madam Chair, it's one of the issues po talaga that was brought about. We are just finalizing, Madam Chair, the report that we will furnish the committee, Madam Chair. And that includes po the issue on ghost scholars.
Salamat, Attorney Cindy. Sana dun sa report na i-furnish nyo, ang komite, mag-provide ng details kung paano ang CHED at ang UNIFAS inimbestiga itong usaping ito. So, abangan po namin yung kopyang iyon. Salamat po. Okay, salamat. Alright. So, ngayon, Madam Chair, dako ako sa payments to grantees. So, among those students that you stated, the ones who were validated, kasama po ba dito, Chair, yung mga estudyante na nagtapos na pero hindi pa natatanggap yung mga pondo nila para sa respective school years nila?
Sa anong kwan po ba yon? Ito ba yung PNSL o yung regular test?
Test po, test.
Yung
pong 191,739 students mula school years 2021 to 2022 at saka 2022 to 2023.
Hindi pa po sila graduate kasi freshman sila nung 21-22. So sila papapasok pa lang na third year ngayon, Madam Chair. So out of the 191 names uploaded, we validated and 141 are qualified. So sila po yung babayaran natin.
At ito pong 141,000 ay nagsipagtapos na.
Hindi pa po. Third
Hindi
year
pa
pa
rin.
lang po. Papasok pa lang po silang third year ngayon.
I see. All right po. And then, meron po bang mga estudyante na, parang naitanong na rin yata ng isang colleague ko kanina, pero may mga estudyante ba na deprived sa pagtanggap ng test grants nila dahil ginagamit ng CHED yung 2022 at 2023 funds para i-subsidize yung mga estudyante ng 2021? Meron po bang ganon?
Hindi naman po, dahil binabaan natin yung grant ng test para po, kasi dati 60,000 ang nakukuha pag nasa private at 40,000 pag nasa public. Yung diniscuss po ito sa Unifast Board, ang agreement ng Unifast Board ay babaan yung amount na ibibigay para mas madaming makakuha. So pumayag po ang public universities at ang PUCOPEA na ibaba ito sa 20,000. Kaya po magkakaroon po ng bagong test grantees ngayong 23-24. Yun pong dating pondo ay mas marami ngayon ang masasakop. Mababayaran niya yung PNSL at makakapagbukas pa po tayo ng bagong grantees ngayong school year na papadating.
Chair, meron po ba sa mga HEIs na natanggap na ang mga pondo nila?
Doon ho sa PNSL, hindi pa po dumadating yung NCA namin galing ng DBM. Nasubmit na po namin lahat ng schools at yung babayaran. May saro na po, NCA na lang ang hinahanap. Pag nakuha namin yung NCA, ay bibigyan na namin yung pondo immediately. Hinihintay na lang po namin yung NCA.
Alam niyo po ba kung anong timeline nun, yung darating na yung SARO para matanggap na ng mga HEIs
May
yung pondo
saro
nila?
na po. May saro
I mean
na
yung
po,
NCA,
na
kung
lang
kailan
po
darating yung NCA? May timeline na po ba?
Hindi ko po alam sa DBM. Yun pong HEDF, meron na rin SARO, NCA na rin lang po ang hinihintay. Pero ready na po na pakawalan nito papunta sa mga universities pag nasa amin na po yung pera.
Okay, salamat po, Chair. Ngayon, since last year, my office continues to receive emails from students who have not received their complete funds from different scholarship programs. One of the emails complained that students have graduated but did not receive their complete scholarships from a particular college. It was also mentioned that they tried multiple times to contact their respective CHEDRO but were left with no answers. So nakapag-develop na po ba ang CHED ng isang sistema ng pag-handle ng ganitong mga reklamo ng mga estudyante na hindi pa natanggap yung mga pondo nila? Lalo na po yung mga may unresponsive CHEDROs o di kaya unresponsive HEIs.
Ang commitment po namin ay igagawin naming special case itong mga ito pag nalikom namin yung mga pangalan at yung eskwelahan. Kasi po doon sa aming pag-iimbestiga din, may mga pamantasan din na pag-graduate na hindi nila masyadong pinapansin kasi nakagraduate na. Yan po ang lumalabas din na reklamo ng mga estudyanteng pinapadala sa akin sa Messenger. Kailangan pong i-compile namin itong mga pangalan na ito kasi kalat-kalat po yan across regions eh. Mahirap pong targetin yung mga regions. Kailangan nung i-inventaryo namin yung mga pangalan at saka tututukan mo namin to the regional office. We would appreciate if the names and the schools are given to us immediately. So, i-workshop po namin yung mga regional offices para gawing special case ito.
At paano naman, Chair, kung yung regional office mismo, yung CHEDRO, ang unresponsive sa mga estudyante? May sistema po ba para tulungan sila?
Ako na po ang bahala sa regional director pag sila hindi nagtatrabaho.
So pwede pong sumulat sa inyo, sa Office of the Chair, yung mga estudyanteng ito?
Opo, tatanggapin ko po. Pag nakuha yun, ang tumututok po dyan ay ang aming executive director, si Atty. Cindy Harrock personally.
Salamat, Chair. Madam Chair, dako ako sa Higher Education Development Fund. Actually, tinanong na rin po ito kanina ni Madjo. So, isang tanong tungkol dito, Chair. How much dun sa Higher Education Development Fund ang inallocate sa Student Financial Assistance noong 2022?
2022 ay yung direct subsidy po tulad ng TES at tulong-dunong, lahat po yan ay nasa UACT fund, nasa GAA po yan, wala pong HEDF fund na nagpunta para sa TES or tulong-dunong.
So kung ganun, so yun yung dahilan kung bakit yung scholarships at grants hindi prioritized sa HEDF, kahit may claims naman ng CHED na of insufficient funding para sa student assistance programs.
Hindi naman po, kasi nung nakapasa po yung pre-higher ed law, ang naging policy ay lahat ng may kinalaman sa pre-higher ed, pupunta ho yan do sa UACT, sa GAA. Yung HEDF po ay para sa mga developmental projects at saka yun pong mga pinasa na batas ng Kongreso na wala pong pondo, dyan po namin ginagastusan. Lumabas lang naman po itong problema ng kakulangan ng pondo starting 2022 nung nagipit po yung funding. Kaya ngayong alam na namin, sa susunod na magsusumiti kami ng budget sa DBM, titignan ho namin kung ano ang kaya pang ikarga sa HEDF at ano yung sa UACT. But that is moving forward, Madam Chair. Sabi ko nga, hindi natin napansin itong development ng UACT kasi from 2018 to 2021, pataas ho ng pataas yung budget. Kaya hindi natin napapansin na may mga problema pala sa allocation. Pagdating nung nag-level off na, nagpantay na yung budget, doon lang po natin napansin. Looking back, I must admit, ang dapat po na ginawa ng Unifast Board dyan ay in-adjust na yung amount ng test nung 2022 pa lang para ho makover yung mga beneficiary. Hindi po nagawa yan, so I must admit may pagkukulang ako sa Unifast Board dyan kasi hindi namin na-anticipate. Lumabas po yung problema pagdating na ng 2023 kaya ginawa namin ng solusyon na pinababa yung grant ng test. moving forward, meron naman pong sapat na pondo sa 2024 para i-cover yung continuing test grantees at magbukas ng bagong test. So hindi naman po kailangan ng dagdag na HEDF sa 2024 GAA para magbukas ng bagong slots.
Salamat, Chair. Huling paksa ko na lang, Madam Chair, tungkol sa attrition and dropout rate. Tinanong din ni Sen. Sherwin kanina. So, Chair De Vera mentioned that the dropout rates remain significant at 34%. So, sa karanasan po ninyo, anong efforts ang ginawa na ng CHED or ginagawa para tugunan itong persistent issue na hinaharap ng mga estudyante sa pagkumpleto or pagtatapos sa kanilang pag-aaral?
Meron po kaming ginawang quick survey kung ano ang dahilan at ba't nagda-drop out ang mga bata. Yan po ay meron na kaming preliminary data. At ang number one reason ho ay kakulangan ng pondo. Yun hong academic deficiency o yung nahihirapan sila sa pag-aaral, parang pangatlo o pang-apat na dahilan. So financial po talaga ang problema. Ang susunod na ginagawa namin ngayon, pinapatrack na namin sa mga colleges and universities yung composition ng admitting freshman nila. Ilang porsyento at ilan dito yung galing sa first generation university students. Ito po yung mga una sa pamilya na makatungtong ng kolehiyo. Kasi at-risk group po talaga yan. Kasi galing talaga yan sa pamilyang walang-wala. Tinatrack din namin yung galing sa listahanan, etc. Meron na ho kaming preliminary data ng mga first generation admitted freshmen. Ang susunod ho na dapat gawin ay i-track ito mga at-risk group. Tignan, every year, kailangan ma-monitor sila para matulungan sila ng pamantasan. Halimbawa, bigyan sila ng mga tutorial classes. Merong regular meeting sa kanila para makita kung ano yung problema ng mga nakukuha nila. Kung merong internal na mga subsidy o scholarship na pwedeng ibigay yung eskwelahan, unahin sila. Yan po ang susunod na ilalatag natin. Pero ang starting point po niyan ay makakuha ng datos para matrack natin yung estudyante para pag nag-second year, third year, fourth year, matutukan natin yung mga at-risk at sila ang isalba talaga natin para makagraduate sila. Yan po ay nangangailangan talaga ng programa na gagawin ng bawat pamantasan. Pero nasimulan na po ngayon, nasa akin na yung datos doon sa incoming freshman ng mga state universities. Meron na silang porsyento ng mga first generation students. So it has to start from data and then programs that the school will have. Halimbawa po, yung mga galing talaga sa mga at-risk na grupo, dapat po yan ang unahin sa mga slots sa mga dormitory. Para ho yung gastos ng bata sa pamasahe ay mabawasan. Pag nasa dorm ho yung bata, mas madali ding tutukan yan kung nahihirapan mag-aral. Pero yan po ay kailangang ilatag natin at hinihingi natin ng tulong ng lahat ng state universities and colleges na pagtulong-tulungan po ito.
Well, maraming salamat, Chair, at maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Mula nung budget hearing natin, at least nung nakaraang taon, on the one hand, parang dumami yung mga tanong, but also, on a few of the issues, parang nakakasulyap ako ng mga pinpricks of light as far as CHED is concerned. So, hopefully moving forward, I'm hopeful na our committee, Madam Chair, our subcommittee can be helpful in really pushing CHED to broaden those pinpricks of light and para mas maliwanagan no, yung higher education dito sa ating bansa sa pamamagitan nila ng kanilang commission.
Madam Chair,
Maraming salamat,
Madam
Chair.
Madam Chair, I'd like to put on record my appreciation for the comments of Senator Ontiveros. We value the questions that have been raised, and as I have always said, we will try to respond and intervene as needed on the issues raised. So we really value the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Salamat, Madam Chair.
Sige, ako naman ang magtatanong, no? Thank you very much, Senator Riza. I usually save my questions for last if I have any, and I do have a few. I have briefings with agencies whose budget I handle, so there's no need for too many questions. But there are a few things I need to put on record, especially ngayon ko lang naman nakasama lahat ng SUC presidents ulit, no? Aside from online before. My question is directed to the SUC presidents, but obviously you can't all answer. So Dr. Tirso, it would have to be you. And Chairman Popoy, just a few more minutes, no, and then we will let you get some rest. Thank you so much for enduring this long hearing despite your condition. If you recall, every year I ask for an update on the efforts of the SUC to reduce the load of their students. Because I will remind everyone that when K-12 was passed, the commitment was the senior high that will be added to basic education will effectively reduce the number of hours or the general education subjects sa college. Ilang taon na po at karamihan ng SUC, and please stand up because I will congratulate you personally if there is an SUC because parang meron akong naaalala na nakapag-reduce ng kanyang load. So, when I was a student, and I think ganun pa rin naman sa UP, parang 15 to 17 ang average load, and then merong, ewan ko kung mga sciences, umaabot 19. Unlike, and then quick comments, unlike other SUCs na 25. And I know of, I know of students who graduated abroad, and their normal load is like 9%, 12%, kahit sabi mong trimester pa, 27 sa isang taon, divided by 2, ilan yun? 13 and a half. Tapos tayo, 25, 23. Professor Bautista, no, we've had these conversations many times, right? So what are we gonna do about this? Quality of education. I don't know, what is the difference? How come UP can do it or has done it? Di ko alam kung balak nyo pang bawasan. Awa ng Diyos, di naman pa yata nadagdagan, ano? Because parang yun naman yung load ng mga anak ko. Why can't the others do it? And I told you before, so kung gusto yung totohanin ko na, I won't recommend any budget increase until I see anything. Because I always say this every year. But you know, I know you work under very difficult circumstances, so assist na naman ako. Pero ito yung paulit-ulit kong sinasabi. Did you have a response, President Tirso? But Dr. De La Cruz, you were raising your hand. Did you want to say something? Or you were waving at me, something.
Sorry po, with the permission of the chair, good evening.
Good evening.
We have, as mentioned by Chair Popoy earlier, that PhilSCA have come up with a partner with the British Columbia Institute of Technology, and we have presented and submitted for evaluation of British Columbia Institute of Technology on a 3-year Bachelor in Aircraft Maintenance Technology. This is a 3-year, it just so happened that we have add up 9 units or 12 units of business course as requested by the industry. So we come up with 3 years and 2 summers with only load of 6 and 9 units summer to include business courses as for them to become technologists. Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor in Aircraft Technology.
So yeah, so
3 years.
it's a degree.
Yes, ma'am.
3 years and 2 summers.
Yes, ma'am.
So parang 3.5 years.
Yeah.
So sige,
Opo.
maiksi ng konti sa
Opo,
4.
pero ma'am, if we will be reducing po the request of industry, particularly airlines, on issue of incorporating mga business courses.
Well, give them a double degree, which is what happens in many
Yes, ma'am.
universities abroad. Wala namang problema
Yes,
yon, di ba? So, and ito parinig ko sa College of Medicine natin, eksakto, tumayo yata si Chancellor Padilla. Mamaya na, pagbalik niya. Pero, yeah, mamaya na, but I'll lose my train of thought probably. Anyway, okay. But I mean, that's a new program. What I want to hear are the other programs na 4 years na pwede bang maging 3 na lang yan. Yung ibang 5 years, pwede bang maging 4. O, Dr. Ronquillo.
Anyway, Madam Chair, to answer for and on behalf of other SUCs, generally, our number of units depends on the CHED-TWG specifications, on the minimum number of units. So the least that we can have is to equate our units with the CHED-specified minimum requirements. But we are given leeway if we can increase. But if CHED, let's say, for example, is still will lower the number of minimum
Pero
requirements,
tanong ko, iba ba standard nyo sa UP? Iba?
apparently, it's
Hindi, iba
different.
ba requirements ng CHED? Obviously, because may sariling charter si UP. Pero iba ba? Iba ba? Kasi bakit nga si UP kaya niyang magbigay ng konti? Bakit yung ibang SUC hindi? Yun yung gusto ko, matagal ko nang gustong intindihin.
Madam
Kasi hindi
Chair,
pa nga nangyayari.
To answer po, we are all required by CHED to observe the CHED minimum requirements. As
So the minimum requirements is
Prescribed by CHED.
equivalent to something like 25 units a
it
semester.
varies, depende sa programs.
Oh, it varies. Pero ang average is 25, right?
There are some programs which are lesser than 25, but more or less it's almost 20 or above sometimes. But there are fewer than 25 for some programs.
Correct. Pero the average is it's more than 20. Correct?
Yes, Madam
Am I
Chair.
wrong? The average is it's more than 20.
Yeah.
SUC presidents, yes or no? Is the average number yes? Oh,
Madam Chair, we will not be getting our COPC if we will be going below the CHED minimum requirement. So I
kaya
think
nga, so si Ched ang tatanungin ko, sino sa Ched sasagot?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I share the position of Senator Pia na masyadong mabigat pa rin. Ang problema
kayo
po
daw
ay,
nagsasabing bigatan nila sa madaling salita. Kayo ba? Ched ba?
dinatnan ko na po yung bagong PSG, kaya ang utos ko sa bagong technical panel ay paiksiin pa.
Ang tagal
Pero
na
yung mga,
Chairman, sandali. Ilang taon na tayo dito? Ilang taon ka na dito? Ilang
Hindi,
taon ka na,
yung po-
Chairman?
yun po
Hindi,
mga
ilang
bagong-
taon, kailan mo yung dinatnan? 20,000 what? 16? 17?
2016 po ay
2018?
tapos na yung mga PSG. Noong 2016 tapos na po.
Yeah, I know. We've had this
Counting lang.
conversation.
Yeah.
So how many years will we wait?
Madam Chair, the PSGs na dumaan sa amin, hindi namin inapprove hanggang lumiit. Yung mga na-approve
Ilan
bago
yon?
na-
Ano yon? Ano yon? Ilan yan? Ilan yan out of the universe?
konti lang po ito, mga siguro a little
So ba't
over
hindi
10
balikan? Ba't hindi balikan? Kung nag-agree naman kayo sa akin, ba't hindi pwedeng balikan?
Ginagawa na po ng mga bagong technical panel, halimbawa sa medicine po, ay nakapag-approve na ng shorter 6 years straight program
Yeah, I
sa
know,
medicine.
pero yan din ang nireport mo sa akin 3 years ago eh. 3 years ago, alam ko na yan. 3 years ago, tuntuan na ako dyan. Dahil yung batchmate ng daughter ko sa high school, 6 years na lang yung program. Kaya alam ko na yan. Tell me something I don't know. Give me a new course. Every year, we report the same things for like 10 years. Kaya lahat ng senators dito napapagod eh.
Yun pong program
Congratulations to
sa
the Technical Panel of Medicine. Thank you. O ano pa? Ano pa? Sino pa i-congratulate ko? Sige, palakpakan nyo kasi talaga namang nabawasan. O ano pa? Ano pang course?
Yun hong sa radiologic technology, hindi po makapasa sa amin dahil mahaba pa rin. Nakadalawang balik na po sila sa komisyon. Ayaw nilang paiksiin maigi, so hindi namin inaaprobahan. Ang pwede pong gawin, Madam Chair, ay i-match yung PSG at saka yung curriculum ng schools. Ang marami ho kasi nagdagdag pa rin eh. Sa
Ang
totoo
mga
lang
schools,
po,
sige, bigyan mo ako ng example ng useless na na dinagdag. Or hindi naman useless, wala naman sigurong useless, pero less useful.
Meron pong isang school na yung program niya sa BS Fisheries ay nilagyan po niya ng kurso tungkol sa physics. Kasi
Okay.
kailangan daw matutunan ng mga estudyante yung mga waves, how they move. May ganyan po. O yung sa BS Fisheries,
Walang sa
dinagdagan
akin,
nila ng
if that's the, I hesitate to respond kasi hindi ko naman alam, di ba? Sabi nga dito sa research ng Sustainable Development and Futures Thinking, kailangan naaayon yung pinag-aaralan natin sa mga bagong development. So kung ganun ka-importante yon, who am I to comment, di ba? But I understand what you're saying, no? But I'm just not gonna comment because I don't know. But I mean, like, you know, like basic hotel and restaurant management. Pwede naman yung 2.5 to 3 years, tapos may OJT.
Ang Madam Chair, kumonti po yung unit sa HRM, ang humaba ay yung OJT. Kasi po ang sinasabi ng industry ay kulang ang contact hours nila. So the number of units actually went down, but the length of OJT increased.
Yeah, I
Ganun
know.
po ang
I mentioned it
nangyari.
because I already knew that answer nga eh. So,
Yeah.
but what about the others? Okay, ganito. Before I approve this budget, I will wait for the various SUCs to give me their own recommendations. Kasi kung sinasabi ni President Ronquillo na you're just following the guidelines, wala naman. Sige, bigay niyo sa akin kung ano yon. Tapos ipapa-coordinate ko, kindly give me who are these technical groups. I will be the one to coordinate since it can't happen pala with all of you there. I'll be the one to coordinate. We have 1 month. So, ibibinbin ko tong approval nyong lahat. Tapos, tatrabahuin namin yan during the 1 month. Para magawa na to once and for all. Kasi lagi na lang tayong ganito eh. Nothing changes.
Yeah, we will support, Madam Chair, your motion.
Okay, good. I have 1 or 2 more questions. This is directed rin to you, no, Chair Popoy, but I'd also like the thoughts of President Ronquillo, no, representing the SUCs. So I have no issue with statements like, let's produce world-class graduates. Of course, we want, di ba? Yun naman gusto natin, regardless of the course, di ba? Regardless of the course, world-class engineers, world-class doctors, world-class teachers, no arguments there. But in the presentation of CHED, you singled out world-class doctors, world-class nurses, and then seafarers with complying with global standards, no? Ang question ko is, and I understand those are very important professions, as are many others na hindi na nabanggit dun sa listahan na yan. Pero ang dating kasi sa akin, when you say seafarers with global standards, because nga, yung nature ng job nila is they ply the world. Di ba? Karamihan ng job opportunities nila are in foreign vessels. So, and the employers are foreigners. So, kailangan talaga global yung standard. So, when you say na ang ating nurses and doctors are global standards, para mo nang sinabi na we're here to service the world. Ganun ang dating sa akin. I have no problem, of course, at yun yung standard nila. But, ganun ang dating eh. So, and I know this is a presentation because the President made a priority, and I'm very happy that he did, because as we service the world, we lose those that will provide healthcare for our own people. So, parang mali yung marketing, mali yung terminology na ginagamit natin. And I mention it because all of you in your own campuses, in your own universities are coming up with tarpaulins and siguro sa websites nyo na you're preaching to the potential students, to their parents na enroll kayo dito, ito yung passing rate namin, napakataas, di ba? And we will produce global nurses. So talagang inano natin na yung ipoproduce naming nurse aalis. So then I go back to the problem na partly when you say, Chairman Popoy, na hindi nyo mapuno yung slots for the scholarships kasi mukhang ayaw ng return to service requirement kasi bakit? Dahil balak nga nila mag-abroad, so ayaw nila mag-return service dito. Kailangan natin buuin yung story so we understand what are we not doing right. Where are we? I'm not preventing anyone from working abroad, from studying abroad. I studied abroad, I worked abroad. There's nothing wrong with that, but we do want to create an environment where they want to come back, where they want to work here, to live here, to serve our country. And how do we do that if yung choice of words natin, ganon, di ba? Parang will produce you para makapagtrabaho ka sa abroad. So, pag-isipan nyo naman kasi in everything that
Madam
we...
Chair,
Yes?
I'm sorry if it was misinterpreted. When we briefed the President, what we said is we will continue to produce world-class professionals. What we meant to us, there are certain professions in the Philippines where the competency of our graduates are accepted all over the world. So we have a responsibility to make sure that that level of competence recognized worldwide is maintained. So we're talking about the quality of education that we provide there. We're not saying that they will work abroad.
No, I know.
But
I know you're not saying that. That's why I
Yeah.
said from the start, I'm sure hindi naman yun ang objective. Kaya nga naging concern to ni Presidente kasi gusto niya may health workers tayo para sa bayan natin, di ba? So I know naman what the intention is, but I'm saying careful with your choice of words
Yes,
because
yes.
your objective there was to come up with and I always forget what your new term is for it, the caregiver. Yeah. Your objective there was to come up with this new specialization, which is the clinical care associates. Yun eh. Yun. And they are not board passers, but they have completed 4 years. I'm sure masisipag tong mga young graduates na to. I'm sure with on-the-job training, they would pass that. I've talked to he's an icon in medicine, si Dr. Ernie Domingo. Sabi niya, I'm so sure yung mga yan, on-the-job training yan ng how many years and refresher courses, they would make it. So, but that's what you wanted. Kaya lang, and I'm not lost. It's just that it sends the wrong message. It makes it appear that that's why they're being trained because you want them to be able to leave. I want them to be good, period, regardless of where they stay, and hopefully they stay. Okay? So,
Yes.
yun. And
we accept, Madam Chair, and we'll look for a better way of saying it.
yeah, please do. And then, in connection with that also is, yung sinabi nyo ngang reopening of, you are now revoking that you have revoked the moratorium on nursing schools, right? And I can't recall, but I'm pretty sure I had asked this during the briefing. Did I? Anyway, my concern here now is, and you said you are carefully looking at the credentials, no, of the applicants, right? So, question ko is, requirement ba na they have previously run a nursing school and that they have a certain passing rate for their nurses or another allied health profession and also have a certain minimum passing rate? Is that a requirement?
Our rules for all nursing schools, Madam Chair, is their passing rate must not go below 30%. That was the passing rate we imposed when we declared a moratorium in 2011, and all those with lower than 30%, we closed them down.
Ano ba passing rate ng board ng nursing?
Historically, less than 50%, Madam Chair.
Historically less than 50.
Yes, itong last two batches mataas. I think nasa 60 tsaka 70%. Itong last two
So
batches.
if historically it's 50, then you're being, I guess, what's the word? Compassionate? By saying sa schools 30. Hindi, kasi ang sa akin lang, 70% of those students pinag-aral ng mga magulang, and for that matter, since now we have so many scholarships, pinag-aral ng taong bayan, tapos hindi nga magiging nurse, no? So, whatever your standards are, how do you apply that if it's a new nursing school?
Well, we require them that their graduates should maintain that 30% and higher passing. Otherwise, we will close down the program.
So, kung yung school nila walang, can you use as by analogy if they have another course in allied health course that has a board exam, or I would think normally inuuna nila nursing, ano pa ba mauuna sa nursing, right? So I don't think that's common, no? Na they have another allied health.
Mahirap, Madam Chair, kasi even the passing rates between nursing, medicine, and medtech
Are very
there is
different. Are very
there is no
different.
correlation in terms
Yeah,
of
okay.
passing rates.
Okay, I mentioned this kasi I know that nung nagkaroon ng moratorium in 2011, matindi yung lobby diyan. Wala ka pa sa CHED noon, you were with UP, di ba?
Yes,
And
yes.
like how many years pa ang lumipas bago magka-moratorium? Ilang magulang pa ang nagbayad ng tuition na never naman naging nurse ang anak nila? So, yun lang naman yung pinagkakaingatan ko. Kasi pagkatapos ng 4 years, ilan ang maglalabi sa inyo na, ay, wag mo kasi give us another 2 years to prove it. Give us another 3 years, di ba? Yun lang naman. Kasi, kung saan natin sana malalagay yung mga bata, kung saan sila mas may propensity doon, or yung school na yan, kung di talaga magaling, hindi na dapat talaga nagbukas yan.
Yeah, we will be strict in monitoring. Ang marami naman pong nursing schools na nagbukas, isang section pa lang yung first batch nila.
Okay.
So it's a little easier to manage it in the next couple of years.
Okay. I think this is my last question. Pre-COVID, ano yung patakaran ninyo on accepting students who apply in an SUC? Di ba they have well, maybe I'll direct this question muna to President Ronquillo. They take the exam, right?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So, possible yon na mas maraming pumasa ng exam na it's possible that you have more passers than the slots available, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So pagka ganon, do you recommend that they take another course or maybe apply in another? I just know the system of UP. Di ba ganon? You have like your first choice, then your second choice, then may wait list, up to 4 na pala. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ganun din.
In our SUCs, we have identified the number of the choices.
Yeah.
If the first choice is quota course, usually
Yeah.
they are being channeled to
Okay.
the second choice.
Okay. But it is possible that there really are like if you it's possible that you have more passers than the slots available in the entire universe of
Yes,
your
Madam
university.
Chair.
That's very possible.
Yes po.
So what would you do pre-COVID? At some point, you just have to say, sorry, wala na talagang slots.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Because we have parameters, number of first teachers, and
Yeah,
then
exactly.
classrooms.
Capacity.
Yeah, capacity.
Okay. So ano nangyari nung panahon ng COVID? Because here we are now in a situation where halos lahat ng SUC, di ko alam kung lahat, pero marami, na tumanggap ng mas maraming estudyante. Ang dahilan nyo is naglipatan ang mga estudyante from private to public. O di nag-overcapacity kayo, di ba? Yun eh. Tapos ngayon, it's my problem to find the funding for that. It's not that easy. It's not that easy, and I keep siguro tapos na tong discussion na to, but I need to put it on record that pre-COVID, you say no. During COVID, this whole concept of blended learning and virtual learning came into being, and you accept, most of you, even a lot of private schools, Chairman Popoy, accepted much more than they have the capacity to teach well. So that's where we are. We created this animal. We created this problem.
Madam
So kung
Chair.
overwork yung teachers, and they are overworked, naawa naman din ako, overwork din ang staff, kulang ang classroom, kulang ang facilities.
Madam Chair, if I may report po, this 2023, we calibrated our intake. If you may notice the increase in our enrollees, it's almost 1.8 million in the last school year. Now it's simply a little over 1.8 million. Take for example, in some of our, Batangas State na lang po, our applicants are freshmen lang po, more than 30,000. But we accepted less than half of them because of this capacity issue, at the same time, the deficiency issue. Before, halos natatanggap po namin yun, halos mga 60%. But now, we really deliberately lessen the number of freshmen just to address this deficiency.
And that's where you can all work together and use the Futures Thinking Fund that we gave you. 'Di ba? Kasi ano ba future? Kung talagang ganun karami ang gustong mag-aral, edi pakita nyo, present nyo. These are how many people we have, students in grade 6 now. Grade 6 pa lang now, ito yung nag-graduate. Ito mga karating sa pinto namin from grade 6 another 6 years. So that's how we should plan. Kasi hindi tayo nagpaplano eh. That's the whole point of the futures thinking philosophy.
We
Okay.
actually factor that po, Madam Chair. But now, here comes another variable, the deficiency of pre-higher education. Kaya ho medyo, bagaman gusto namin to provide more access and access the flexibility of learning, blended learning. Because of this deficiency, we cannot do just like that. Kaya medyo iba rin phenomenon ngayon. That's why we are now coming if the Congress will augment that 4.2 billion deficiency. So ang amin pong enrollment ngayon, halos we are almost saturated in our SUCs because of this deficiency.
Okay. Sige. So as I mentioned, no, I along with Senator Villanueva, Senator Gatchalian, we are in the EDCOM 2. And it was brought to my attention by our executive director that similar to nursing, ang LET passing rate natin, LET is the teacher's exam. We have SUCs that have very, very low passing rates, less than 30% overall passing rates in the last 3 years. Merong 8%, may 11%, may 19%, may 20%, 23%. Average nila is, I'm looking at, ilan ba to? 3. Anyway, the total of this is 17, no? The total is 17.
Secondary level, 17. For the
First timers. Oo.
Oo.
Okay. So for this is for basic ed.
For elementary
Oo.
level.
For elementary let there are they just 2?
2, yes.
Ba't hindi
Na
ba
mababa.
ba't hindi ba
Alright, sorry.
more?
Sorry.
No,
More
marami.
pala. Yeah, more pala.
Marami.
Sorry.
Sa elementary let there are more than 10.
More than 10.
And then for secondary, there's 17. So Chairman Popoy, anong gagawin natin dito? Ito ulit ang magulang at ang taong bayan na nagbabayad. I'm very happy to mga estudyante, gusto nila maging teacher, but what are we gonna do? One school has 1%. Another
Madam
school
Chair.
has 3.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have already taken a position that the commission will take this matter up through the Teachers Education Council or the EDCOM, and whatever the recommendations are in closing programs, we will do it. Mas maganda po kasi doon sa EDCOM or sa Teachers Education Council para mapakinggan lahat ng stakeholders. Pero kung ang rekomendasyon po ay mag-moratorium, handa po kaming gawin.
Policy making naman kami, hindi naman kami hearing body. Bakit naman sa amin mo pinasa yan? Popoy naman.
Madam
Ano
Chair,
ba yun?
kasi Madam Chair, kasi yung
Gawa niyo for
Pero-
nursing. Ched did it for nursing. Why don't you do this for teachers?
kasi po pumasok yung discussion sa Teachers Education Council eh. Kami po ay ready na sanang aksyonan yan. Napasa yung batas sa Teachers Education Council. Isa po yan sa mandato ng Teachers Education Council doon sa discussion.
Sige, tell me what provision there prevents you from doing this?
Well, if we are ready to do it independent
No,
of the
you know, the Teachers
Education
Education Council, I remember, I made a lot of amendments to that bill. We're strengthening the coordination between the teachers and the policy-making bodies, but to determine whether a institution can offer that course is with you. It's not with the council, it's not with EDCOM 2. I'm happy that you care about our views, that we are very collaborative and all the other feel-good descriptions about working together, but this is you.
Yes, Madam Chair, if that is your sentiment, we are ready to act on
No,
it as fast as
I don't
possible.
like it when people say that is my sentiment. Eh, paano kung di sentiment ng katabi ko? I'm just the chair, I'm just chairing this budget hearing. That is
Kasi, Madam-
that is my understanding
Yeah,
of your
Madam Chair,
jurisdiction.
we've discussed this several times in the Commission and Bank already.
Oh,
And we are ready to act on it. We
O, di
just
act
give
on
the
it.
Teachers Education Council.
but the aton, sige nga. Today is Monday. On Wednesday, send me a message, I don't care, a message, a memo, basta online para wala tayong papel na gagamitin. And tell me why, what else do you need? Why can't you go? I don't,
Yeah, I commit to take it up in the next Commission and Bank meeting, Madam Chair.
what will you take up to move on it,
The discussion on declaring a moratorium and
Can you have,
subjecting the schools
can you have it before the budget? Kasi I just want this to be done. Have it
yeah,
before the deliberation on your budget on the floor, which will be in mid-November or early, first or second week of November. Second week of November.
we can do that in the next 2 weeks, Madam Chair, in
Thank
the
you.
Commission and Bank
Okay.
meeting.
Thank you. Okay. So, before I end, I'd also just like to put on record that Senator Bongo sends his support for the budgets of that we are taking up today. And actually, I'm going to surprise my staff because I didn't tell them earlier, but If it only takes 1 minute, I'm going to flash something on the screen, but if it takes longer, I won't. I also want to just take this opportunity to remind all of you that the the extra budget that you usually get every year, that you always thank me for, cannot happen without the support of our chairman, Senator Angara. He always supports my recommendations. So I know when you see me, you're happy, you're grateful, but you also owe that gratitude to Senator Angara, who fully supports the recommendations I make. Okay? Are you gonna show? Oh, sige. So, they're logging out. I'll give you the background now. Actually, Chancellor Padilla, I'll put you on the spot because in a good way. I wanted to show pictures of the UP College of Medicine simulation lab because this is a product of our futures thinking budget, technically. For those who haven't heard the story, when I had a hearing in the midst of COVID online and everything, we had a hearing on the future of health, and UP presented what the future of health could look like. And this included the use of foreign-made technology to help the medical students learn faster na paulit-ulit because they normally learn on cadavers or in many cases live humans, no? So and it was made more the relevance of this project was made even more was urgent because during the time of COVID, nag-online yung maraming estudyante, they couldn't be interacting with the patients. So it has become a reality. And the reason I show it here is because I want you to all be inspired. I repeatedly asked the Chancellor and of course President Gigil Jimenez to be sure that what the funding that has enabled this project to happen is for all the SUCs with medical schools as well. Kasi hindi man natin kayo lahat pwedeng bigyan, pero lahat ng estudyante nyo pwedeng mag-training dyan. Okay? Sabi ko nga, pwede bang gawa ng caravan yan? Di ba? But the other one, which is an offshoot na or baka nauna pa, and I hope may pictures, you'll see, anyway, the other one is a low-hanging fruit because you already have funding for that, yung mga putol-putol na parte ng katawan. Yun, pwede talagang magawa yan sa iba-ibang, not even med schools, di ba? Kasi yung parang fake na braso, pwedeng gamitin yan sa mga, what do you call that specialty? The nurses, of course, radio technologists, lab techs, and so on and so forth. So anyway, can we just show a few pictures so that everybody can go home? Do you want to say something about it before they show it because they're still loading it?
Madam Chair, we want to thank you for your support of this project. And this is really meant for all SUCs. And I'm going to sit down with Dr. J.J. Hermar to discuss on how we can offer this to the other SUCs. So definitely, this is not only for UP, but it's going to be for all medical schools. That's a commitment.
Madam Chair, may I just add that it's a
Of course.
may I just add that the University of the Philippines is committed to doubling or even tripling our collaboration with SUC during this term, and that's why we called for a UP SUC summit. We called for a Mindanao Declaration of joint of collaboration, and this is part of it. But the other thing also, Madam Chair, is that Dr. Carmen Padilla is the newest named national scientist. Yes, which embarrasses her no end if I remind people, but she's the 40th national scientist of the University of the Philippines.
Oh, wow, congratulations. I didn't know you're the 40th, but I actually have a resolution. When we resume session, I have a resolution because I've worked directly with Chancellor Padilla, and she really deserves that award.
Yeah. So we are willing to, this is really intended to be shared to other SUCs.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, are we ready? Anyway, pwede na kayo magligpit ng gamit, pwede na kayo tumayo. But I just wanted to see this, which I'll be showing in a minute, and then I'll close this hearing. Sige, please look at the screen so you can see the visit I had just a week or 2 weeks ago sa UP College of Medicine Simulation Lab. So that's not a real baby, that was a simulation of a birth. Hindi lang namin pinakita pero talagang lumabas yan dun sa vagina ng robotic mannequin. Kailang bilis eh. Siyempre, pang ano yan, Instagram and TikTok, so mabilisan yung showing, so just repeat it na lang. Actually, I wanted sana the pictures because they can see it better. So they actually showed that it was coming out of the mom. That's it? Photos? Okay. So those aren't real patients. Those are, I don't know, what do you call them? I call them robotic mannequins. Dumidilat pa yung mata niyan, tapos yung dibdib niya, yun, para siyang humihinga, and then di ba dumadaing pa siya? Para siyang patient na nagrereklamo. Dun sa, on the other side was a little child naman, and then this one is the maternity. Ay, yan ba yung maternity? Ay, hindi, or yan yung ICU. Ano yan? Menchit, ano yan? Surgical. You want to explain a little bit? Or Gap? Sino may alam? Ayan siya.
So yung isa is an operating room setup.
There you go.
So pag pwedeng i-simulate na nagkamali ng anesthesia, pwedeng tingnan ko
Diba
anong
yung reaction
vital
nung...
signs na magbabago. Oo.
So in the other room, the doctors or the fellow students can manipulate the reaction of the...
Yes. So there's a one-way mirror where the mentors are. Pwede nilang ipabagsakin yung blood pressure para alamin na kung anong gagawin.
And then the patients practice.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? But now, I mean, years from now, 10, 20 years from now, your medical students would be like, they used to do that with real people before. They have to wait for somebody to have a, what do you call it, a cardiac arrest for them to understand what it really is like, right?
Yeah.
Because this is really how the future of medicine, I think, will be like. Anyway. Yeah, you should go around and really show this, Menchit, para ma-excite din naman yung mga students in other... But what I wanted to show also, because I feel like that one is easy to replicate, yung parts lang ng body. Can you show that photo? That's the mom rooming in.
At saka
There. Wait.
Sila dyan nila naka-duster para parang totoong sitwasyon daw.
What are you gonna do? Yeah, naka-duster siya. Tama naman. Everything matters. No, but the other one, pa-close up naman nung they had in-explain sa akin. Sana may picture tayo. May picture po doon sa madaling salita ng puwet. Okay? And di ba sabi, in-explain sa akin ni Dr. JJ na the medical students practice putting their finger in so that they know how to feel a prostate, a tumor or whatever's growing, right? So, wow, it's really amazing. But this one, you already have funding and you're ano, 'di ba you're working to create that and that one can be duplicated. Sana sooner than later. Sabi ko, it doesn't have to be perfect, but to be able to
So there's a
there,
biotech
ayan yung,
lab.
ayan, yan.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a biotech lab that's duplicating these models.
Here.
Locally. Yeah.
Okay.
So the CBOL lab
Is it a Philippine or a joint?
in College of Medicine.
That's the one that's the one you were telling me about. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So sana nga. And then, 'di ba nagre-react yung kamay, 'di ba? Yung parang makikita mo pumapasok yung
Needle.
yeah, yung needle and everything. Yun. Anyway, okay, congratulations.
Thank you for your support.
May part 2 pa yan, 'di ba? Yeah, okay. Ano ba ako? So again, Chairman Popoy, thank you very much. Sa CHED, thank you very much to all our resource person, of course, Dr. Tirso,
Chair.
the whole all pasok. Did you want to say something before we end?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to manifest that because you have inserted funding for the new medical schools, we have given practically all the medical schools similar equipment like anatomy tables, plasticized cadavers, and mannequins. They've been delivered, they have been installed, and pending your schedule, they're all ready to receive you to see how they are using it. All these are more than 10 new medical programs all over the country. We've given them the equipment that you showed on the video. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that and I'll visit them. Pero hindi naman siguro pareho kasi nag-iisa yata to, 'di ba? Hindi Oh,
Yung mannequins pareho lang.
Yung mannequins pareho ba 'yon? May ganun din ba? Mas maraming features, mga features, ganon. Okay, I'm happy to see it. So there were questions posed by the other senators. I made very specific what I need to hear and receive in the next 2 weeks. So I will move for this budget, the budget of CHED, SUC, UP, and DAP to be deemed submitted, but seriously subject to the clarifications that I asked for because many of them are not new, paulit-ulit lang, and so I want to be sure that you know that I'm serious about this. So my team will monitor and will be awaiting. Hindi ho kami ang magfa-follow up. Kayo ang magbibigay sa amin nung hinihingi kong mga documents, explanations, other agencies that we need to call, other groups we need to call. So subject to receiving all of those documents and clarification, the budgets of those agencies I mentioned are deemed submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Pilla. Salamat po.
Hearing is suspended.